Kane's eyes widened with awe and shock as he focused on the Tower of Concepts. He expected to find a cultivation heaven from which he could draw inspiration toward the power born of the collective mind of Ether's sentient life forms. Yet, it was actually a training ground that would put him against the ego waves of gods. A bursting red light emerged from Kane's eyes as the desire to fight burned inside his soul, and he felt his sun seed beating with energy, ready to engage in fights against the ego wave left behind by divine ascension gods. However, Kane did not lose focus nor act rashly. After all, he was a guest of the Crown Prince and could not just access the tower at will. Luckily for Kane and everybody else, the Crown Prince did not leave them waiting. 2 people can access each tower at the same time. I and Black will head into the Tower of Concepts. You 6 should figure out who would first enter the Tower of Stars and Tower of Laws. Michael did not say anything else before he and the 3-meter-tall military criminal, who went by the moniker of Black, touched the Dark Tower and vanished inside. As soon as Michael vanished, 2 groups formed. One group with Kane, Desmond, and Magnus, who sought to enter the Tower of Stars, and the other with Iris, Crane, and the Anima Mechanicus race's Genius, which aimed at the Tower of Laws. Kane, Desmond, and Magnus look at each other with fighting will. Since the tower could only hold 2 people at the same time, one of them would have to wait. There was no need for words as the trio put their right hands behind their backs, and 3 seconds later, they released them. Paper. Rock. Paper. Following a tradition of the old world, the trio played an ancient game to decide who would have to wait, and Desmond could do nothing but show a downcast expression as he saw his clenched fists and the open palms of Kane and Magnus. Crane, Iris, and the young Anima Mechanicus race's Genius played the same game, and the young woman was the one who lost. Kane saw that Crane won, and a small smile appeared on his face as he nodded to this one before calmly walking toward the Tower of Stars along with Magnus. The duo glanced at each other, but none said a word. While there were many things to discuss, this was not the time, and both of them cleansed their minds of everything other than the tower. Kane touched the Tower of Stars, immediately teleporting into this one, appearing in a void empty of any color or source of light. Just as Kane was wondering what happened, a will with a power like nothing he had ever felt flooded his body and mind. "We are made of stardust. The universe is in your veins." Those words made Kane's soul tremble as the black void around him burst to pieces, revealing a dense concentration of celestial bodies and mysterious energies. Kane's mind could not process such a wonderful scene, and the only way he could describe it was like watching a galaxy from the point of view of a cosmic entity. The next second, he saw his entire body crumble into dust particles, becoming one with the surroundings. It did not take long for them to agglomerate, fusing with streams of stellar energy and transforming into a drifting meteorite. There was no fear in his heart since, for some reason, he felt that this was the purest state that his body could attain. Every cell that made his flesh and blood longed for this state, and now that he had achieved it, he felt freer than ever before in his entire life. Kane's meteorite body moved across the vast expanse of space. Despite the lack of any form of sentience, he had never felt more surrounded by life than at this moment. Space was alive with swirling nebulae, pulsating stars, and distant galaxies that gleamed like diamond clusters. Every second that Kane spent inside this cosmic tapestry raised his mind to a higher level of understanding regarding his body and how there were no real limitations to this one, not even the ones engraved in the laws that rule the world. It was impossible for Kane to tell the flow of time in his current state, but after what felt like years, one phenomenon captured his attention more than any other. Kane saw a distant supernova in its final stages of life, showcasing the spectacular death of a star. The vibrant blue, gold, and crimson hues painted an ethereal tapestry against the inky blackness of space. Feeling a profound connection to this cosmic event, Kane used the full power of his will, allowing his particles to leave the meteorite and fuse with the dying star. Immediately, he found himself at the very heart of that dying star, feeling its tumultuous energy, the immense pressure, and the searing heat. As he delved deeper into his meditation, the boundary between himself and the star began to blur. The phenomenon's complexity was so high that Kane's mind could not comprehend it, so he shut down the part of his brain that attempted to understand it, allowing his soul and body to perceive it at an intuitive level. As he let go of the self, Kane felt a rush of insights flooding his consciousness. He visualized the intricacies of nuclear fusion, witnessing atoms colliding and fusing to form heavier elements. Finally, the star could not endure anymore, triggering a blast that unleashed more energy in a few seconds than what the old world's sun could do in billions of years. As the star went supernova, the materials unleashed by its explosion spread across the galaxy, and fused within them were also Kane's particles. Kane's brain had completely shut down, and he could not think. Normally, at this point, the cultivator would have woken up since they lost consciousness due to their souls being unable to endure the pressure of the new knowledge. At this point, the power of the Tower of Stars would have gently restored Kane's body, but someone intervened. Apex saw how Kane's soul sea was shaking due to the pressure of such overwhelming knowledge. His eyes narrowed as he increased the amount of soul force emanating from the astral bloodbeast's soul core. The infusion of soul force allowed Kane's soul to stabilize, allowing his journey inside the Tower of Stars to continue. The materials mixed with Kane's particles spread across the galaxy by the supernova, generating new heavenly bodies. As Kane lost himself in that wonderful journey, he had completely forgotten about the outside world, but the same could not be said about the people outside the Tower of Stars. Michael and Black emerged from the Tower of Concepts, their eyes glowing with a bursting ego wave. The duo was tired, but their minds immediately grew sharp as they saw everybody gathered outside the Tower of Stars. What is happening? The Crown Prince knew there was a problem when he saw the worry and concern in Crane and Desmond's faces. It is Kane. He is still inside the Tower of Stars. Desmond immediately answered, making shock appear in the eyes of the Crown Prince and Black. Due to his power and background, the Crown Prince knew what would happen once you were inside the Tower of Stars. Once you touch the Tower of Stars, you do not enter the tower but something much more profound. Your mind and body would become one with it, granting you a truly transcendental experience. Your body would become one with the heavenly bodies, allowing your soul to grasp the realm of stellar synthesis, the first of the three great realms that astral cultivators must master in their path beyond their mortal shell. In the realm of stellar synthesis, a cultivator understands the birth and death of stars, the primary architects of existence. These stars, much like gigantic nuclear reactors, experience nuclear fusion in their cores. This fusion of lighter elements, mainly hydrogen and helium, results in the creation of heavier elements. Grasping this concept of stellar nucleosynthesis allows a cultivator to understand the foundational process of how elements are created. Understanding that principle would allow an astral rebirth cultivator to harness the power of the stars inside their bodies, granting them the might that surpassed nuclear weapons. However, the process must be gradual and steady, since the full knowledge of the realm of stellar synthesis is too much for the soul of someone beneath the apotheosis realm. Normally, a wave champion would only remain within the Tower of Stars for 2 to 3 days before the tower expelled them to ensure no harm was done to their souls. Even the exceptional talents like Desmond and Magnus only lasted 4.5 days. However, Kane had already been inside the Tower of Stars for over 10 days. Michael frowned as he understood the implications of a wave champion staying inside the Tower of Stars for 10 days. The pressure on Kane's soul should have already reached an unbearable level and on the brink of collapse. It might have shattered already, leaving Kane like nothing more than an empty husk. Just as Michael wondered what was happening with the Tower of Stars, he saw Crane walking toward him. Crane ignored everyone as he stood right in front of the Crown Prince before kneeling on the ground and lowering his head. "I beg you, mighty Crown Prince, to save my lord." No one looked down on Crane for kneeling before the Crown Prince. Actually, the fact he was willing to go to that extreme for the safety of Kane made the entire group's opinion about this one improve. Before the Crown Prince could even give Crane an answer, a member of his own group approached his side. "Crown Prince, I must also ask for your assistance, as we cannot let anything bad happen to Colonel Lorifer." The one who spoke was Iris, confusing many people since she had not once interacted with Cain. Michael stared at the young woman, and his eyes narrowed as she softly nodded. He immediately raised his hand, stopping Desmond, who was about to ask the same thing as the other two. "I will handle it." The Crown Prince took a deep breath, and the next second, a mighty silver force field emerged from his brain. Everything around him began to tremble as the power of his ego wave went beyond just manipulating the wave. Awe appeared in the heart of everybody watching that mighty silver force field, as they felt in it enough power to crush their bodies and annihilate their minds. Black was the only one who did not feel completely overwhelmed by the Crown Prince's ego wave. Still, a solemn light appeared in the giant's eyes. The Crown Prince did not lose focus as he sent his ego wave into the Tower of Stars. He wanted to merge his silver force field into the superstructure in order to locate Cain. Michael wanted to understand the state of Cain's body and soul before trying to take this one out. Unfortunately for Michael, just as his ego wave made contact with the Tower of Stars, this one unleashed a monstrous gravitational might, shattering the silver force field to pieces. Ah! Michael could not help but release a small scream of pain as he grabbed his head due to the unbearable pain. He retracted his ego wave immediately, as he could not endure any more damage. Downcast expressions appeared on the faces of Crane, Iris, and Desmond as they saw the state of the Crown Prince. If not even the mighty Michael Goldsoul, whose ego wave reached the third realm, could help Cain, then who could? Michael took a moment to regulate his breathing and suppress the pain assaulting his brain before starting at the trio. He used all his power, but the Tower of Stars was too much for him. Just as the Crown Prince was about to shake his head, leaving Cain's fate to luck, his gaze raised to the sky. Michael noticed it first, but it did not take long for the others to see the incredibly majestic and powerful force descending from the heavens. It was a golden force field in the form of a majestic wingless dragon. Michael's ego wave was impressive, but the one descending from the sky was on a whole new level. Michael took a knee, and the rest of the group immediately followed him as they lowered their heads. The reason for that behavior was simple. That majestic golden force field in the form of a dragon was no other than the ego wave of the strongest life form in the Godslayer humankind empire, the Golden Emperor. It moved at a shocking speed, blasting into the Tower of Stars, easily overcoming the gravitational force of this one. Michael, Iris, Crane, and the rest of the group felt a sense of pure admiration and wonder as they saw the might of the golden force field, and they were not the only ones. The power of the Golden Dragon was felt across the Silver City, and dozens of powerhouses turned their gazes toward the three towers of Adam. All wondered what could be so important as to draw the Golden Emperor to unleash his ego wave. Nearly a minute passed as the golden force field merged into the Tower of Stars before it retracted to the sky, vanishing from sight. Michael, Crane, Iris, Desmond, and the others all wondered what would happen with Cain. Luckily, they did not have to wait for long as a booming voice echoed across the sky, reaching every corner of the Silver City. "The genetic tournament will be delayed 1 month." The voice of the Golden Emperor spread across Eden, pushing the genetic tournament that was supposed to happen in a few days, an entire month. Confusion appeared in the faces of many people as they heard the decree of the Golden Emperor. While the genetic tournament was an important event, it was far from enough to draw the attention of the ruler of the Godslayer humankind empire. However, shock and realization appeared in the eyes of the group that was currently in the three towers of Adam. Since it was a matter of life and death, no one really thought about it before, but Cain was supposed to participate in the genetic tournament. There would be no reason for the Golden Emperor to delay the genetic tournament if Cain could not participate, so it meant that the young man was fine inside the Tower of Stars. A radiant smile appeared on Crane's face, but some, like the Crown Prince and Magnus Hellblazer, had much deeper expressions. Cain was wave champion, and even with the improvement of his ego wave, his soul force still failed to reach the wave king rank, so he should not be able to endure this long inside the Tower of Stars, yet he did. And by the response of the Golden Emperor, Cain must be thriving. "We should leave." It is best if we are not here when the powerhouses of Eden come to find out what is happening with the Tower of Stars. Michael spoke with a solemn voice as he looked into the distance and felt several powerful intents approaching their location. The rest of the group nodded. Desmond, Magnus, Crane, Iris, and the young genius of the Anima Machinarium race had already gone through the Tower of Stars and Tower of Laws. While they wanted to try the Tower of Concepts, it was not the right time. Michael guided the group to the teleportation formation, leaving the 3 towers of Adam. Crane followed them, but not before glancing at the Tower of Stars one last time. While he would have wanted to stay, he did not have the authorization. Still, he was confident that no one could harm Cain inside the Tower of Stars, so the only thing he could do was wait for this one to emerge. A few hours after the events in the 3 towers of Adam, Michael and Iris were in a dark room. "Are you sure about it?" There was a solemn expression on the Crown Prince's face as he spoke to the woman. "Yes, Master." Their demeanor, personality, way of speaking, along with his impressive genetic coder abilities and battle power, there is no doubt in my mind. Iris made a pause before looking directly into the Crown Prince's eyes. Cain Lorifer must be King's personal disciple. The Crown Prince's eyes narrowed as he stared at Iris. He had given the young woman the task of tracking down the man that went by the moniker of King and who saved her during the events of Sahara City. Iris had done her best, using every means available to track down King, but she had found nothing. That was until she met Cain. The way Cain behaved, his battle skills, and his mastery over genetic coding made Iris grow suspicious, but the key behind her conjecture was when she felt his ego wave. It was not uncommon for a student to mimic the behavior and personality of their master, and Cain's ego wave felt nearly identical to the one that saved her life. Michael stared at Iris for a moment before nodding. "Well done. Now leave, and do not reveal this to anyone." Iris clasped her hands and bowed to the Crown Prince before leaving the room. Thousands of kilometers away from the shore of the Gaia continent, there was a small island. There was nothing special about it other than the fact it had 10 mountains that rose above the clouds. Usually, an island in the middle of the ocean would be overwhelmed by wave beasts, but not even Grand King Beast dared to get near it. The reason no beast dared to approach this place was simple. It was the life forms atop the mountain peaks. 4 were in their true bodies, while the others appeared only as incarnations of Ego Wave. Those in the form of incarnations were utterly dark and showed no features. Still, this did not diminish the might of their auras. The mere presence of any one of them was enough to deter even the mightiest of wave beasts. Had Cain been present, he would have recognized 2 of the individuals present, or at least their auras. One was enshrouded in shadows, while the other was a flayed body draped in a thick cloak of blood energy. They were none other than the Shadow King and Blood King, the duo that almost obliterated the Blood Sea if not for the appearance of the first collapsing lightning pillar. Given this and the layout of the mountains, it was easy to deduce that the other 6 individuals were none other than the mighty Dark Kings, rulers of the underworld spanning the Godslayer humankind empire. "Why are we here? I was in the midst of my recovery when I was summoned in my physical form." The one who shouted was the Blood King, clear rage and anger evident in his eyes. The ego wave he unleashed was in a constant state of disarray. Although the rest of the Dark Kings displayed annoyance at the Blood King, they remained silent, knowing it was unwise to antagonize him while his ego-eternal matrix was disrupted. The Blood King had been forced to transfer his soul into another body after Cain destroyed his previous one. And while the High Blood Elder's alter ego and soul were quickly destroyed, the adaptation process would still take several years. Until then, the Blood King would be unable to display his full power and suffer from emotional outbursts. Seeing that no one answered his question just made the Blood King even more furious. But before he could shout again, a new incarnation of Ego Wave manifested atop the highest peak. As soon as he appeared, a solemn expression settled on all the Dark Kings, even silencing the volatile Blood King. "I am pleased to see all of you here." The man at the highest peak spoke in a deep voice, his words resonating through the air, causing the ocean thousands of meters below to churn. His ego wave was so monstrous that he could unleash immense power even at this vast distance from his true body. Being in the form of an ego wave incarnation, his physical features were concealed, but his eyes were visible. They were black, speckled with points of starlight, resembling a starry sky. "I humbly greet you, Void King." One of the Dark Kings, present in his true body, clasped his hands and bowed. The man had white hair, crystal blue eyes, and pointy ears. While those features were elegant, the ones that distinguished him were the horns on his head, draconic blue scales on his limbs, and long blue tails emerging from his back. The other Dark Kings sneered at this deference, considering it unworthy of a king. Yet, they held their tongues, recognizing his immense power and critical role in their organization. "We have come as you commanded, but it seems the Golden King is ignoring your summons." Many Dark Kings shook their heads. Other than his obsequious attitude, the main reason they disliked the man was his constant attempts to undermine other Dark Kings. All were aware of the empty mountain peak but did not really care. The Golden King was a Dark King in name only, not truly aligning with the organization's objectives. However, his expertise in logistics and commerce benefited them all, so they overlooked his lack of commitment. "Soul King, there's no need to worry about the Golden King. I ordained him as a Dark King, so you are questioning my decision?" The Void King's eyes unleashed a powerful intent that made the entire island tremble. Usually, he would not care about the animosity between Dark Kings, but this time things were different. "Of course not, leader." The Soul King immediately bowed his head, recognizing when to assert himself and when to retreat. He was confused by the behavior of the Void King but chose to remain silent. The Void King gazed at the Soul King briefly before turning his starry eyes to the other Dark Kings. "The reason I summoned you is that we must finalize our preparations. The Great Cataclysm is near." A solemn aura enveloped the Dark Kings. The Great Cataclysm was a pivotal event that would shake the entire Gate continent, with repercussions felt throughout ether. Despite their power, any misstep could be fatal. "First of all, we need to address the Aegon family. They have been gathering information about our business and are too efficient to be left alone." As the name of the Aegon family was mentioned, a sharp light emerged from the eyes of the Shadow Kings. "I will take care of them." The Dark Kings turned to the Shadow King with surprise, as they did not expect him to react in such a manner. Typically, the Shadow King rarely acted, but he seemed eager to go against them this time. Although the Dark Kings did not know the reason behind the hostility of the Shadow King toward the Aegon family, they were more than happy to let this one take care of them. The Aegon family dared to investigate the organization because they had the brute power to defend themselves from the Dark Kings. It would be dangerous to go against them, so they were happy to see that there was a volunteer. "You won't." Unfortunately for the Shadow King and the other Dark Kings, the Void King immediately turned him down. "I will not allow your vendetta to interfere with our plans, especially in such a crucial moment." A cold light appeared in the Shadow King's eyes, but it vanished swiftly under the intense focus of the Void King. He took a deep breath, calmed his heart, and then nodded. "Soul King and Undying King, you two will meet the patriarch of the Aegon family. Make him understand that it's best if he stays away from our business. If he refuses, confront him. Seize the opportunity to eliminate him if it arises, but retreat if his power has reached the High Titan level. We will handle him later." The Soul King immediately nodded, as he always followed the Void King's commands without hesitation. However, the expression of the man to his left was less compliant. The Undying King resembled a 4-meter-tall giant with a bulging muscular body and skin that looked like leather stretched across his muscles. His eyes, sunk deep into his skull, were blank, resembling those of a blind man. Those physical features were startling, but what truly drew awe in the hearts of those who focused on the Undying King was his lack of life force. Not only was there not even the slightest stream of vitality emerging from his body, but a dark aura surrounded him, polluting the air with the power of death. Why not take care of the Blood Sea directly? They commissioned the Aegon family to investigate us. It would be far simpler to eliminate them than to confront the Patriarch. The other Dark Kings nodded in agreement with the Undying King's logic. While the Blood Sea was recognized as a formidable power, it had lost a significant number of its elites. A single Dark King would suffice to bring them down. When your battle power reached a high enough level, numbers were meaningless. The only members of the Blood Sea that could face the Dark Kings were the Blood Duke and Bloodless number 1, and once they were dead, everybody else would follow. The Blood Sea has heavily fortified their surveillance and defenses. They've set up a teleportation formation connecting directly to the Imperial Lightning Fort. If we assault them, the collapsing Lightning Duke or the First Pillar might intervene. A wave of dread washed over the Dark Kings upon hearing those names. While the Blood Duke was merely a titan, the collapsing Lightning Duke and the First Pillar were apex beings. The outcome of a direct confrontation was uncertain, but battling the Sector Duke or First Pillar while Divine Ascension cultivators supported them would be fatal. Since that was the current state of the Blood Sea, going after them would be much more dangerous than facing the Aegon family. The Undying King sighed upon receiving this information. Clearly displeased with his task, he nonetheless didn't dare challenge the Void King and simply nodded in acquiescence. The Void King fixed his gaze upon the duo before shifting it to the Blood King and Shadow King. I have an assignment for you two as well. Neither the Blood King nor the Shadow King was taken aback. Those chosen for crucial missions were always summoned in their physical forms, so they anticipated this. You two will kill Cain Lorifer. You two will kill Cain Lorifer. A wide smile appeared on the bloodied face of the Blood King as he listened to the Void King's words. There was no way he would have forgotten the young man who thwarted his plan to seize the Blood Astral Beast's soul and blood. However, the other Dark Kings frowned. They were at the peak of the ether, with power that could surpass the old world's H-bomb, yet they were tasked with dealing with a mere 17-year-old. The Void King noticed their dismay and offered an explanation for targeting such an insignificant character. Cain Lorifer has interfered with the organization on multiple occasions. He not only disrupted the Blood King's plans, but I'm 99% certain he was behind the upheaval in Sahara City. The Dark Kings looked at the Void King in surprise upon hearing this. While the genetic experiments in Sahara City weren't of significant concern, they were part of a larger strategy, and its disruption set back their agenda by several months. That boy's destiny continues to soar, and he has already become a shining star among the Empire's youth. That alone wasn't reason enough for us to act. However, he's spent nearly 14 days inside the Tower of Stars. Surprise, awe, and killing intent flashed in the Dark King's eyes upon learning this. 14 days in the Tower of Stars implied that Cain's comprehension of the realm of stellar synthesis approached the threshold for divine ascension. Understanding something and harnessing its power are two different matters, yet, if Cain went unchecked and his cultivation base reached the Wave King rank, and then his battle power would become formidable. While they could still easily eliminate him, complications often arise with prodigious talents. The Blood King's cold smile vanished, replaced by sheer coldness and killing intent. He was sure that just as he wanted Cain dead, the boy harbored the same intent. If Cain's power grew unchecked for another century, they might become equals, a scenario the Blood King wouldn't tolerate. I am more than willing to end the boy's life, but even entering the Prometheus sector undetected poses a challenge, let alone infiltrating Eden. The Void King nodded, turning to the Shadow King, the likely candidate for such covert tasks. I can get the Blood King into the Prometheus sector, but Silver City's defenses are too formidable, even for me. The Void King nodded, pausing to formulate a strategy. Shadow King, you will escort the Blood King into the Prometheus sector and extract him once he's completed his mission. The Shadow King nodded. While he was keen to showcase his combat prowess against the Aegon family for other objectives, he primarily acted as a conduit. Blood King, the assassination is your responsibility. Do you have a plan to lure the boy out of Eden? The Blood King paused, then responded, I could exploit the Azure royal family. From what I know of him, the boy is typically cautious but acts decisively against atrocities committed against the weak and innocent. However, this might expose our ties to the Azure Royal Patriarch. The Void King's gaze sharpened as he weighed the proposal, then turned to an incarnation on his left. Chimera King. The incarnation referred to as the Chimera King lacked distinctive features like all the others. However, his form was truly odd and definitely not that of a human. They've reached the final phase of the experiment, but the data they've been sending is flawed. Their test subjects keep accumulating issues, and I doubt they can be useful anymore. I have no problem with eliminating them. The Void King nodded, then turned to the Blood King. You have authorization to utilize them, but regardless of their current worth, they remain a piece on the chessboard. If you're going to sacrifice them, ensure it guarantees mission success. Despite his youth, Cain Lorifer is cunning and astute. Any obvious trap will be detected. The Blood King's eyes sharpened, his expression solemn. I understand. I won't underestimate him. Good. You four know your tasks. As for the others, continue expanding our influence. Our lives will be on the line when the great cataclysm comes, so we must be at our peak. The Dark Kings nodded, and in the next moment, the Ego Wave incarnation faded. The Shadow King placed a hand on the Blood King's shoulder, then disappeared. The Soul King and Undying King didn't leave immediately. They both delved into the ocean. Preparing to combat the patriarch of the Aegon family, they needed to hone their battle prowess and instincts to their zenith. Boom. Immediately, the ocean entered a state of complete chaos, with powerful explosions whose shock waves extended for thousands of kilometers. The wave beasts that inhabited this part of the ocean were extremely powerful, but dozens of them perished every second under the combined might of the Soul King and Undying King. Blood tainted the waters as the aura of death spread to every corner, and the power of the duo performing the slaughter just kept growing. It was the 15th day since Cain entered the Tower of Stars. His mind had completely shed the ego, erasing all complex thoughts, allowing his soul to meld with the stellar cycle. The knowledge and insights of stellar synthesis integrated with his spirit. Although this was a tremendous stroke of luck that would benefit him in the future, it also posed a significant risk, overwhelming his soul. Apex continually used the astral blood beast's soul core to stabilize Cain's soul sea, but after 15 days, even that proved insufficient. The golden humanoid noted the trembling of the soul sea and its diminishing spiritual energy output. This thrust Cain into deep unconsciousness, placing him in peril. Before any harm could befall his soul, the Tower of Stars sensed his condition and began reconstructing his body and spirit, gently rousing him from the transcendental state he'd submerged into. Outside the 3 towers of Adam, over a dozen people waited. When Cain arrived, it had been empty, courtesy of the Crown Prince's influence, but typically, individuals of high standing queued for entry. While the Towers of Concepts and Tower of Laws functioned normally, the Tower of Stars faced an issue. Its capacity had been reduced to 1 user. Clearly, someone occupied it, and as days went by, onlookers grew curious about who could endure such an extended stay. A middle-aged man exited the Tower of Stars with profound insight gleaming in his eyes and a satisfied smile on his lips, having advanced his understanding of the realm of stellar synthesis. Almost immediately, another individual approached the tower. However, before he could touch it, the Tower of Stars shone once again, signaling another departure. All eyes turned to the newcomer, eager to identify the individual who'd managed such a long tenure in the Tower of Stars. Most expected an ancient powerhouse, considering the fortitude required. Yet, to their astonishment, they saw a young man with chrome hair and dark eyes. Cain's eyes were bursting with red light as waves of information and insights flooded his mind. Everything around him went blank as he could only focus on the transcendental experience he had just undergone. Although his mind went blank very soon during the process, the feelings of being part of a celestial body, experiencing a supernova, and his particles generating new astral structures were vivid inside his soul. Yet, Cain's eyes soon grew sharp as he felt powerful people looking at him, some not bothering to disguise their probing gazes. Cain was confused as he did not understand where the Crown Prince and the others had gone, but as he looked at the date with his AI chip module, A wave of shock assaulted him. 15 days. He was aware that the more time he spent inside the Tower of Stars, the greater the benefits, but that also meant more tremendous pressure on his soul. Cain did not think he would last more than 5 days but made a mistake. How? There was no damage to his soul, confusing Cain on how he could have stayed inside the Tower of Stars for so long without any backlash. The obvious answer was the absolute life form system, but he still felt there was something more about it. Many questions assaulted Cain's mind, but the first thing he needed to do was to leave this place. "Young man, could you come here for a moment?" Unfortunately for Cain, it was not so simple since he had yet to take a step when an old man summoned him. The old man had long gray hair, and a gargantuan energy pool was inside his body. While he expressed his words as a question, the intent in his eyes made it clear that he would not allow Cain to simply leave. Cain's eyes grew cold, but before things escalated to something else, the teleportation formation in the area glowed, showing the presence of Crane. The middle-aged man drew people's attention, not only due to his timely arrival but his powerful aura. Crane immediately noticed the tense atmosphere between Cain and the old man. Moving quickly, he positioned himself in front of Cain and bowed. "Lord, I am thrilled to see you have emerged. The Crown Prince has been inquiring about you. We should inform him of your condition." As soon as the Crown Prince's name was mentioned, everyone adopted a cautious demeanor towards Cain. Michael Goldsoul was among the Empire's most influential and powerful figures. Opposing him was a move only a fool would consider. Even though they were all interested in Cain and how he remained inside the Tower of Stars for so long, no one was willing to offend the Crown Prince to satisfy their curiosity. Cain perceived the shift in attitudes and simply nodded to Crane, signaling him to rise. He then proceeded to the teleportation formation. This time, no one dared to obstruct him. Casting a final glance at the old man who had presumed to command him, Cain stepped into the teleportation formation, departing the area with Crane. Whispers erupted among the bystanders, speculating about the young man's identity while also sending mocking glances toward the old man. An unseemly expression appeared on the elder's face. He had tried to assert his dominance but only succeeded in making a fool of himself and might have drawn the animosity of a young genius. Cain wasn't one to dwell on such trivialities and just stared at the old man before leaving to make sure he remembered the face of this one in case they crossed paths in the future. Upon reaching the main plaza, Cain turned to Crane, who immediately briefed him on everything that had happened since he set foot inside the Tower of Stars. While initially everything seemed unremarkable, Cain was taken aback to learn that the Golden Emperor had intervened, delaying the genetic tournament for an entire month. Cain did not attempt to understand the motivations of someone atop the Godslayer humankind empire, so he just silently thanked the Golden Emperor. "I need a place to rest." Although Cain's body and soul were in good condition, his mind required relaxation. He could walk and talk without a problem, but there was immense pressure on his brain due to the ocean of knowledge he had been exposed to. "The Crown Prince has lent us a villa for our stay until the genetic coder tournament." Crane had been proactive, securing a comfortable location for Cain. After a moment of contemplation, Cain nodded in agreement. The Crown Prince had assisted him before, and lending a modest villa was minor compared to the privilege of entering the 3 Towers of Adam. The pair utilized another teleportation formation and soon found themselves within a great castle staffed with individuals ready to cater to their needs. However, Cain's only desire was rest. He promptly retreated to his quarters for a night of deep sleep. Upon awakening, Cain's priority was to organize the knowledge and insights imprinted upon his soul by the Tower of Stars. Yet, another issue weighed on his mind. "Apex, what's happening with my soul?" Speaking solemnly to the system spirit, Cain felt Apex would have the answers. Actually, his instincts suggested that Apex was the reason behind the strange behavior of his soul. Apex remained silent briefly before responding. "I hesitated to tell you initially to avoid distraction and to ensure you didn't underestimate the importance of your soul force. However, the truth cannot be hidden any longer." After uttering those words, The golden humanoid inside Kane's soul sea waved his hand, teleporting the astral blood beast's soul core to the center of the dimension. Kane's eyes widened as he observed a shining sphere enveloped in chains, radiating spiritual energy into his soul sea. His face turned white as he saw how a foreign soul force fused with his. Although his knowledge about the soul was limited, he understood the dangers of merging a different soul force with yours. In the best case, he would develop a split personality, and in the worst, a severe case of psychosis and schizophrenia. However, after taking a moment to see things more clearly, Kane noticed how the new soul force was empty of any form of ego or will, which would avoid any problem. Apex gave Kane a moment to adapt before explaining things. This is the condensed soul force of the astral blood beast. The creature attempted to invade your soul. Still, I managed to harness the absolute life form system's full power to contain it. Now, it's enhancing your soul. This is why your blood type skill is so potent and how you endured the Tower of Stars for 15 days. A smile emerged on Kane's face. The soul, the essence of an individual, was notoriously challenging to enhance. Now, he not only had a direct source but also seemed to possess a defense against spiritual assaults. HMPH, brat, don't get cocky. I had to use the system's full power to protect you from the astral blood beast's possession. If it were to happen again, who knows what might transpire. Apex quickly discerned Kane's thoughts and promptly countered them. He didn't want the young man to become complacent or undervalue the importance of mental defenses, which is why he had stretched the truth about the difficulty of managing the astral blood beast. If Apex were to say that it took less than a second to take care of the astral blood beast's soul invasion, Kane might unconsciously neglect the importance of his soul defenses. After all, why would he need to worry if there was an unshakable shield protecting his soul? Kane's expression darkened, and he immediately nodded in understanding. The soul was both precious and fragile and demanded constant vigilance, so he must never lower his guard. After grasping the essence behind the recent alterations, Kane could finally concentrate on his cultivation and the experiences in the Tower of Stars. Realm of Stellar Synthesis. His sonic blade fusion cultivation technique referenced this realm, but only after navigating the Tower of Stars did he begin to fathom a fraction of it. A cultivator first comprehends the birth and demise of stars, the primal architects of existence. Like colossal nuclear reactors, stars undergo nuclear fusion at their cores. This fusion of lighter elements, mainly hydrogen and helium, begets heavier elements. Understanding stellar nucleosynthesis aids a cultivator in grasping the elemental creation process. Following hours of meditation, this was the epiphany Kane achieved. He only had to close his eyes to recall the sensation of merging with a meteor, becoming a supernova, and initiating the birth of new stars. While this knowledge would be instrumental in his future cultivation, it wouldn't enhance Kane's current battle power. The realm of stellar synthesis comprised the understanding stage and the harnessing stage. Kane had just scratched the surface of understanding, and even if he could consolidate that knowledge, his current physique was not prepared to wield that power. It was akin to owning a computer equipped with state-of-the-art software but restrained by hardware that couldn't fully showcase its capabilities. After achieving the Wave King rank, my body's cellular composition will be capable of harnessing the realm of stellar synthesis's power. Until then, my focus during the Wave Champion rank is to reinforce my foundation as robustly as possible. If everything goes well, I might reach the harnessing stage in the early Wave King rank. Pondering his next move, Kane dispatched a message to Crane. Secure 10 tons of golden-level metals. Kane's blood rebirth was reaching the peak of the golden stage. Once that happened, he could evolve his biometal Herculean technique to the golden level, attaining a body as resilient as a golden wave artifact. Immediately, Lord. Crane responded instantly, allowing Kane to resume his tasks. He procured a high-quality wave crystal, the blood apple, and the starry gem containing knowledge on genetic coding. The genetic coder tournament would commence in fewer than 20 days, and he was ready to display the full might of his abilities. Kane divided his focus into 3 areas: honing his cultivation foundation, fortifying his body, and deepening his insights into genetic coding. 20 days might appear extensive, but for Kane, they passed in a flash. Before he knew it, the genetic coder tournament was upon them. Adorning his noble attire, he exited the villa with Crane. The pair arrived at the main plaza and used the teleportation formation to access the Genetic Coding Association's grounds, where the tournament would be held. Unlike his initial appearance, Kane's presence now captivated many young genetic coders. His reputation had burgeoned, especially within the Genetic Coder Association. He was the first honorary Grandmaster of the association in ages, all the more remarkable since he was not even 17. Kane didn't pay much attention and simply walked toward the teleportation formation that transported him and Crane into the genetic evolution cube. As soon as the duo appeared, they noticed that the cube's center now boasted a grand platform with improved genetic chambers. Kane arrived just in time and observed that dozens of people were already present. He immediately recognized the Crown Prince, Third Imperial Prince, Second Imperial Princess, and the Fourth Imperial Prince, along with many other figures exuding formidable auras. All the Imperial children had their eyes on Kane, as did everybody else in the cube. There was nothing odd with it. After all, he was the reason the tournament was delayed by an entire month, and the news of him remaining inside the Tower of Stars for nearly 15 days was common knowledge. It seemed like there was no day that a shocking piece of news about the young man would spread across the Silver City. Without further ado, Kane calmly approached the Fourth Imperial Prince. He would be participating in this tournament under his banner. "I assume those two are my partners." Kane observed two individuals standing behind the Fourth Imperial Prince. One was a younger man, and the other resembled a middle-aged man at the Wave King rank. Both had short silver hair, pale skin, and matching physical features, suggesting they were likely related. For the tournament, the groups were supposed to consist of one elder genetic coder, someone under 500 years of age, and two novice genetic coders, individuals under 30. While the novice genetic coders would take the initial tests of the genetic tournament, the main events would have all three genetic coders working together. At that point, it was expected to have the elder genetic coder take the lead and the two novice genetic coders assisting him. Numerous eyes turned toward the group of the Fourth Imperial Prince, eager to witness the interaction between the elder genetic coder and Kane. While the middle-aged man would normally assume the lead, many considered Kane to be at least a 4-star Saint genetic coder. Kane was aware of the attention but paid it little mind. He bowed to Klaus before focusing on the two companions. "Kane, I'm relieved to see you're well. These are Grandmaster Demento Yoria, a 3-star Saint genetic coder, and his apprentice, Severin Yoria, a 4-star Grand genetic coder." Klaus spoke with a friendly smile as he introduced the pair, but a hint of tension lingered on his visage. While Kane might be participating in his team, the Imperial Prince was acutely aware of how tenuous his influence over the young man truly was. Kane gave Severin a brief nod and then set his piercing gaze on Demento. The older man met his stare without flinching, exuding an unwavering resolve. A burst of red light appeared in Kane's eyes as he stared at Demento, who promptly responded with a blue glow. The room went silent as the two exchanged ego waves, and it was evident to all that despite the significant gap in their ages and cultivation bases, both stood on the same level. Kane's eyes settled, and a smile graced his face. He clasped his hands together, bowing to the middle-aged man. "Kane Lorifer offers his respects to the elder Grandmaster. I consider my abilities to be on par with a 1-star Saint genetic coder, so I am at your service." Many were surprised by Kane's behavior. After all, one could make the argument for him to take the leading role in the main event since his skills were considered superior to those of Demento. While it would have been unorthodox and embarrassed Demento, few would have opposed it since what the Godslayer humankind respected was not age but power. However, not only did Kane not take that path, giving Demento the leading role without a fight, but he self-assessed his skill as a 1-star Saint genetic coder. Young prodigies often exuded arrogance, but Kane seemed to downplay his own status. Truthfully, without the aid of the genetic coder module, these were Kane's real capabilities, at least before his latest training session. Cain didn't mind taking guidance from Demento. In fact, he hoped to learn from the man. Hundreds of years of experience were at his disposal, and there was no reason to deny it, just to inflate his ego. Demento grinned at Cain's words and also clasped his hands. "It's an honor to have a grandmaster of your stature as my teammate. I will strive to harness your abilities to their fullest." He then shot a stern look at the young man beside him. Severin caught Demento's gaze and promptly bowed. "I'll do my utmost not to let Grandmaster Lorifer down." Although Severin was older than Cain, having been raised in a family that prized genetic coding, he was taught to respect skill over age. Klaus breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that Cain would collaborate and was willing to play a supporting role to Demento. With no immediate controversy, attention on the group led by the fourth Imperial Prince waned. Moments later, a figure descended from the upper tiers of the genetic evolution cube. The individual was none other than Silent White, someone at the peak of the Genetic Coder Association. Silent acknowledged the members of the Imperial family, but that was the extent of his courtesy. Given his age and power, he wasn't inclined to show excessive deference to a group of younger individuals. The Imperial children responded with smiles and nods, none acting pretentious, even the third Imperial Prince. Silent was not only a powerhouse but would also referee the genetic tournament. Only someone with Silen's power and status could ensure the tournament was judged fairly and that outsider influence could not affect the outcome. Welcome all to the 129th Genetic Tournament. We gather to showcase the talents of upcoming Grandmasters and the younger generation, hoping to unearth future pillars of the Empire. All teams, please take your positions before the designated genetic chambers. Following Silen's direction, teams positioned themselves. There was a palpable fighting spirit as they prepared to display their prowess. The genetic tournaments happen once every 10 years, and while their reward for the number 1 spot was not overly remarkable, the genetic coders that participated aimed at something else. What they sought was fame, since it could open many doors, allowing their genetic coding abilities to jump to the next level. Silent showed a small smile as he saw the fighting spirit of the novice genetic coders. The individual trials are for the novice genetic coders. The younger generation must prove themselves. Teams, choose your champions. Although each team had 2 novice genetic coders, only one would partake in the individual trials. Nearly all the teams had already discussed who would participate in the solo trials, except for Klaus' team. Luckily, no problem arose this time either, as Severin clasped his hand and performed a small bow toward Cain, indicating this one should take the stage. "I will do my best." With those words, Cain moved forward. Once all 10 participants stood before the genetic chambers, Silen nodded and continued, "While genetic coding is an art of finesse, time is invaluable. Whether in war, cultivation, or daily life, speed is crucial. The first trial is to assemble pseudo-saint vectors as swiftly as possible." The participants grinned upon hearing the challenge. Despite their internal confidence, none believed their skills surpassed Cain Lorfier's. But in assembling a vector, speed was paramount. Their cultivation base suggested reflexes and cognitive speeds superior to Cain's, since they were all either late or peak wave champions. Cain noticed the competitors' smirks. A mischievous smile and a glint of ambition emerged on his face. Silen waved his hand, filling the genetic chamber with materials for the vectors. Enough materials are provided to form 100 vectors. The participant who finishes fastest with the fewest errors will take first place and earn 10 points for their team. The second earns 5 points, and the third only 2. As Silen prepared to signal the start, Cain raised his hand. "Yes, Colonel Lorfier? I wonder if making bets with my fellow participants is permissible?" Some frowned upon hearing this, but many smirked. Greed was the characteristic emotion of the Godslayer humankind, and while looking it down, many considered it a virtue. After all, it was humans' greed that led them to ether. Usually, Silen would discourage interruptions, but given Cain's title, he permitted it, if they're within reason. Cain thanked Silen and unveiled his Tier 1 biogenetic chamber.
All participants' eyes gleamed with envy, recognizing the value of the chamber and desiring it for themselves.
I'm willing to wager my Tier 1 biogenetic chamber and the formula for the Life Trent lineage. You only need to offer something valued at 25% of the chamber and formula. If any of you secures the first position, that individual will claim the prize and other bets will be returned. However, if I win, I take everything. The youths couldn't help but clench their fists at Kane's proposition. If Kane triumphed, his gain would substantially outweigh his initial stake. Yet, the allure of the Tier 1 biogenetic chamber was too compelling to ignore. The novice genetic coders exchanged glances and nodded, deciding to take the bet. A silent agreement formed among them. One of them had to win. An awkward expression appeared on the faces of the people watching the tournament as they saw the youth trying to amass the massive amount of wealth needed to participate in the bet. The Tier 1 biogenetic chamber was more expensive than a full set of platinum tier artifacts, so many of them were forced to ask their elders and family for assistance.
Everybody who came to this place had a wealthy and powerful background behind them, so even if the amount they had to gather was immense, they all did it quickly.
Finally, all 9 youths managed to amass enough wealth and placed their bets. After that, everybody adopted a meditative position before the genetic chambers as they unleashed their ego wave, ready to act as fast as possible.
If before they were motivated, now there was fire emerging from their eyes as they pushed themselves to the peak. No matter what, they could not allow Kane to take the first place. Kane smiled as he saw that and calmly fused his ego wave into the genetic chamber.
Begin. Scyllin's voice echoed across the cube, and a set of virtual numbers appeared above each genetic chamber, indicating the amount of vectors the novice genetic coder had managed to assemble.
The novice genetic coders began to manipulate the vectors, constructing one at a time as fast as possible. All of them were pushing their minds to the limit and burning their ego waves to enhance their cognitive abilities.
However, there was one who was not assembling the vectors. Kane continued to spread his ego wave into the chamber and had yet to start. People grew confused as no matter how good he was, the others were advancing at a shocking speed. There were even some that sneered, thinking that Kane was being too conceited. They did not understand that Kane was spreading his ego wave to touch every one of those vectors. Unlike the other novice genetic coders who were assembling one vector at a time, Kane would take a different path. He would take control of every component inside the genetic chamber and act on all of them simultaneously.
Usually, assembling 100 vectors at the same time would be impossible due to the effort required, but Kane was different. Not only did the pieces automatically arrange themselves in his mind, but with the flow, he could perceive the connection between them, making everything much more straightforward. Of course, this also required an ego wave that reached the second realm, and only Kane had reached that level among the novice genetic coders. Once Kane's ego wave touched every single vector, the red light in his eyes burst, and he pushed his mind to the limit. In less than 5 seconds, the score above Kane that read 0 changed to 100.
When the other young geniuses saw that, they all froze and stopped working on their vectors. The second fastest had not even completed 15 vectors, so calling it a competition would be a little too much. Kane's speed was in a completely different league. Silence reigned as people witnessed that incredible feat of skill, but it didn't last long. He is cheating. The one who shouted was a young man with azure hair and sky-blue eyes, part of the 3rd Imperial Prince group. The Grandmaster behind him was none other than Salomon. Clearly, this one was part of the Azure royal family. The young man's face was full of indignation as he shouted and pointed at Kane. Unfortunately, the young man's words did not have the effect he expected. Instead of focusing on Kai, all eyes turned on him with either disdain or pity. It was only at this point that the man from the Azure royal family realized his mistake. He couldn't accept Kane's skill, so he shouted without evidence, making himself look foolish. There was no way Kane would have cheated with so many Grandmasters present and inside a grand artifact like the Genetic Evolution Cube. And even if Kane had somehow cheated, unless the young man from the Azure royal family could provide evidence, it did not matter. A nasty expression appeared on the third Imperial Prince's face as he saw the young man's display, further reducing his opinion of the Azure royal family. Salomon noticed this, and fury appeared in his eyes as he stared at the young man, making a mental note to teach him the weight of his actions later. Cain remained unperturbed by all this and simply smiled, relaxing his ego wave to let his body rest. While assembling all 100 vectors at the same time was impressive, it pushed his mind to the limit, and he needed a break. Silence said nothing, merely glancing at the youth, then turned to the others, reminding them that second and third place was still up for grabs. The youth silently cried as they thought of the wealth they had just lost, but they clenched their teeth and pushed themselves forward, aiming to at least get something from this. It took an hour before they all finished. The second place went to the second Imperial Princess's team, and the third to the Crown Prince's group. The youth from the Azure royal family was skilled, but the mental pressure of his mistake threw him off his rhythm, and he was the slowest to complete the 100 vectors. First place. Cain Lorifer, 4th Imperial Prince's team. Second place. Jordan Simeon, 2nd Imperial Princess's team. Third place. Sally and Gaiman, Crown Prince's team. Scyllan's voice echoed across the cube as he declared the winner of the first contest. Cain smiled as he heard the verdict and used his ego wave to condense the life wave around the treasure and wealth gained, making it levitate before depositing it in his space ring. That was just part of it since he also gained millions of military credits. Ha ha ha. I am filthy rich. Cain could not help but show a smile unlike any he had shown before as he saw the immense amount of wealth he had amassed. He was now rich even by the standards of Eden, and it came just in time since he had spent nearly all the military credits he had left amassing the tons of golden-level metals. Silon allowed the youth to rest for 30 minutes, going through the experience before waving his hand and filling the genetic chamber again. A flaw might not seem much, but when it comes to our genes, they are paramount to catastrophe. The next trial focused on figuring out the flaws in the genetic chains inside the genetic chamber. Once again, a sharp light appeared in the youth's eyes. When it came to detecting flaws, more than talent, experience came into play. Cain was young and divided his talent into his cultivation and hypnosis master, so they all believed they should be better than him since they spent nearly every hour of their life amidst genetic coding. Just as the rest of the novice genetic coders gained a sense of confidence, Cain's voice echoed once again. I can see the pride in your faces, meaning you have absolute trust in your abilities. If that is the case, who is willing to bet one more time? This time, I will only ask you to put something equal to 15% of the worth of my Tier 1 biogenetic chamber and life trend lineage formula. Cain's face was calm, and there was nothing odd about it, but those who focused on his eyes could clearly see the greed in them. By now, there was no one who failed to recognize Cain's tendency towards gambling. Even if one considered it a disgusting habit, there was little you could say about it if he always won. Ahem. Just as some of the novice genetic coders were mustering the courage to take the bet, their elders either coughed or signaled that they should refrain from it. None of them would be willing to lend any more money, so they should not even ask for it. Cain saw that no one was willing to bet this time and could only sigh before shrugging his shoulders. He had already won a lot and was just trying his luck. Silon could only shake his head as he witnessed this, but there wasn't much he could say about it. Cain was just 17 years old, so it was normal for him to have eccentricities. Not to mention, there was no cultivator without their own peculiar behaviors. After all, what is the point of strength and fame if you do not enjoy it, acting according to your heart's desires? You have 1 hour. Find as many flaws as possible. Once you find and mark them, the counter above your genetic chambers will change. After those words, Silon gave the youths a moment to focus before waving his hand, indicating the start of the trial. This time, Cain began as swiftly as the others and his eyes immediately burst with a red light as he began to decipher the flaws in the genetic chains. Not even a minute had passed, and the counter above his genetic chamber had already reached the 100 mark. Shock and awe appeared on the faces of the other novice genetic coders as they witnessed this, especially since the second place had only reached 15. It was clear to all that Kane Lorifer's genetic coder abilities were in a completely different league. Asking him to compete with other novice genetic coders was like asking an Apotheosis Realm Master to discuss cultivation with a Wave Champion. Still, no matter how much it frustrated the other teams, Kane had the right to participate in the two trials since he was under 30. In fact, of the 10 novice genetic coders, he was the youngest by far. Kane focused solely on the genetic chamber, analyzing every genetic chain. The flow played a crucial role as it allowed him to perceive the frequency of each chain, and anything that was out of tune was clearly a mistake. The more he learned about the flow, the more Kane realized that it was not an ability made for only the battle. It could reach every aspect of a cultivator's life. Kane was sure he was just touching the surface of the flow, but his cultivation was still too low to delve deeper into it. Although the flow was an extremely important subject, Kane kept his mind focused. Kane's eyes and hands moved faster and faster, and the number above his genetic chamber kept increasing. By the time the 1-hour limit was reached, the second-best novice genetic coder had detected 1203 flaws, while Kane's score surpassed 15,000. The difference was just too significant, to the point that even if the other novice genetic coders added their marks, they would still lose. Silen wore a complicated expression as he observed the reactions of the other novice genetic coders. They were truly in a completely different league, making them question their skills. However, the man did not offer words of compassion. Genetic coding was full of struggles, and if they couldn't surpass this challenge, they were never meant to become grandmasters to begin with. First place. Kane Lorifer, 4th Imperial Prince's team. Second place. Jordan Simeon, 2nd Imperial Princess's team. Third place. Nyron Azure, 3rd Prince's team. The first and second places remained unchanged, but this time, the novice genetic coder of the 3rd Imperial Prince team claimed the 3rd place. It seemed that the young man from the Azure royal family only needed time to relax in order to showcase his true skills. Kane glanced at the young man from the Azure royal family and was surprised. He had never expected that man to take 3rd place since many others displayed greater genetic coder abilities. How odd. There was no reason for someone to be an expert in genetic flaws while failing in other aspects of genetic coding. However, Kane didn't dwell on it. While Kane was talented in genetic coding, his knowledge was still limited to the mainstream path. Perhaps the Azure royal family had insights that improved certain aspects, allowing their mastery over genetic flaws to surpass others. Of course, there was also the possibility that the Azure novice genetic coder had cheated. Still, Kane did not have any evidence of that, and he would not go around making a fool of himself by accusing someone of a crime without proof. Silen was also a little surprised about the 3rd place winner, but since the cube detected nothing wrong, he moved on. He gave the participants an hour to rest before signaling the elder genetic coders and 2nd novice genetic coders to step forward, assembling the entire teams. Then, he waved his hand, projecting a virtual screen with the team's scores above him. 4th Imperial Prince, 20 points. 2nd Imperial Princess, 10 points. Crown Prince, 2 points. 3rd Imperial Prince, 2 points. Smiles adorned the faces of the Imperial family members, but the brightest shone on the 4th Imperial Prince. Klaus nodded appreciatively, receiving praises from other contestants. For the 4th Imperial Prince, the prize of winning was insignificant, but the acclaim that came with victory was invaluable. With Kane on his side, his win seemed inevitable. Silen allowed everyone a moment to strategize before speaking again. The next test involves the entire team. Each team must create wave viruses. One must be a wave talent enhancer, the other a lifespan enhancer, and the last, a battle survival enhancer. You can choose your viruses, but they must fall into those categories. We will evaluate each wave virus and give a ranking according to their efficiency. The first place in each category will gain 10 points. Second place earns 5, and third place gets 2. Solemn expressions gripped each team, especially the one led by Marlon White of the 2nd Imperial Princesses group. They still had a shot at winning the tournament. If they secured first place in 2 out of the 3 categories, their score would surpass that of the 4th Imperial Prince's team. You all have 10 minutes to prepare your formulas and gather the necessary materials. The first wave virus will be the Wave Talent Enhancer. Silent uttered those words before adopting a meditative position in the air, waiting for the teams to decide. Like the other teams, Kane, Demento, and Severin began discussing their strategy, using their ego waves to maintain privacy. Before I make a suggestion, does Grandmaster Lorifer have any unique formulas that could be useful in this situation? Demento asked Kane, hopeful for any advantage. It would not be odd for a divine talent like Kane to have access to a unique inheritance with special formulas to deploy better effects than others at the same rank. That would actually explain the young man's sudden rise as a genetic coder. Unfortunately for Demento, Kane's talent relied on the genetic coder module and the flow, neither of which granted him access to unique formulas. The only saint formulas I have are for the Life Trent lineage and True Awareness lineage. I was hoping to acquire a Wave Talent Enhancer formula for the saint level after this, Kane answered honestly. Demento nodded, accepting the response. I have several formulas at my disposal. Some I'm confident in, while others are too challenging for me alone. I have a peak 4-star genetic formula for a Wave Talent Enhancer Wave Virus, but success will heavily depend on Grandmaster Lorifer's assistance since it surpasses my current abilities. Kane's face grew solemn. I will do my best. Demento smiled, appreciating Kane's humility. The elder genetic coder did not want an overly confident youth who did not understand the difficulty of a 4-star wave virus and whose arrogance could lead to mistakes. That will be enough. Demento then turned to Severin. Severin, you'll assist me and Grandmaster Lorifer. Stay focused. We might only require your assistance a couple of times during the entire project, but that could make the difference between success and failure. The young man's face was as serious as it could be as he nodded, and his eyes burst with golden light. I will not fail you, Father. Upon hearing that, Demento showed a brief smile, but it quickly faded, replaced by a stern expression as he nodded to the young man. Next, he shared the genetic formulas with Kane. Kane couldn't help but frown as he analyzed the genetic formula. It was truly complex, and there was no way he could succeed alone. Luckily, he would only play a supporting role, so he nodded in understanding. Silent opened his eyes, signaling the time to start. Start. Each team began communicating with their genetic chamber, silently demanding the materials required for their wave viruses. Kane observed the genetic chamber filling with liquid as Demento requested materials, and his eyes narrowed as he looked to the other teams. A meaningful light appeared in his eyes as he communicated with Apex. Apex, can the AI chip module scan the process of the others without altering the cube or alerting anyone? The current capabilities of the modules of the Absolute Lifeform system matched a complexity equal to the Apotheosis realm. However, the AI chip module was special as it grew stronger alongside his soul force and didn't require a direct upgrade. It can, but that would mean there won't be a chance to use the genetic coder module to fix the flaws of the next wave virus you and the others are going to make. It would require the full power of the system. Kane smiled upon hearing that answer. He never planned to use his destiny force in the tournament, so there was no issue with the module being inactive. Do it. As soon as Kane uttered those words, the Absolute Lifeform system focused its entire power on the AI chip module, deploying an invisible force field that engulfed the other genetic chambers. If everything went well, Kane could use the data to replicate the genetic formulas the other teams would use. It took only a minute for the genetic chamber to fill with the materials needed. The next second, the ego waves of Kane, Demento, and Severin fused, allowing the trio to establish a telepathic link as they began their work. The first step was the creation of the vector, the vehicle for the future genetic chain. The better it was constructed, the easier it would be for the wave virus to alter the correct genomic sequence. Demento handled the brunt of the work, while Kane ensured that the pieces were handed over in a perfect sequence, significantly reducing the task's burden. Severin stood vigilant, ready to intervene if needed. No sound could be perceived inside the genetic evolution cube, as everyone was intently focused on their genetic coders. Virtual images appeared in the sky, showcasing the macroscopic work all were undertaking, and even those with the power to emulate nuclear weapons could not help but feel awe and wonder at such a marvel. All those powerhouses could level entire cities with a wave of their hands, but to control the building blocks of creating was an ability that required years of hard work and absolute dedication. How could someone not feel respect for the display of such devotion to a craft? There was no time limit in this round, so every team was working at a steady pace, ensuring no flaws arose. Of course, it still required a certain speed since once the creation of the vector or genetic chain began, there could not be prolonged delays as it could lead to instability and flaws. While Kane used the system to gather information about other teams, his primary attention was on his own genetic chamber. His eyes emitted a brilliant red light as he accurately handed the vector components to Demento. An hour passed and smiles crept onto the faces of both Demento and Kane when they finally saw their completed vector. Though they couldn't be sure, it seemed to be a Golden Saint vector, possibly flawless. Had they crafted a weaker vector, no matter how good the theoretical efficiency of the wave virus was, it could only offer a subpar effect in reality. Their excitement notwithstanding, the team remained focused, knowing that crafting the vector was the easiest part. Now, they had to create the genetic chain, the wave virus's core, which was far more challenging. The vector would reach the cells that needed to be altered, but it was the genetic chain that would perform the genetic modification. Knowing that, it was easy to understand how even the slightest flaws in the genetic chain could lead to disaster, not only failing to improve the wave talent of the individual, but diminishing it. Demento resumed the lead role, while Kane worked diligently to preempt any potential errors. Both pushed their minds and abilities to the utmost limit. Occasionally, minor instabilities would appear in the genetic chain. While they were not serious, they could lead to severe problems, such as unwanted mutations, if left unchecked. Luckily, Severin would swiftly stabilize the genetic code until Kane or Demento could rectify it. The trio was working in perfect harmony, each taking care of their role with absolute focus while at the same time making sure the other two did not miss something. Of course, Kane's team was not alone since everybody was pushing their limits, their ego waves burning rapidly to enhance cognitive abilities. As hours went by, the genetic chains grew more and more refined, nearing the completion point where they would be inserted in the vector, completing the wave virus. After 31 hours, the first team to finish was that of the Third Imperial Prince. The group, composed solely of members from the Azure Royal family, had completed their wave virus. It was difficult to gauge its power at a mere glance, but all Grand Masters nodded in approval, discerning it was at least a peak 3-star Saint Wave virus. Despite the arrogant nature of the people of the Azure Royal family, the trio led by Salomon did not grow cocky for finishing first since that did not mean their work was better than the others. The silence continued, and half an hour later, the team led by Marlon White also unveiled their masterpiece. Just watching the wave virus on the screen was enough for all those present to understand just how impressive the White family's skills were. Kane's team was the third to finish. Judging by the wave virus composition, their product was of exceedingly high quality. Exhausted yet satisfied, Demento, Kane, and Severin shared a moment of relief and pride in their accomplishment. After 49 hours, the final team completed their task. Only then did murmurs and discussions resume among the observers, speculating on the victor. The Fourth Imperial Prince, Second Imperial Princess, and Crown Prince look at each other. In their minds, the top 3 positions could only belong to them, and the only question was who would be on top. Cylon allowed a brief respite before signaling, causing a powerful force field to emanate from the genetic evolution cube. The genetic evolution cube will determine the level of wave talent enhancement your wave viruses can offer to an apotheosis realm master. All teams nodded in agreement, trusting the cube's objectivity in measuring the outcomes. After roughly 10 minutes, a virtual screen materialized, revealing the results. Third Imperial Prince, 29.3% wave talent enhancement. Second Imperial Princess, 28.2% wave talent enhancement. Fourth Imperial Prince, 28.1% wave talent enhancement. Crown Prince, 25.6% wave talent enhancement. Surprise appeared in many eyes as they read the virtual screen, and Klaus, Emerald, and Michael could not help but turn toward the third Imperial Princess with surprise and shock. While the team composed entirely of Azure Royal family members performed well, it was unexpected that their wave virus would outperform the ones deployed by the teams with Marlon White and Kane. From the expression on the third Imperial Prince's face, even he seemed taken aback and had not anticipated such a result. Regardless of the shock, he immediately puffed out his chest with a cocky demeanor. Kane shared the general's surprise, his eyes narrowing as he stared at the Azure Royal family team. Two of the novice genetic coders appeared smug, but although Salomon tried to emulate their confidence, a trace of concern and nervousness betrayed him. There is something wrong with that wave virus. Kane's instincts whispered the suspicion, but he wouldn't hurl accusations without proof. His suspicions were well-founded since the wave virus that the team of the third Imperial Princess generated was of a minor grade than the ones made by him or Marlon White's team. Although the effect of a 4-star wave virus should not necessarily be better than that of a 3-star wave virus, that was the case 99% of the time. Cylon was also surprised by the effect of the Azura Royal family's wave virus, but he fulfilled his role as a referee and updated the scoreboard. Fourth Imperial Prince, 22 points. Second Imperial Princess, 15 points. Third Imperial Prince, 12 points. Crown Prince, 2 points. While the fourth Imperial Prince's team maintained the lead, the third Imperial Prince saw a significant leap in his standings. And if the second Imperial Princess's team secured first place in the next round, they could potentially overtake the lead. Everybody expected the fourth Imperial Prince team to have an easy road ahead since there were 2 Saint genetic coders in it, but that doesn't seem to be the case. The winner of the genetic tournament was now in contention, and it was impossible to know who would take the trophy, but something was clear. The third Imperial Prince's team was in the race. All teams have 5 hours to rest before the next test. Cylon's announcement was met with immediate action. Everyone on the platform assumed meditative postures, channeling their wave energy, rejuvenating their physical and mental states, and dispelling fatigue. Kane followed suit, but part of his mind remained active. He pondered the intricacies of the last wave virus, internalizing newfound knowledge and insights. Any refinement, no matter how minor, could be pivotal. It's time for the lifespan enhancement wave virus. 4 hours passed in what felt like a mere moment, and all genetic coders refocused, pushing their concentration to its zenith. Although the genetic chain differed this time, the overall process remained consistent. Each team began constructing the vector. Kane and Demento collaborated seamlessly, with Severin assisting whenever needed. The elder genetic master's eyes gleamed with a blue luminescence as he stretched his capabilities to their utmost. Though he remained steadfastly committed, he couldn't mask his astonishment at the noticeable improvement in Kane's movements. Evidently, Kane's skills had surged in the brief interval, a development that brought a smile to the middle-aged man's face. Their chances of success just got better. Just like before, Demento and Kane assembled the vector with remarkable efficiency. Their combined work was near perfect, reaching a standard that even a peak 4-star Saint genetic coder might not achieve. However, neither grew complacent. They had merely replicated the vector from the initial test, and if that was the pinnacle of their achievement, they would be relegated to third place. Demento glanced at Kane, the weight of their task evident in his gaze. Kane returned the look with a nod, signaling his readiness. Together, they began weaving the genetic chain, molecule by molecule. This intricate process was reminiscent of assembling a puzzle, but one with trillions of pieces and no reference image. Each segment of the chain needed to be compatible with the next. A single error, even at a microscopic level, could lead to undesirable mutations or, worse, the complete failure of the wave virus. The chamber's atmosphere grew tense as all eyes turned to the teams representing the third Imperial Prince, Second Imperial Princess, and Fourth Imperial Prince. It was a contest between these three for the coveted first place, and each team displayed an astounding level of skill and concentration. Hours seemed to blur into minutes and minutes into seconds. The teams were so engrossed that the external world seemed to vanish. Occasionally, Severin would interject, warning of instabilities that Kane or Demento would promptly address. The collaboration between Kane and Demento was palpable. They functioned seamlessly, enhancing each other's strengths and mitigating their weaknesses. The genetic chain evolved as time passed, increasing in intricacy and purpose. Kane had been harnessing the flow throughout, and his proficiency in genetic coding continued to rise. Suddenly, he detected a minor fluctuation in a segment crafted by Demento. It was a deviation so slight that even a 4-star Saint genetic coder might overlook it. Yet, with the flow's enhancement, it was evident to him. Swiftly, he corrected the sequence, returning the chain to its intended structure. Demento shot Kane a brief look as he adjusted his work. There was no resentment, only a quiet nod of appreciation. Then, with sharpened focus, he resumed coding. The pair continued in harmony, finalizing the genetic chain, integrating it into the vector, and ultimately completing the wave virus. As they finished, Kane's awareness expanded, noting that the Third Imperial Prince's team, led by Salomon, had already achieved their goal. They were the quickest, with Kane's team trailing in second. The team representing the Second Imperial Princess, under Marlon White's guidance, was still in progress. Exhausted, Kane refrained from observing further, simply closing his eyes for some much-needed rest. Hours passed, and gradually, all teams concluded their tasks. With the completion, Cylon gestured, prompting the genetic evolution cube to assess each wave virus, determining the longevity it would offer Aphrodiosis realm masters. Anticipation and anxiety dominated as everyone inside the cube turned their attention to the floating virtual screen. Third Imperial Prince, 520 years. Fourth Imperial Prince, 503 years. Second Imperial Princess, 499 years. Crown Prince, 468 years. The Third Imperial Prince's team, comprised solely of the Azure royal family, emerged victorious. Praise filled the eyes of the onlookers, but whispers of suspicion about the exceptional wave virus also arose. The novice genetic coders from the Azure royal family bore smug smiles, their arrogance unmistakable. Salomon exhibited similar emotions, but the concern in his eyes was increasingly evident. Thankfully for the seasoned genetic coder, attention swiftly shifted to the Fourth Imperial Prince's team. Demento and Kane's joint effort had clinched the second spot, surpassing the team led by Marlon White representing the Second Imperial Princess. Kane and Marlon exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting both burning ambition and mutual respect. Observing his son's reaction, Cylon nodded in approval, subsequently updating the scoreboard. Fourth Imperial Prince, 27 points. Third Imperial Prince, 22 points. Second Imperial Princess, 17 points. Crown Prince, 2 points. Once more, the Third Imperial Prince's team surged ahead, securing first place and earning 10 points. With Kane's team in second in the ongoing competition, the outcome remained unpredictable, with the Second Imperial Princess's team potentially seizing the lead in the final test. All teams have 5 hours to rest. After that, we will begin the final test, in which you will make the battle survival enhancer waste virus. Cylon's voice was booming, and there was a solemn tone in it, making it clear that the end of the tournament was coming. The mention of the final test sent a renewed surge of energy through the chamber. The battle survival enhancer wave viruses were among the most precious creations a genetic coder could make. A successful creation would drastically boost the combat prowess and survival instincts of any Aphrodiosis realm master, making them virtually indestructible in battle. It took hundreds of years and countless resources for a normal human to become an Aphrodiosis realm master, but only a second for them to fall on the battlefield. Knowing that, it was easy to understand just how crucial a wave virus capable of improving their survival would be in war. Kane and Demento were beyond exhausted after the creation of the last wave virus and sat in silence for a few minutes as they allowed their minds to rest. Demento's eyes were sharp as he turned to Kane and spoke solemnly. The effect of the Azure Royal's wave viruses is superb, but they are not invincible. We are close to surpassing them, and if we break out limits in the next test, there is a chance for victory. Kane nodded. Yes, but it will not be easy. Our minds must be sharper than ever. Kane and Demento nodded to each other as they closed their eyes. Both of them were not happy with the second place or a tie, and their goal was to attain absolute victory. As the hours ticked by, Kane meditated, tapping into the profound knowledge of genetic coding. Slowly, he felt a shift in his consciousness. It was as if layers of understanding peeled back, revealing deeper truths about the genetic makeup and its infinite possibilities. This newfound insight was akin to enlightenment, allowing him to perceive even the minutest details of genetic sequences. When the rest period ended, the teams reconvened, a mixture of determination and energy evident on their faces. Silence stood at the center of the chamber, a profound aura enveloping him. The final test begins now. Remember, the Battle Survival Enhancer Wave virus is not about longevity. It is about enhancing the very essence of a warrior. If there is one piece of work that you cannot fail, it is this one, since it involves the life and death of our brothers on the battlefield. Begin. With Silen's words, the atmosphere became charged with intense concentration. Kane and Demento, with their newfound understanding, began working on the genetic chain. Every twist, every turn, and every sequence was crafted with precision and purpose. The creation of the vector was not the same as in the previous two tests, since this time, the duo managed to make a truly flawless vehicle for the wave virus, one that would allow the genetic chain to display its full power. Hours passed, and the chamber was filled with the subtle sounds of coding, each team deeply engrossed in their task. Kane's recent enlightenment proved invaluable. That, plus the power of the flow, allowed him to predict potential instabilities even before they appeared, allowing for corrections in real time. The third Imperial Prince's team, which had been leading so far, seemed to falter slightly. The complexity of the Battle Survival Enhancer Wave virus was evident, challenging even the most skilled coders. As the final moments approached, Kane and Demento inserted the last sequence into their wave virus. They exchanged a confident look, believing that their creation was unparalleled. A few hours passed after Kane's team finished their wave virus for all time to end their work. Silence signaled the end of the test, and once again, the genetic evolution cube assessed each wave virus. The results would determine not only the winner of the test but the entire tournament. A hushed silence enveloped the chamber as the scores began to appear on the floating virtual screen. Fourth Imperial Prince, 93% Battle Survival Enhancement. Third Imperial Prince, 92% Battle Survival Enhancement. Second Imperial Princess, 89% Battle Survival Enhancement. Crown Prince, 84% Battle Survival Enhancement. Cheers erupted from the group around the fourth Imperial Prince, since Kane's wave virus showcased an even better effect than the third Imperial Prince's team. It was clear now that the fourth Imperial Prince's team had improved during the tournament, and the final scoreboard reflected their victory. Fourth Imperial Prince, 37 points. Third Imperial Prince, 27 points. Second Imperial Princess, 19 points. Crown Prince, 2 points. Kane could not help but smile, and there was a profound sense of satisfaction in his eyes, since all the hard work and effort paid off. Of course, where there was a winner, there must be a loser. The one that experienced failure the hardest was none other than the team composed of the Azure Royal family, who worked under the banner of the third Imperial Prince. In the beginning, the third Imperial Prince participated in this event as a mere formality and never expected the Azure Royal family's team to perform so well. But they surpassed expectations, and the thrill of victory became intoxicating. With that taken away, rage clouded his mind as he glared at Kane. Kamel Goldsoul's animosity towards Kane might be new, but it was intensifying daily. Now, unmistakable hatred gleamed in his eyes. Kane's eyes narrowed as he turned to face the third Imperial Prince, meeting his gaze without fear. The prince's status mattered little to him, since he was no mere commoner. While Kane rarely flaunted his background, he had the entire Imperial Lightning Fort backing him. That was already proven when the collapsing Lightning Duke had assigned the first collapsing lightning pillar for his protection during his stay in the Blood Sea. Everybody, the genetic tournament has come to an end. We will now proceed to crown the top 3 positions, Cylon announced, his voice echoing through the cube. Sensing the tension between the third Imperial Prince and Kane, he acted quickly to prevent any disruptions. With a wave of his hand, Cylon raised 3 large pillars in the middle of the platform where the tournament had unfolded, signaling the teams to take their rightful positions. Marlin's team gracefully moved to the smallest pillar, claiming their third-place position. Even in defeat, they held their heads high, embodying resilience. Defeat wasn't the end but merely a step on the path to greatness. This sentiment was shared by the team of the second Imperial Princess, who remained stoic despite their ranking. In stark contrast, the third Imperial Prince's team struggled to mask their frustration, flying to the second highest pillar. Salomon seemed the most upset, but his eyes also betrayed a hint of fear. Clearly, the worries of the elder genetic coder of the Azure royal family extended beyond the tournament's outcome. Kane felt minimal concern toward the hostility of others as he, Demento, and Severin ascended to the highest pillar. Their faces beamed with pride, celebrating their remarkable achievement. Humans might not excel at alchemy, rune crafting, enhancement, or wave crafting, but when it came to genetic coding, they were unparalleled in ether, rivaled only by the Legio Eldritch race. Demento, Severin, and Kane, representing the new generation, could rightfully proclaim themselves as peak achievers. Under the watchful eyes of everyone in the cube, Cylon presented medals to the top 3 teams. Those bestowed upon Kane's team gleamed with a shining number 1. A few hours after the genetic tournament, Kane and the fourth Imperial Prince, Klaus, sat in a quiet room. Their expressions were calm, a stark difference from the tension of their previous private meeting. Klaus no longer regarded Kane as a member of his faction. With the need for establishing hierarchy gone, their conversation flowed more amicably. "You've been instrumental in our success," Klaus began. "It's only fair to say our victory largely hinged on your involvement. A reward is in order." Kane nodded, acknowledging his pivotal role. From the start, his main request from Klaus was this one's support during the arcane ceremony of nobility. But if Klaus intended to reward him further, it would set a favorable precedent for future collaborations. Klaus, having anticipated this, was already prepared. "I've transferred 20 million military credits to your account, mirroring Demento's reward. But for your exceptional contribution, I have this." Klaus waved his hand, and from his space ring, a small crystal glowing with a sky-blue energy appeared. Kane's eyes immediately narrowed as he saw that crystal. Within it, he felt an extremely pure energy and sensed how his astral wave instinctively reacted to it. Its name is Gold Soul Crystal, a family treasure. Its power radiates from its ability to set your astral wave ablaze, burning the impurities within it, while simultaneously reinforcing it and improving its quantity and quality. Klaus gave Kane a moment to analyze the crystal before continuing. "You can only use one during each cultivation rank. This one is more than enough for a wave champion like you. Normally, people wait until they have reached the peak of the rank to use them. But I gather that you intend to use it right away and hope to acquire something even better by the time you approach Wave King status." Kane's eyes narrowed when he heard the words of the fourth Imperial Prince, and he just shrugged his shoulders, as that was precisely his plan. He intended to use the treasure immediately and then strive with even more vigor to obtain a better one in the future. Klaus didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The Gold Soul Crystal was a treasure that some would store for decades, waiting for the perfect moment, yet Kane was prepared to use it instantly. "Well, I suppose that's why you've achieved so much at such a young age. It's yours, so use it as you see fit." Kane nodded as he stored the crystal in his space ring. While he was prepared to use it immediately, he would first seek a state of focus and meditation. Although their business was concluded, Kane sensed that the fourth Imperial Prince had another topic to broach. Klaus wore a solemn expression as he locked eyes with Kane. "Tell me, Colonel Lorifer, how adept are you at detective work? Sensing the gravity of the subject, Kane took a moment before replying. I specialize in assassination and espionage. Currently, I can infiltrate and gather information on entities up to the level of Wave King with ease. Klaus nodded, trusting Kane's assessment. What I'm about to disclose is classified. If you reveal it without my explicit permission, you'll be branded a traitor. Kane met the fourth Imperial Prince's gaze, signaling his acceptance of the burden of knowledge. I am the current vice head of the secret Imperial Police. We've been investigating a series of disappearances in the Prometheus sector. Over the past 2 years, more than 3 million people have vanished without a trace. The news stunned Kane. It was challenging to make someone disappear in a world of cultivators with their myriad tracking abilities. The sheer scale of the event implied the involvement of the greatest power of the underworld. The scale of this event suggests the involvement of the organization. The reasons are unclear, but such actions can't continue unchecked. The rate of disappearance has been consistent across the sector, but recently over 100,000 individuals vanished from the Azure state alone. Disturbingly, the Azure royal family, responsible for the safety of the state, reported nothing. I learned of it through my spy network. Kane's expression hardened. The Azure royal family's inaction made them suspect at best and complicit at worst. I need you to investigate this matter. Employ any means necessary, provided you leave no trace. Succeed, and I'll award you 50% of the confiscated assets. As tempting as the offer was, Kane couldn't ignore the potential underlying motives. Still, the sheer number of disappearances invoked his sense of duty. I require all the data you've amassed so far. I'll begin my investigation after addressing some pressing matters. As we speak, the data is being transferred. I expect complete transparency regarding your findings. Both men nodded in understanding, and with that, Kane took his leave. Moments later, the Crown Prince materialized in the room. I see you took my suggestion to heart, little brother. The fourth Imperial Prince was not surprised to see Michael Goldsoul's appearance and merely glanced at him. I understand the reasoning behind giving that young man the task, but I'm not so naive as to overlook your ulterior motives, big brother. The tone Klaus used to address those last words made it evident that he was not pleased with the Crown Prince's interference. Michael simply smiled, nodded, and departed. Kane was in his room, a solemn expression on his face. He managed the surging blood energy inside his body, heightened by the blood apple, while simultaneously enhancing his astral wave using the Goldsoul crystal. His vitality and energy pool increased at a shocking rate as both his body and astral wave kept improving. His blood core became increasingly potent as the blood within him advanced, and his astral wave refined to an overwhelming level. After meditating for over a week, his eyes suddenly opened, revealing a newfound strength. Though he had not evolved to the next stage and remained a middle wave champion, his rebirth blood had attained the pinnacle of the golden blood stage. A satisfied grin crossed his face as he felt the power coursing within him. He eyed the crystal. More than 70% of its energy had been utilized, but a considerable amount remained. My astral wave has been fully purified. I should conserve the remaining energy for my progression to the late stage. Storing the crystal and the blood apple, Kane waved his hand, revealing a massive cauldron. He filled it with tons of golden-level metal and activated its matrix, increasing its interior temperature. It will take several hours for the metal to completely melt. Ensuring everything was in place, Kane rested, preparing himself for the subsequent task. When he awoke and the metal had melted entirely, he stripped down. Since his rebirth blood had achieved the pinnacle of the golden stage, Kane's physique was robust enough to undergo the fusion of golden-level metal into his bloodstream, attaining the third level of the biometal Herculean technique. Not wasting time, Kane submerged into the pool of molten metal. Immediately, he felt immense pain due to the heat, and he dared not open his eyes for fear of blinding himself. Yet he did not lose focus, drawing on his willpower to maintain control throughout the ordeal. The first 3 levels of the biometal Herculean technique were named Bronze Infusion, Silver Integration, and Golden Resilience. Transitioning from peak silver integration to golden resilience could take weeks, if not months, even for a prodigy. However, less than 5 hours after immersing himself in the cauldron, Kane felt his body tremble as his blood evolved, acquiring the properties of gold-level metals. The reason behind that talent was no longer a mystery for Kane, as he knew it was due to the soul force of the astral blood beast nurturing his soul sea. Just the fusion of the metal into his bloodstream significantly improved his constitution, but that was just the beginning. It did not take long for a profound transformation to begin inside Kane's body. Kane's blood energy began to extend and solidify, creating an intricate network of biometal fibers beneath his skin. This bolstered his defense, shielding him against various attacks. The procedure was excruciating, yet Kane couldn't help but smile as power surged through his veins. After another week of intense training, he finally rested, having integrated all 10 tons of the golden-level metal into his bloodstream. System, scan me. Impatiently, Kane instructed the system to analyze his progress. Scanning vessel. Scan of vessel completed. Name, Kane Lorifer. Race, Godslayer, humankind, path of power, astral rebirth, middle wave champion. Lineage, true awareness, lineage wave talent, high tier 8, peak tier 8. Stats, strength, 39.2 to 47.5 agility, 24.2 to 26.5 vitality, 41.5 to 50.2. Wave, 25.2 to 32.9 blood energy, 41.4 to 45.2 blood rebirth, golden blood stage. Note: wave virus inside vessel enhanced wave talent by 28.1%. Kane beamed, ecstatic with his updated stats. His biometal Herculean technique augmented both strength and vitality, with the latter being the primary focus. However, his true awareness lineage boosted the former, propelling both stats to unprecedented heights. His astral wave was already on par with a late wave champion, yet there was still a long time before he reached that stage. On the other hand, his blood energy was already nearing the peak of what his body could hold. The enhanced wave talent stemmed from the wave virus he and Demento generated during the tournament. The elder genetic coder was so happy with the victory that he did not mind handing the wave virus to Kane. Kane stood with a smile full of pride as he stored the cauldron and exited the room. Outside, Crane awaited, sporting a peculiar artifact on his back resembling a thick tree branch and a peculiar wooden sword at his waist. A single glance told Kane these were invaluable treasures. The sword seemed to be a platinum-tier wave artifact, but the object on Crane's back was even rarer. A holy weapon? That was the thought in Kane's mind as he gazed at the thick tree branch that had fused with Crane's back. Unlike wave artifacts, which require certain energy pools to be activated, holy weapons adapt with their users, becoming more formidable as the wielder grows. This means even a wave warrior can harness a holy weapon's power destined to attain peak apotheosis level. In contrast, a platinum-grade artifact requires a user with the energy to tap into its full potential. Recognizing the rarity of a holy weapon, Kane concluded Crane must have secured it through underworld connections. After a nod of approval, the duo teleported to the headquarters of the Wavecrafter Association. 2 months had already gone by, and Kane sought the return of his weapon. Walking purposefully, Kane and Crane approached the endless pyramid. They entered unhindered, having scheduled an appointment with Grandmaster Hordius, and swiftly made their way to the Master Craftsman's chamber. Like their prior visit, Grandmaster Hordius was engrossed in his work but paused upon noticing Kane. He acknowledged the young warrior with a nod. "In just 2 months, your name has echoed throughout the realm. It appears you're the talk of the town." Kane merely shrugged, fixing his gaze on Hordius. He could not hide his desire for his weapon. Without further ado, the Grandmaster waved his hand, revealing a red saber and a collection of 33 daggers. Intrigued, Kane studied the weapons, noting the marked difference from his previous weapon, Slaughter. The new weapons did not adjust to his battle style, but instead of leaping to conclusions, he awaited Hordius' explanation. Hortius nodded as he saw Kane's control and began to talk. Given the damage it sustained, reconstructing Slaughter as a single entity was unfeasible. However, this design suits you perfectly. I've named the saber, Slaughter, as a nod to its predecessor. While it no longer morphs to your whim, its durability is unparalleled. Hortius channeled his essence wave into the blade, which began to hum. Kane felt an instinctual wariness since he was sure the blade's power could threaten his reinforced body. It harnesses both astral and essence waves, Hortius continued. By channeling energy, I awakened its latent lightning and sonic laws. The oscillation weakens molecular bonds of whatever it slices, amplifying its cutting power proportionally to your energy pool. Kane and Crane listened in awe. Not only was the weapon incredibly powerful, but Hortius had managed to draw forth the power left behind by the lightning law of the collapsing lightning duke. Clearly, the man had reached an extremely high level in his craft. After hearing that explanation, Kane was more than satisfied with the blade but did not lose focus and turned his eyes to the daggers. Hortius noticed Kane's eyes shift to the daggers, and he infused them with his ego wave. With a gesture, they began to move around the room with incredible proficiency. Things escalated when Hortius used the matrix in the daggers to draw the life wave from the air. Kane and Crane looked at the dagger with awe as they were nothing short of extraordinary. The dagger's speed increased fivefold, nearing hypersonic speeds, and it amplified even more once Hortius enhanced the life wave with his ego wave. A cultivator at the second realm of the ego eternal path of power could improve their astral or essence wave with their ego wave. Typically, essence cultivators control the life wave to enhance their spells, while astral cultivators infuse their ego wave into their astral wave, pushing their bodily enhancements to the next level. Kane normally didn't use either of those skills since he preferred to use his ego wave as fuel for the skills of his alter ego. After all, Radiance of Life and Radiance of Strength offered a much more effective boost in battle power but consumed a tremendous amount of energy. However, seeing those daggers, Kane immediately envisioned a new battle style. His mind was potent enough to split into several trains of thought, and if he employed those daggers, his abilities and range would significantly enhance. I call them blood nails. Not only can they achieve extreme speed, but they can also reach an enhanced vibrational frequency. While their cutting power isn't as high as Slaughter, they're still mighty. Kane nodded in agreement with Hortius' words, sensing the power and efficiency of such weapons. After Hortius finished the demonstration, the Grand Master sent both Slaughter and the blood nails to Kane, who used his ego wave to engrave them before they merged into his heart. Afterward, Kane returned the starry gem to Hortius, which he had used to cultivate for the past 2 months since he could now train using the sonic blade fusion technique once again. I am very thankful for your exceptional work. I will ensure I use the weapons proficiently. Kane stood up and performed a slight bow as he uttered those words. He was ecstatic with his new weapon, confident he could deploy even greater battle power henceforth. It is a fine weapon. I was glad to work on it. If you ever want assistance again, I'm here to help. Hortius nodded to Kane and then, with a wave of his hand, signaled the duo to leave as he delved back into his tasks. Kane and Crane left the endless pyramid and returned to the main plaza, yet they didn't immediately return to their residence. A sharp light appeared in the young man as he spoke out loud. It's just a matter of days before my second trial in the arcane ceremony of nobility. Given that, instead of returning to cultivate, I should hone my blade skills. Hearing Kane's words, Crane's eyes briefly narrowed but quickly returned to normal as he nodded in agreement. That sounds like a wise plan, my lord. I could seize the opportunity to sharpen my skills as well. I haven't had the chance to test the power of my new treasures or dive into the laws related to my lineage. Following that brief exchange, the pair steadily made their way to the gates encircling Eden, preparing to enter the cicada forest. Cicadas are insects that fall from trees to burrow into the ground, sustaining themselves on tree roots for up to 17 years before emerging into the sunlight. The forest's name did not derive from the presence of these insects or wave beasts resembling them but from the idea that lurking beasts are ever present, ready to emerge at any moment. Roarrrrrr. This ferocious roar emanated from a creature best described as a massive stone structure, evoking images of a mountain. Yet, its design was anything but ordinary. The central body resembled a rugged mountain, its peaks blanketed in snow. Four monumental, stony legs extended from this body, anchoring the structure and lending it an animated appearance. It seemed as though the mountain itself had sprung to life. An orange-yellow glow emanated from its back, hinting at volcanic activity or a fiery core. This king beast bore the name, Living Volcano. Its might was on par with a late king beast, able to challenge weaker late-wave kings and annihilate those of the middle stage. Usually, these creatures slumbered deeply. Yet, when aroused, they unleashed widespread destruction, possessing a power that could raze small cities within moments. Naturally, they stayed in the forest's heart, avoiding human settlements to evade the wrath of cultivators, which would spell their doom. Roarrrrr. Along with that roar, the living volcano's body ignited, setting its surroundings ablaze. One of its stony legs lunged at a diminutive being in the sky. Despite its mammoth size, the king beast moved with overwhelming speed. Cain stood firm against the living volcano, confidence shining in his eyes. The thought of facing a late-wave champion beast alone would have been inconceivable when he first arrived in Eden, but now he was unfazed, even as a colossal rock leg hurtled toward him. Slaughter vibrated as Cain struck with all his might. In the next instant, a blast of lightning and flames erupted, setting ablaze everything within a radius of several thousand meters. Cain's strength and vitality were exceptional for a wave champion, further enhanced by the radiance of life and radiance of strength, which increased both by a factor of 4. Yet, the momentum and weight behind the living volcano's leg were comparable to a small nuclear weapon, leading to a stalemate in their clash. A boom. The impact sent Cain flying hundreds of meters, leaving a metallic taste in his mouth. However, he couldn't afford to dwell on it as the late king beast was unscathed by the blast due to its massive frame and lunged toward him again. Cain's eyes widened at the sight of another rock leg hurtling at him at hypersonic speed with the weight of several hundred tons. Despite being taken aback by the king beast's might, he was undaunted. His body was more than powerful enough to withstand the strike. Boom! Another explosion reverberated across the cicada forest, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing against rock. Cain's body could endure the strike, but that didn't mean he would simply accept it when he had the means to counter it. That was precisely what the blood nails were for. The 33 daggers had arranged themselves, forming a defensive formation between Cain and the living volcano's leg. Just because they were weapons didn't mean they couldn't serve as a shield. Cain regained control shortly after, and with a wave of his hand, the daggers dispersed and rose into the sky. His eyes glowed red as the ego wave enhanced the daggers. The living volcano sensed something amiss with the daggers, but having already encountered them, it deemed them non-lethal and lunged at the audacious human confronting it. A cultivator would have recognized the danger of the daggers and monitored them closely. However, Cain wasn't facing a cultivator but a beast. No matter how powerful or wise wave beasts became as a result of their cultivation base, most remained slaves to their instincts and fierce nature, which is why they couldn't surpass any of the main 6 races of ether. Cain watched as the living volcano lunged towards him, but just as it was about to reach him, he waved his hand down, sending all 33 daggers plummeting in a drill formation. The drill struck the living volcano's back, driving it into the ground, attempting to pierce its rocky hide. The daggers' power and range were impressive, as was their maneuverability, rivaling an essence cultivator's spell. They couldn't evoke unique phenomena or the might of laws that was the domain of the essence evolution path of power but as secondary weapons, they were ideal. A scream of pain and rage erupted from the living volcano as its life wave burst forth, pushing back the daggers that attempted to pierce its skin while slowly rising from the ground. While its offensive capabilities and agility were average, its defenses were nothing short of extraordinary. Cain's eyes narrowed. They had been clashing for nearly an hour, and while he had taken minimal damage, so had the living volcano, He didn't mind a prolonged battle. In fact, he had chosen this adversary for that very reason. Beyond testing his raw power, Cain sought to evaluate Slaughter and the Bloodnails, aiming to develop a battle style. With a saber, he could no longer use the skills of Bloodflow Fury. But he wasn't seeking a style focused on technique or finesse. Cain had observed many cultivators, from both the astral rebirth and essence evolution paths of power, wield swords. Yet, one stood out: the first collapsing lightning pillar. The image of the sword strike that split the Blood Sea remained clear in Cain's mind. While it was a single strike, it revealed the essence of the first collapsing lightning pillar's swordsmanship. The man didn't rely on swordplay. His attacks were simple, aiming to obliterate everything in their path. The key to that attack's power wasn't just his astral wave or physical might. I'm certain he infused that strike with the power of concepts. Cain took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and focused on the blade in his hand. His ego wave fused into Slaughter as he shut out everything but the weapon and his adversary. A concept isn't a law. Concepts are born from the collective consciousness of sentient beings, while laws form the framework of universal forces. I don't need to understand a concept's intricate nature to harness it, only resonate with it. Cain's mind grew increasingly serene and focused as he pursued this line of thought, turning his attention to his alter ego. There is no limit or restriction to the concepts one can learn or master. However, just as someone with a lightning lineage finds it easier to master the lightning law, Cain would have an easier time drawing the power of a concept that harmonized with his alter ego. The living volcano kept rising, finally able to stand up, repelling the daggers. Its life wave burst as it focused its energy on its leg and attacked with all its strength. Cain felt the massive stone leg approaching him at thousands of meters per second. He slowly opened his eyes as his grip on Slaughter tightened. "I am the sun that sunders the night." Along with those words, Cain swung Slaughter, colliding directly with the stone leg about to clash with him. Ashish. There was no blast or explosion, only the sound of wind splitting apart as Cain's saber sundered the stone leg in half. No scream of pain came from the living volcano, not because the wound wasn't painful, but because it was in shock. It had fought with the human for nearly an hour and couldn't comprehend where he summoned such strength from. Unfortunately for the living volcano, distraction in the presence of a master assassin was a deadly mistake. Before it could regain its focus, Cain was already in front of its face, piercing Slaughter into its head. A boom. Cain's eyes showed nothing but coldness as the energy on his blade burst, destroying the brain and soul sea of the living volcano and killing the creature. A satisfied smile appeared on Cain's face as he saw the light fading from the living volcano's eyes. The 33 daggers returned to him, positioning themselves on his back, ready to block any attack. However, his smile didn't last long as Cain grabbed his head, assaulted by a sharp pain. A complicated expression appeared on his face as he felt his ego wave deplete. "I can summon the power of the sundering concept, but for that, I need to set my ego wave ablaze. Clearly, my mastery over it is too shallow." Cain had always been harsh with himself, but if anyone else were to see his feat, they would not know how to start praising him. Not only did he manage to summon the power of concepts less than a year after reaching the second realm, but he also managed to kill a late king beast before turning 18. Not wanting to waste time, Cain used his ego wave to cover the living volcano. Normally, he would drain the blood of any beast he killed, but the living volcano's blood was not fit for consumption, nor was its rocky flesh. Anyone else would have had no use but to sell the corpse, but Cain was not like others. As soon as his ego wave covered the creature's body, he sent it into the devouring dimension. The gluttony module could consume an actual mountain, so it had no problem devouring the energy and vitality of the beast in the form of one. Having taken care of the late king beast, Cain turned around and flew at full speed toward Eden. Although he showed no emotion, he had detected that more than one person was observing him, either from a great distance or using other supernatural methods. "I detected no ill will, but that doesn't mean someone isn't aiming to harm me among those observers. They might just be skilled at concealing their intentions." Cain's eyes were sharp as he determined this and made his way to Eden. Having already entered once, it wasn't hard to do so again. He wasted no time, heading straight to the teleportation plaza and then to his residence to rest. The next day, Cain woke up early, cultivated to bring his body to peak condition, and then left his residence. He appeared in the plaza and took a teleportation formation, only to emerge in a vast barren land. Cain wasn't alone. He immediately noticed the presence of the fourth Imperial Prince and his group, along with the Crown Prince's group. The Imperial scholars, including Dominguez, were present as well. The only notable absence was the second Imperial Princess, though Jordana and Marlon were there. Whether the duo acted as representatives of the Imperial Princess was unclear. He nodded to all of them, but his attention soon shifted to the only structure in the area. A massive metallic staircase, seemingly meant for giants, crudely embedded into the side of a mountain. Colonel Lorifer, I, the Grand Scholar of the Imperial Court, Dominguez Flamen, welcome you to the second phase of your trial in the arcane ceremony of nobility, the walk to heaven. Dominguez and the other two Imperial scholars approached Cain. Although the Grand Scholar maintained a neutral stance, the others offered minor bows, acknowledging that the young man before them was destined to become an important figure in the Empire. Already expecting such a crowd, Dominguez remained focused and took out a golden scroll. The walk to heaven consists of ascending the heaven stairs, a treasure obtained by our greatest titan, Adam. It will test not your strength or combat abilities but the robustness of your foundations. Anticipation filled the eyes of all present when they heard the words of the High Scholar. The heaven stairs were a revered treasure capable of gauging someone's innate talent and might, and everyone wondered how far Cain might ascend. Who among you is willing to stake their name and reputation in support of Colonel Lorifer? As with the arcane route, Dominguez posed this question. Just as before, Klaus was the first to respond. I, Klaus Goldsoul, pledge my name and honor in support of Colonel Lorifer. Cain turned to the fourth Imperial Prince, offering a subtle smile. Their relationship had improved significantly over time. I, Jordana Manixit, pledge the Manixit name and honor in support of Colonel Lorifer. Cain was slightly taken aback by this and turned to Jordana. He was surprised she still supported him despite his recent issues with the second Imperial Princess. I, Marlon White, pledge the White name and honor in support of Colonel Lorifer. Another mild surprise came to Cain when he saw Marlon also supporting him. Unsure of their intentions, he simply nodded in appreciation before focusing on the heaven stairs. There was nothing more important right now than the challenge ahead. Dominguez acknowledged the supporters, engraving their names in the golden scroll, then turned to Cain. The higher you ascend, the better your performance mark. Cain nodded, taking a deep breath before stepping onto the first step. Immediately, he felt a pressure surrounding him, not pressing him down but assailing him from every direction. Beyond the physical realm, it attacked the wave within him, attempting to stifle it. Naturally, the first step pressure barely affected Cain, allowing him to advance to the second. His eyes narrowed as he felt the pressure double, and he couldn't help but glance at the 50th step. If the increase is exponential, then that level might be unbearable. Without overthinking, Cain jumped to the third step. As anticipated, the pressure on the third step was double that of the second. After a few moments of adjusting to it, he ascended to the fourth step. There was still no problem with the pressure, and he could handle it without issue. The same was true for the fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth steps. However, when he set foot on the ninth step, it felt like he had dived into an ocean, with countless waves crushing him. Observers at the base watched Cain with a mix of surprise and admiration. Cain wasn't fully aware as this information wasn't widely known to the public or even many nobles, but reaching the ninth step indicated that his talent was sufficient to become a peak wave king. While a peak wave king might seem inconsequential in the grand scheme of things, it represented an aspiration for billions of humans. Cain could achieve this pinnacle even if, from now on, he did nothing but sleep, eat, and occasionally cultivate. Cain remained on the ninth step, allowing his body and astral wave to adapt to the pressure. He stayed in this state for nearly an hour until his energy flowed freely through his body once more. Then, he advanced to the 10th step. The crowd had reacted to the 9th step with awe, but when Cain reached the 10th, their expressions intensified, and many sent messages via their AI chips. Reaching the 10th step signified that Cain's current talent and foundation were sufficient to evolve into the apotheosis realm. Although an apotheosis realm master was only one rank above a wave king, the difference between the two was immense. The former represented a cultivator on the path to divinity, while the latter was merely a king among mortals. And this was just his current talent level. No one doubted it would improve over the years, especially as the young man encountered more fortuitous opportunities. Cain didn't notice the expressions on people's faces as he used every ounce of strength and focus on his body and energy, preventing it from spiraling out of control. He endured the pressure that assaulted him from every direction. His astral wave, which usually flowed with the vigor of a racehorse, now moved sluggishly. It took all his strength to push it forward. He chose not to sit, fearing that if he did, he wouldn't be able to rise again and keep moving the astral wave through his meridians, compelling his rebirth heart to beat with increasing intensity. While he adjusted to the 9th step in an hour, the 10th step took him nearly 6. However, the color eventually returned to Cain's face, and his astral wave flowed powerfully through his meridians. With determination in his eyes, he looked at the 11th step. Taking a deep breath, he jumped onto it. Immediately, his knees buckled, and his entire body began to shake. A metallic taste filled his mouth. The pressure was overwhelming, threatening to freeze his astral wave, which would have caused significant damage. Yet, Cain's eyes burst with red light, utilizing his ego wave to its maximum, forcing his astral wave forward and aiding his rebirth heart in enduring the pressure. Observers at the base could see the ordeal Cain was experiencing. Still, they remained silent. Their admiration grew when, after a full day, Cain stood tall, his astral wave coursing powerfully through him. Their amazement intensified when Cain leapt to the 12th step. Despite the pressure, the young man persevered. Imperial princesses and scholars watched in awe, recognizing this meant Cain's talent could reach the pinnacle of the apotheosis realm. Hours passed, and while Cain adapted more to the pressure of the stair to heaven, he hadn't fully acclimated. Although he regained control of his body, his astral wave remained sluggish. Cain's eyes radiated red as he adjusted his breathing and set his sights on the 13th step. Witnessing this, the spectators were awestruck. Reaching the 13th step signified a talent suitable for becoming a divine ascension cultivator, the highest rank in ether. Cain calmly approached the end of the step, the red light in his eyes intensifying. Yet, instead of advancing to the 13th step, he retreated, immediately feeling the pressure from the stair to heaven dissipate as he descended to the ground. Seeing this, many felt a pang of disappointment that Cain didn't challenge the 13th step. Cain saw their reactions but remained unfazed. He could have taken the step, but the immense pressure would have overwhelmed him, risking severe injury. Why risk harm just to prove something to onlookers? What truly mattered to Cain right now was the state of his astral wave. Cain's eyes shimmered meaningfully, sensing the speed of his astral wave through his meridians. The stair to heaven served as both a test and a training ground, with immediate effects. With his enhanced astral wave, his proficiency in the 4 basic wave arts would improve, further boosting his combat abilities. A smile spread across his face, feeling his power surge ever since he arrived in Eden. Dominguez, as stunned as the others, consulted with the 2 other Imperial scholars. They quickly reached a consensus based on Cain's performance. Having observed and evaluated every facet of your performance, we are pleased to grant Colonel Lorifer the mark of High Marquis. We would like to mention, and it will be on record, that your feat reached the boundary of Vice Duke. However, due to your age and military rank, we are unable to grant it at the moment. Klaus, Michael, and the others were surprised to hear that. A Vice Duke was an extremely high title, and the fact that Dominguez mentioned it meant it was just a matter of a few years before Cain could attain it. Cain wasn't overly concerned about the title of nobility, but he understood its importance. He extended his gratitude to Dominguez and the other two Imperial scholars. "I thank you for your efforts. It is our duty. We will see you again in 2 months for the final test, the ascension to the stars." Dominguez spoke those words and nodded to Kane before he and the other Imperial scholars departed. "Ha ha ha, well done, Colonel Lorifer, you've done an excellent job." Klaus approached Kane, offering his hand for a shake. After a brief handshake, he added, "There's a small party at my home if you're interested." Although the fourth Imperial Prince didn't say it directly, the party was to celebrate Kane's achievements. Kane smiled but gently declined, "Thanks, but I have important matters to attend to at the moment. Maybe next time." Klaus's eyes narrowed, sharing a meaningful glance with Kane. Clearly, the matter concerned the investigation. The brief exchange ended, and both men resumed their pleasant demeanor. "I understand. I hope to see you soon, Colonel." With that, Klaus turned around and departed while others approached Kane. Just like with Klaus, Kane engaged in small talk but declined any further invitations. Soon after, he left the venue, heading to his residence. Once home, Kane's exhaustion took over, and he went straight to sleep. Upon awakening, he activated his AI chip module. How did it go? He sent the message, and within seconds, a reply came in Crane's voice. "As commanded, I've inspected the Azure State. Just as stated by the fourth Imperial Prince, thousands have vanished. They're primarily from remote villages, orphanages, or areas where their absence would create minimal disturbance. That's why, despite the high number of disappearances, there's no real uproar or concern. The changes have gone largely unnoticed." Crane had accompanied Kane to the cicada forest, but his departure wasn't for training. Instead, he stealthily left Eden to investigate the Azure State and the mysterious disappearances. As Kane went through the list of those missing, his expression grew increasingly somber. The common thread behind each disappearance was the presence of children. And the Azure royal family's involvement? "I've searched their facilities and did some recon. I found no direct connections, but I made a startling discovery. There's a high chance of an intercontinental teleportation formation in their main castle." Kane's eyes widened upon hearing the revelation, as it was a truly shocking piece of information. Intercontinental teleportation formations were incredibly expensive, to the extent that even powers with titans backing them might not possess one. Moreover, they were strictly regulated, with only the Imperial Court having access to them. Each and every one of these formations was situated in Eden and monitored around the clock. Although they were vital for maintaining the Godslayer human race's alliance with the Deus Bahamut race and Anima Machinarium race, they also posed a grave threat, as they could serve as a gateway for the dark races to invade Gaia. Given his rank as a colonel in the Imperial Army, Kane was acutely aware of the magnitude of the crime associated with secretly creating an intercontinental teleportation formation. The repercussions would be dire, leading to the branding of an entire family as traitors, their minds tampered with, and turned into war puppets until their demise. "How certain are you about this?" Kane struggled to grasp why the Azure royal family, descendants of the Azure Emperor, would commit such an act, prompting him to seek further confirmation. "Although I didn't directly witness the intercontinental teleportation formation, through my underworld contacts, I discovered that the Azure royal family has been procuring the necessary materials along with the help of rune masters and wave crafters." Crane was no simpleton and grasped the ramifications of concealing an intercontinental teleportation formation from the Imperial Court. Hence, he immediately relayed this critical information to Kane. Upon hearing about the rune masters and wave crafters, Kane's brows furrowed. If it were just the materials, there could have been a possibility that the Azure royal family acted as intermediaries. However, the involvement of grandmasters in inscription and crafting suggested that they likely intended to control the teleportation formation. Crane, how feasible would it be to gather these materials without ties to the Dark Kings? For the first time, Crane hesitated, indicating the complexity of the inquiry. Although most of the materials can be procured with enough wealth, the core components of the intercontinental teleportation formation are items traded exclusively by the Dark Kings. Unless they obtained them independently through some lucky chance, it's improbable for the Azure royal family to have constructed the formation without engaging with one of them. A chilling sensation enveloped Kane as he processed this revelation. Numerous individuals maintained connections with the underworld, him included, but there was a vast distinction between such dealings and affiliations with the Dark Kings. After all, anyone linked to the Dark Kings was, to some degree, affiliated with the organization. After pondering for a brief moment, Kane's resolve intensified. Meet me at the portion of the cicada forest close to the Azure State. Yes, Lord. Departing his residence in Eden, Kane ventured into the cicada forest. Engaging in combat with king beasts, he refined his sword techniques with slaughter and honed his mastery over blood nails. Occasionally, he would unleash the power of the sundering concept, amplifying his offensive prowess to such an extent that he could slay a late king beast in a single blow. Despite the astounding capabilities of concepts, they exacted a heavy toll. Although Kane had attained the second realm of the ego-eternal path of power not long ago, his willpower lingered at the peak wave king rank, yet to transition into the apotheosis realm. It wasn't due to Kane's lethargy or weakening will, but the steeper challenges faced with ascending ranks. The notion of someone possessing apotheosis realm willpower before the age of 18 was preposterous, with no historical precedent, even among past emperors of the Godslayer humankind. Therefore, to invoke the power of concepts, Kane had to ignite his ego wave, momentarily boosting his combat strength but leaving him vulnerable afterward, necessitating caution. On the third day following the conclusion of the walk to Haven, Kane confronted a gargantuan fiery avian creature. Enveloped in red flames, its metallic feathers gleamed menacingly, moving with surprising agility despite its immense size. Known as the Metal Flame Rock, this formidable creature harbored the potential to ascend to the ranks of a grand king beast. Kane, augmented by the combined might of his bloodwings and Asuraform's second gear, displayed remarkable speed, clashing repeatedly with the rock's talons and wings. His blood nails deftly deflected the searing balls of flame and razor-sharp metallic feathers hurled at him. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated throughout the expanse as Kane's blade met the Metal Flame Rock's beak head-on. Even with Kane's robust physique, comparable to a golden wave artifact and fortified by his radiance of strength, the impact was overwhelming. The taste of metal filled his mouth as he recoiled from the clash, being hurled backward. Although the Metal Flame Rock yearned to pursue the audacious human who had dared challenge it, the confrontation had not spared it either. It took several moments to regain its composure and control. However, once it did, a fierce killing intent radiated from its eyes. The flames enveloping it intensified, reaching temperatures so high that the surrounding oxygen ignited, setting the sky aflame for tens of thousands of meters. Kyre! The Metal Flame Rock unleashed a formidable cry as it dashed toward Kane, resembling a flaming meteor, carrying the destructive force akin to a nuclear weapon. Just as Kane regained control over himself, he discerned the beast's ear-piercing cry. His gaze turned steely upon witnessing the fiery onslaught, powerful enough to have obliterated a large city in the old world. Taking a deep breath, the obsidian aura surrounding Slaughter intensified, and his heartbeat amplified. Thump! The moment Kane's heart shifted to third gear, he surged forward at an even greater velocity. His ego wave ignited, summoning the might of the sundering concepts. Shish! No explosion, nor a burst of energy marked the moment Kane and the Metal Flame Rock confronted each other in the sky. Neither halted their momentum, continuing their trajectories for hundreds of meters before eventually coming to a standstill. A grimace of pain distorted Kane's features, and he struggled to maintain his position in the sky. A gaping wound emerged on the right side of his chest, so profound that his ribs were exposed. The flesh surrounding the injury was charred, complicating the healing process. Meanwhile, the Metal Flame Rock remained eerily silent, its wings flapping weakly. The once luminous glow in its eyes had dimmed, and moments later, it started to plummet, seemingly devoid of strength. At first glance, the beast appeared unharmed, but upon closer inspection, A slender incision could be discerned on the upper part of its skull. Cain's blade had successfully penetrated the skull of the king beast, cleaving its brain in two, obliterating its soul dimension with a surge of dark force. That was a strike utilizing every ounce of Cain's power. Not only did he push his body to the limit by triggering third gear, but he also unleashed his astral wave and blood energy to enhance his physical might. Furthermore, he set his ego wave ablaze to gain the power necessary to pierce the beast's skull. Cain clenched his teeth to endure the pain, swiftly returning to the metal flame rock and placing his hand over it, sending it to his devourer dimension. To any onlooker, it would appear that Cain simply stored the corpse in his space ring. Although taking time to devour the entire body would have been more beneficial, Cain was pressed for time and opted to use the gluttony module that would constantly flood his body with energy and vitality without the need for active participation. After handling this, Cain's body morphed into a mass of shadows, splashing onto the ground and vanishing from sight. Those observing the battle from a distance or through supernatural methods were stunned as they lost sight of the young man. Some speculated whether they had been detected, but most concluded that Cain simply concealed himself due to the severity of his wounds. A few powerhouses attempted to locate him, but finding him from their hidden positions proved impossible, and thus Cain vanished from everyone's sight. Half an hour later, Cain emerged from the shadow of a tree nearly 500 kilometers from where he fought the metal flame rock. While his face was pale due to energy depletion, the wound on his chest was nearly healed already. Although the wound was serious, it had not affected any vital organs, and the radiance of life was more than capable of healing it once Cain focused solely on it. As he sensed the state of his body, a small smile appeared on Cain's face. Good. After attaining the third level in the biometal Herculean technique, my body can endure third gear for a few seconds without suffering crippling backlash. As for the sundering concept, while powerful, I am still too weak to use it without drawbacks, so I will save it as a trump card. Sensing the state of his body, Cain sat down and began to recover, using a high-quality wave crystal to regenerate his astral wave while taking advantage of the energy and vitality that the gluttony module flooded his veins with to push his body back to its peak. Simultaneously, Cain's ego wave silently flooded the surroundings, ensuring there was no one watching him. The main reason he vanished into a stream of shadows was to lose those who were observing him. After an hour, Cain regained enough strength and, having made sure no one was watching, he made his way through the cicada forest, nearing the Azure State. Although Cain couldn't use his full speed since he was concealing his aura, it took him less than a day to reach his destination and soon notice Crane. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed as he sensed a presence and turned to the left, only to see Cain less than 100 meters away from him. Crane had grown very powerful after his evolution core was healed and with his new lineage, but he was still surprised to see that Cain had managed to conceal himself so well from his senses. Not to mention, he was certain that the young man wasn't really trying to hide from him. "My lord," Crane clasped his hands and performed a bow as he saw Cain, who nodded before looking into the distance, towards the Azure State. "How confident are you in the fact that the intercontinental teleportation formation is inside the main castle?" Crane didn't answer immediately and thought for a moment before coming up with an answer. An intercontinental teleportation formation is not easy to hide due to the energy waves it unleashes and the strong presence of the space law. I doubt there is another place in the entire Azure State where they could hide it, as I am sure they do not want anyone to know about it. Cain nodded, agreeing with Crane. He stood silent for a few minutes before the final parts of his plan came to mind. "You have surveilled the comings and goings of the Azure royal family from the state as I instructed, right?" "Yes, my lord. Every time they exited, it's registered. I have even used the wood law to keep track of their presence inside the cicada forest." Cain couldn't help but look at Crane with surprise when he mentioned that. The wood law might not sound as impressive as the fire law or lightning law, but that was clearly the mentality of a novice when it came to the essence evolution path of power. There was no such thing as a weak law, only cultivators who lacked imagination and the dexterity to use it well. "Great. Tell me, Is there an early wave king present in the cicada forest? Crane didn't know Kane's plan, but he didn't need to, and immediately provided an answer. Yes. Right now, there is an old man named Oshus Azure guiding a young girl into battle not very far from our location. Kane nodded, and the duo immediately set off in the direction of the members of the Azure royal family. Excellent, Samira. Keep going like that. Oshus was watching a young girl fighting a great lion-like wave beast. Yes, master. The young girl fought using all her strength against the wave beast as if her life depended on it. Of course, while she and the beast were equally matched in strength, she was never in real danger since Oshus could intervene at any moment. The old man looked at the battle with a kind smile, yet there was another sentiment in his eyes as they followed the figure of the young girl, a flash of lust that he managed to conceal very well. Soon, very soon. I just need to make this little beauty more reliant on me. As these thoughts crossed Oshus's mind, his eyes widened as a figure with a red helmet emerged from the shadow of the trees, dashing toward him at a speed he could not respond to. Before he could make a move, the attacker landed a ferocious blow on the lower side of his abdomen, right above his evolution core. Ah! Samira couldn't help but look back as she heard that cry of pain. Her lack of battle awareness was evident, as the wave beast immediately seized the opportunity to attack her. Fortunately for the young girl, before the wave beast's teeth could pierce her neck, branches emerged from the ground, encasing her body, protecting her from the attack, and sending her into slumber. The wave beast clashed with the branches but could not damage them, and upon seeing a middle-aged man with a black helmet appear by their side, its fear exploded, and it immediately fled. The one in the black helmet was none other than Crane. He saw the wave beast running but paid it no mind and did not attempt to pursue it since it made no difference. Once he ensured the young woman was unconscious, he turned his attention to Kane and Oshus. Kane struck Oshus's evolution core multiple times, preventing the man from using his essence wave correctly, then targeted the pressure points on his body, paralyzing him. Oshus couldn't comprehend what was happening, and by the time he could react, his essence wave and body were already paralyzed. Although he was a wave king, his battle prowess was mediocre. Oshus's only remaining weapon was his ego wave, but despite his age, he was still in the mind-over-body realm, rendering it useless since his body was paralyzed. The first thing the old man attempted was to contact the Azure State for help, but he immediately realized that a jamming signal was in place, making his AI chip useless. Kane stood up and moved away from the old man before a set of branches lifted the ladder from the ground, leaving only his head uncovered. Do you know who I am? Despite the danger, like all members of the Azure royal family, Oshus was full of arrogance, thinking no one would dare to touch him due to his background and status. The only thing visible beneath Kane's red helmet was his eyes, and they were cold as he stared at the old man. I know exactly who you are, Oshus Azure. My little sister fell prey to your disgusting desires, and now I finally have the power to avenge her. Those words were obviously a lie, but Kane had thoroughly investigated the old man, and he needed to ignite fear in his heart to make his plan work. Oshus's face grew pale as he heard that. He didn't recognize the man behind the helmet, but he had wronged so many people in his life that the possibilities were endless. If the assailant were a thief or hired killer, he could negotiate using his background to preserve his life, but if vengeance was the motive, everything changed. Please, you must be mistaken. I have never harmed any children. I swear on the honor of my family. Of course, the first thing Oshus did was deny the accusations, but Kane's gaze only grew colder. There's nothing you can say or do to stop me. First, I will take out your eyes. Then, I will flay your body and strip every piece of skin from you. But don't worry, you will not die. Let's start. Kane waved his hand, and the blood nails materialized, slowly advancing toward Oshus's eyes, amplifying the fear and pressure in his mind by the second. No. Someone save me. Help! Oshus screamed like a madman before the daggers even touched him, revealing the extent of his terror. Of course, Kane had already used his ego wave to block any sound from escaping the area so no one could hear them. Just as the daggers were about to gouge Oceus's eyes, Cain's ego wave burst forth, flooding the old man's mind. Oceus's eyes trembled for a few seconds as a blue light emerged within them, but his willpower was too weak, and he fell into a state of compulsion right away. Cain nodded as he invaded Oceus's brain with his ego wave and began the hypnosis. Trying to infiltrate the Azure Castle directly would be foolish since Apotheosis Realm Masters guarded it, but using a spy would make everything much easier. Crane looked on from the side, and the awe in his heart only kept growing. Being able to hypnotize a Wave King was the domain of a Saint Hypnosis Master. Cain did not notice the look in Crane's eyes since he focused solely on the task at hand. Regular hypnosis would not work since who knew how much time it would take to gather evidence of the Azure royal family's crimes. That was why Cain was pushing his ego wave into the core of the old man's psyche, in order to ensure the compulsion would be so intense that this one would act normally while at the same time following every one of his commands. Oceus might be a coward and lack strong willpower, but he was still a Wave King and his mental defenses were not weak. Nevertheless, Cain managed to imprint his ego wave into the deepest part of Oceus's subconscious, essentially brainwashing the old man to follow his every command without noticing it. Had Cain commanded it, he could have released Oceus right now. The old man would do everything in his power to uncover any evidence related to the missing people or the intercontinental teleportation formation. Cain's face was pale from the mental exhaustion, but he had no time to rest, as there was still much to do. However, before continuing with Oceus, he turned to the side. "How is the woman?" Cain asked as he focused on the wooden cocoon holding the young member of the Azure royal family. "She is unconscious. My branches are releasing a powerful drug that will erase her short-term memory, ensuring our presence and this event are forgotten." Crane had protected the woman not out of kindness but because it would have been difficult to explain how Samira perished fighting wave beasts while under the surveillance of a Wave King. "Good, bring her to me." Cain walked over as the cocoon opened, revealing the unconscious Samira. His ego wave acted again, invading the young woman's mind and putting her into a state of compulsion as he altered her memories. Having become a Saint Hypnosis Master, Cain did not need to use verbal commands to affect someone, and it was not difficult to manipulate memories in people whose willpower had yet to reach the Wave Champion level. "She will not cause us problems. Now, let's finish with the old man." Cain was tired but did not let that stop him as he took one of the blood nails and made a deep cut in Oceus's head. Crane looked on, his eyes widening as he witnessed Cain's actions, and he could not help but regard the young man as a true monster. He had lived in the underworld for a very long time, but Cain's behavior truly shocked him at times. Although Cain had a strong sense of justice, when it came to evil people, he showed no moral or ethical restraint whatsoever. A few hours later, as the sun was setting, Oceus and Samira calmly made their way back to the Azure estate. "Continue reading at my virtual library empire. It's not fair. I was having such a good time, yet we already need to return home." The young girl exclaimed as she pouted, her cheeks puffing. "Ha ha ha, Samira, it is safer this way, or your parents might grow worried. But master, with you by my side, nothing can harm me, so I don't understand why we can't spend the night in the forest training." Oceus smiled, but a devious light appeared in his eyes at the young woman's words. "If it's fine with you, next time, we could spend the entire night training. Of course, we must ask your parents, but I am sure they will accept." "Really? Yes, master, that would make me very happy." Samira nearly jumped with excitement at those words. Clearly, the young woman did not truly understand what was going on or the kind of man her master was. The duo entered the Azure estate without issue and made their way to a large mountain at the city's core, where a massive castle lay. Not all members of the Azure royal family lived in the Azure Castle, with many having residences around it, such as Samira's family. "I will be going. We'll see each other soon." Oceus spoke to the young girl with a smile as he walked toward the castle. Already? See you soon, master." Samira was a little surprised since her master would always chat with her for a while once they returned to the Azure estate, but she did not overthink it and went back to her house. Not everyone could enter the Azure Castle, but as a Wave King, Oshus had no trouble. He immediately went to a remote corner before knocking on a door. "Alderman Timothy. Come in." A voice came from the other side, and Oshus entered the small room where a man stood among a set of thick books. The presence of books was an anomaly in the Godslayer humankind empire, since every child had an AI chip implanted from birth, capable of storing a near-endless amount of information. However, books could not be hacked, an important quality if the information they contained was sensitive. "What brings you here, Oshus?" Alderman Timothy looked much older than Oshus but was actually hundreds of years younger. The reason for his appearance was that he was just a peak Wave champion and had failed to reach the Wave King rank. There was a bored expression on the alderman as he looked at Oshus. There was a lot of work to be done, but while his job granted him a certain status, it was not wise to ignore a Wave King, so he paid the man attention. Oshus could see the disinterest in Timothy, but while he might have made a fuss any other time, now he adopted a solemn expression. "I need your assistance in a matter that requires a certain finesse." Timothy's eyes narrowed as he heard those words, and he waved his hand, activating a formation in the room that sealed sound and ensured that no ego waves could eavesdrop. He was accustomed to this type of conversation, so after making sure they were alone, he nodded to Oshus, signaling he could continue. "It has come to my possession certain items that I cannot use right now, but it would be unwise to keep them on me since they could be tracked. I need a place where I can stash them for now." Oshus's face was calm, but there was no hiding the sense of trepidation in his eyes. Timothy focused on the Wave King for a moment, analyzing his words. "If it were a simple treasure gained by luck, there was no problem keeping it in your space ring, but if it was stolen, the rightful owner could be searching for it through all sorts of supernatural means. Even if you took it from other noble families, you could hide it in the main vault. It doesn't matter if they track it to this place since they would not dare to fight with us for it." Although Timothy's answer was arrogant, it was also correct, as the number of noble families that could offend the Azure royal family was very few. Oshus looked at Timothy briefly before clenching his teeth and waving his hand, revealing a small crystal glowing with sky blue energy. A gold soul crystal. When Timothy saw the gold soul crystal, not only was there shock in his eyes but also a sense of profound greed. These treasures could purify your wave, solidifying your foundations, exactly what someone needed to move from the peak of a rank to the next stage. As he grew older, Timothy had sought many treasures that could help him improve his cultivation, but none of them had been able to forcefully push him to the Wave King rank. He was aware of the miracles that were the personal treasures of the Gold Soul Imperial family, but while he wanted to get them, they were beyond his reach. "Where did you get it?" Timothy demanded. Oshus's eyes grew cold at the question, and he waved his hand, making the Gold Soul crystal return to his space ring. Timothy nearly jumped out of his seat when he saw the sky blue crystal vanish, but he managed to get a hold of himself and took a deep breath before calming his heart. "I am sorry for that question. I know better than to ask someone to divulge their secrets. It's just that you showed me something very appealing." "No problem." Oshus softly nodded as he stared at the old Wave champion for a long time before speaking again. "I need your help to store them since if the Imperial Court were to discover I have them, I would get into serious trouble. Of course, I will pay you for it. I currently have 300 Warrior Gold Soul Crystals, 25 Champion Gold Soul Crystals, and 4 King Gold Soul Crystals." Timothy's eyes widened as he heard the words from Oshus since that amount of wealth was shocking beyond belief, at least for him. Although the greed in his heart was burning, the alderman did not lose focus and could keep a cool head. That was one of the reasons he had secured a position on the Azure Royal Council despite his weak cultivation. "I am flattered that you sought my assistance, Oshus, but I must ask, why me? There are many others with a higher profile and means that could help you." Oshus stared at Timothy for a moment before showing a small smile and nodding. "Simple, you are weak." Timothy's eyes narrowed at that answer, but he did not speak, knowing it wasn't the end. "Had I gone to anyone else, they would have taken the Gold Soul crystals for themselves or, in the best case, allowed me to keep a small fraction. But you cannot push me around. Timothy stared at Oshus for a long time before finally nodding and smiling. You are right. I have the means to help you but not the strength to push you around. The alderman paused at that point as he thought for a moment before finally coming up with an answer. There is a place that is safe enough that even Apotheosis realm masters use it to hide their stolen wealth. It is not easy to access, but as an alderman of the Azure Council, I have the required authorization. Great, Oshus smiled as he heard that answer since it meant that Timothy could help him, and there was no need to involve someone else. Now, about my payment. Oshus's smile immediately faded as he heard that, and an annoyed expression appeared. Yes. I will give you 10 million military credits and 1 champion gold soul crystal. Please, Oshus, you offend me. Let's forget about the military credits since I have no real use for them. What I want are 10 of the champion gold soul crystals. What? 10? Are you mad? Oshus immediately shouted, and a flash of killing intent appeared in his eyes, making it seem as if he was ready to take Timothy's life. Although the threat of a Wave King was significant, Timothy had lived a long life and knew how to maneuver through challenging scenarios. Please, do not lose control. I want 10, but that doesn't mean I will get 10. We are just negotiating. Oshus's killing intent calmed as he heard those words, and he stared at Timothy for a moment before speaking again. 25 million military credits and 2 champion gold soul crystals. 8 champion gold soul crystals, and I will give you 20 million military credits. The duo carried on with their negotiation for nearly half an hour before they finally came to a compromise, with Timothy getting 4 champion gold soul crystals and paying Oshus a total of 40 million military credits. Good, now that we're done, we should move. We must store the gold soul crystals before anyone notices they're missing and starts searching for them. Timothy spoke with a voice full of excitement, as one could expect since 4 champion god soul crystals would be more than enough to refine his essence wave to the point he could forcefully push his cultivation into the Wave King rank. Oshus showed just as much impatience as the alderman, so both left the room the next second. The old Wave King calmly followed the alderman as they walked through the castle that was as large as a small town. First, we must reach the lower levels of the Azure Castle, and from there, we will descend even further. Timothy guided Oshus to a part of the Azure Castle devoid of people. Find your next read on my virtual library empire. Oshus calmly nodded as he followed the Wave Champion, seemingly not worried about this one trying something due to the difference in their strength. By the way, Timothy, I found it very odd not to see any elders present. Is there a problem I am not aware of? Timothy glanced at Oshus and didn't find anything odd in the question since, usually, one would see at least a couple of Apotheosis realm masters inside the Azure Castle from time to time, but right now, there was none in sight. I don't really know about it, but I heard rumors that there are no Apotheosis realm masters currently inside the Azure Castle. It seems they all left for some important mission under the order of the Azure King. All of them? What about the safety of the castle? All of them? What about the safety of the castle? Oshus asked with a concerned expression, but Timothy looked at him as if he was spouting rubbish. What are you worried about? No one is crazy enough to infiltrate the Azure Castle. Timothy looked away as a flash of disdain appeared in his eyes. The alderman could not believe how someone like Oshus could become a Wave King while he was stuck at the Wave Champion rank. Oshus did not seem to notice the disdain in Timothy and continued walking behind him until they reached an empty room with a statue holding a sword in one hand and a halo behind her back. Just as Oshus was about to ask why Timothy brought them here, the Wave Champion walked forward, seemingly merging into the statue. What are you waiting for? Oshus heard the voice coming from inside the statue, and then he walked forward, also merging into it. A flash of light hindered his vision for a second, and the next thing he saw was a long spiral staircase that led to what seemed to be a dark dungeon. A dungeon inside the Azure Castle. How is this possible? Oshus could not help but ask Timothy, who was by his side. There was nothing wrong with a prison inside the Azure State as it was a place with a population of millions, and there had to be a place to incarcerate people. However, the Azure State's prison was on the periphery of the state, and it was a heavily fortified place with wave kings watching over it 24/7. Since there was already a perfectly functional jail, there was no reason for a second one. There are certain people that cannot be put in jail as the reason for their detention is not exactly fair in the eyes of the Empire, so we use this place. Timothy spoke as if it was nothing special and began to walk down the stairs. While Oshus seemed surprised, he did not delay things and walked behind the wave champion. So, are you telling me that the unique vault of the Azure Castle is hidden within a clandestine prison? Is there anything wrong with that? This place is impossible to enter or leave without the assistance of a member of the Azure Council. Since it worked well as a clandestine prison for over 1,000 years, we expanded it into a secret vault. Oshus could not help but nod as he heard the analysis of Timothy. It did not take long for the duo to reach the end of the stairs, and they soon came upon a large metal gate. Timothy waved his hand, sending a signal with his AI chip, triggering the formation in the gate. As the gate began to glow, an azure force field emerged, covering Timothy and Oshus. The alderman showed nothing, but the old wave king was surprised to feel the force field penetrate his body all the way to his heart. Relax, the gate's formation is only making sure you are a member of the Azure royal family. If that was not the case, it would not open and would have sent a signal to the guards outside and inside the prison. Oshus's eyes narrowed as he heard that, and he could feel how the gate's force field probed his bloodline. There was no doubt in his mind that if he were someone else, it would have been discovered. The Azure force field covered the duo for a few seconds before the formation shut down, and the massive gate began to open, showing rows after rows of prison cells stacked one over the other. Metal gates covered each cell, and no sound came from them, making it impossible to see how many were occupied. Still, Oshus could feel that at least half of them housed prisoners, meaning that the Azure royal family had incarcerated over 1,000 people. Although it was a shocking piece of information for anyone, Oshus was a man who had committed despicable acts, so wrongfully incarcerating people was not something that should bother him. The smell and aura of this place are sickening, which is why I never come. Sometimes I wonder what is the point of taking these people captive and why not just kill them. Timothy spoke with an annoyed expression as he went through the path to the other side of the underground prison. He did not really care about the people in this place either. The duo reached the other side of the prison, and at all times, Oshus felt the presence of the force field. Clearly, the inspection was not just during their entrance but the entire way through the prison. As they reached the other end, Timothy once again used his AI chip to activate the formation, and the gate opened, revealing a massive empty room with a large hole in the middle that seemed to go down for an immense distance. We need to go down. It is approximately 10,000 meters until the secret vault. Timothy spoke in a usual manner, and Oshus showed no suspicion at all as he nodded to the man. Both then jumped into the huge hole and began to calmly descend. There was not even an iota of light in the hole, but that would typically not be a problem for a wave king. However, for some reason, Oshus's eyes could see nothing beyond 20 meters around him, making it clear that the darkness was not natural. Still, the old wave king did not worry as he could see Timothy next to him. Everything was in order until, all of a sudden, a massive metal gate appeared above them, sealing the path back to the prison. It was at that point that Timothy made his energy explode, flashing downward. Oshus was confused, and before he could process what was happening, the sound of metal gates opening emerged from the darkness. As one might expect, the old wave king immediately unleashed his ego wave, and his eyes widened as he saw that there was another metal gate 100 meters beneath him. Timothy had already reached it, and he was not alone since there were 3 other people present. All of them were wave kings, and one had reached the middle wave king rank. Oshus used his energy to remain in the air as he looked at the people above the metal gate, wrath evident as he focused on Timothy. What is the meaning of this? Timothy showed a mocking smile as he heard Oshus's question and did not bother answering. Instead, the middle wave king responded. Are you really so naive as to not understand your position, Oshus? Did you believe that reaching the silent vault with the help of a simple alderman was possible? Timothy never had access to this place, and I opened the gate to the tunnel you just went through. Oshus focused on the middle wave king, fear in his eyes, yet he clenched his teeth and shouted. "Alderman Farius, do you think you can take my belongings without anyone noticing? The elders will punish you for this?" "HMPH, there are no elders present in the castle, and even if they were, I would simply share a portion of the wealth with them. That is how things work. Timothy knows this, which is why he contacted me while you were negotiating. You, on the other hand, let greed cloud your judgment and want to keep the treasure for yourself." Farius's face was expressionless as he and the other two wave kings ascended, approaching Oceus with coldness in their eyes as their wave cloaked their bodies. Oceus rose further and further until he reached the metal gate above him. The old wave king could feel the endurance of the metal gate and knew he could not break through it, so there was no way to escape from the trio. Timothy watched everything with a smile on his face as he pushed his essence wave to the limit, activating his armor and enveloping himself in a strong current of revolving water. He would not participate in the fight, but that did not mean the collateral damage would not affect him, so he had to be careful. "Wait, I will hand the treasure over to you and forget about this. There is no need to escalate things. Please. We are all members of the Azure royal family and have the blood of the Azure Emperor running through our veins." Oceus shouted, but his words seemed to have zero effect on the trio as they surrounded him. The fear in his eyes was evident as his heart beat faster and faster. "Our fight will draw attention, and people will know that you have killed me." The trio only smiled as they heard Oceus's warning. They had already made sure to erase any evidence of the old wave king's arrival into this place. "Let's end this," Farius shouted as his astral wave exploded, making him incredibly powerful as azure flames covered his body. He, along with the other two, charged toward Oceus, full of killing intent. They activated their armor and burst their waves. Even if Oceus was weak, one could never underestimate a cornered animal. The trio was prepared for an intense fight, but what happened next left them in total shock. Just as they were less than 10 meters from Oceus, his head exploded. Suicide. That thought appeared in the trio's mind, but it immediately faded as they spotted a golden object amidst the burst of blood. A space ring. The reason for Oceus's head exploding was the activation of that space ring, and before they could recover from the shock, two masked figures emerged from the ring. One wore a red helmet wielding a red saber, and the other a black helmet with branches emerging from his back. The man in the black helmet extended the branches from his back to cover the ceiling and ground in a fraction of a second, encompassing the entire battlefield into a wood prison, while the man in the red helmet charged toward Farius. Despite the shock, Farius was a seasoned warrior and made the astral wave on his arm burst as his gauntlets glowed with azure energy, reinforcing them as he struck at the red saber. The other two wave kings attacked the man in the red helmet from the sides. The trio did not know what was happening and could sense that the aura of the man in the black helmet was much greater than theirs. Luckily, he seemed focused on preventing anyone from escaping, allowing them to concentrate on the man in the red helmet. Unlike the man in the black helmet, the one in red seemed to have an energy pool that did not surpass the early wave king realm, so they immediately decided to eliminate this one quickly before working together against the other person. Cain figured out the trio's battle plan immediately, and his only response was to make his ego wave burst as the edge of his blade grew monstrously powerful, summoning the power of the sundering concept. Farius's fist clashed with the blade, and the strength behind it was immense, protected by a golden wave artifact, so he did not fear being harmed. It was not the first time he had faced a cold weapon, and he was sure he could push it away. However, all confidence shattered as the blade pierced his gauntlets before carrying on through Farius's hand, severing his entire right arm. Shock overwhelmed Farius, and the same happened with the other two wave kings. When the duo saw the wound on their leader, their first thought was not to help but to do everything in their power to escape. Unfortunately, before they could even move, daggers moving at a shocking speed pierced their lungs. The last time Cain confronted a middle wave king was less than a year ago. He had to exert his full power just to be on par with the opponent despite the latter's evolution core being wounded. Now, Cain could cripple a middle wave king in an instant and deal with two early wave kings using his secondary weapon at the same time. Kane's eyes were focused, and there was no sign of excitement for his immense burst of strength as he clenched his left fist. Concentrating his astral wave within, he delivered a punch straight to Farius's heart with all his might, crippling his opponent's energy pool. Timothy's eyes widened with awe and shock as he saw how two individuals burst their way out of Oceus's head, with the one donning a red helmet managing to cripple three Wave Kings in less than a second. For the old Wave champion, such might was comparable only to that of an elder of the Azure royal family. The fear in his heart grew so strong that he did not hesitate to use his AI chip to communicate with the outside world. As for how he would explain all this, he did not care. At the moment, his only thought was to survive. Unfortunately for Timothy, there was another jamming signal in place besides the one he had used to hinder Oceus's AI chip, blocking his messages. And if that wasn't enough, branches emerged from the wooden cage and entrapped his body, immobilizing him. If you try anything, my branches will pierce your body. You will not die, but it will be painful. Timothy trembled upon hearing those words, seeing the man in the black helmet looking at him with coldness and disdain. Crane loathed those who betrayed their comrades, but while he wanted to kill Timothy and the others, they had to remain alive. Otherwise, Kane would not have aimed at non-vital points and killed the three Wave Kings immediately. After Kane took care of the Wave Kings, branches emerged from the wooden cage and entangled them just as they had with Timothy. Farius's face was pale, and his body could not stop trembling due to the severe damage he had just sustained. While he knew he was severely wounded and could not escape by force, he understood there was a reason they were kept alive. "What do you want?" Farius struggled to regulate his breathing and found it difficult to speak, but he managed to gather the strength needed to ask that question. Kane's gaze was as cold as ever as he looked at the three Wave Kings, but his eyes turned toward Timothy, making the latter tremble with terror. "I know nothing. Farius and the others forced me to trap Oceus." Kane hadn't even spoken, but the old Wave champion was already spouting excuses, making him shake his head. It was clear that Timothy would say anything to survive, which meant he could not trust anything this one said. Kane took a deep breath before making his ego wave burst with power, invading Timothy's mind and hypnotizing him. Farius and the other Wave Kings were shocked to see how easily the man in the red helmet could hypnotize Timothy in the blink of an eye. Who among these three has the lowest authorization and would know the least about the secret and shady dealings of the Azure royal family? As soon as Kane posed that question, Timothy turned to one of the early Wave Kings and pointed at him with his finger. That would be him. His name is Zalin, and while he is strong, he has repeatedly proven to the elders that he cannot be trusted with important tasks. Zalin's face contorted with rage upon hearing Timothy's words. Although he understood that the old man was under the control of the red-helmeted monster, he would have still attacked if not for the paralysis. Kane turned to Zalin before asking a second question. What types of crimes has Zalin committed? As before, Timothy answered Kane immediately. Like Oceus, Zalin has a fascination with children. There are over a dozen charges of R. Enough. Kane cut Timothy off, already knowing what this one was about to reveal. The coldness in Kane's eyes began to fade, but the emotionless light left behind only made the three Wave Kings of the Azure royal family even more fearful. Black Crane, hearing his codename, immediately released the branches from Zalin. The early Wave King could not even take a breath before Kane appeared in front of him, grabbing him by the throat. Zalin was terrified and severely wounded, with holes all over his body, but he was still an astral Wave King. Like a frenzied beast, he began to strike at Kane with all the strength he could muster, but it was futile. Kane's body was as hard as a golden wave artifact, and without the enhancement of astral wave, Zalin's punches could not even leave a bruise. Kane's eyes remained emotionless as the ego wave within them burst, manipulating all 33 blood nails simultaneously. Ah! A scream of unbearable pain came from Zalin as the blood nails gouged out his eyes, but that was just the beginning as the agony grew even as the daggers began to flay his skin. In less than 30 seconds, there was not a single piece of Zalin's body left with skin, and he had become a bloody horror. Farius and the other Wave King witnessed it all, and the terror in their hearts nearly made them wet themselves. The worst part was not the pain but the fact that Zalan was still alive. The man could not scream since his tongue was also removed, but he did not stop trembling in pain, presenting the duo with a vivid image of the agony he was enduring. Timothy, is it correct to say that Farius is the one with the highest clearance and knowledge among the people present? The world rewards strength, so it would make sense that Farius would be the one with the most extensive background and knowledge. Of course, other factors could be at play, so Cain asked for confirmation. Yes. The old Wave champion immediately confirmed Cain's hypothesis. Cain turned to Farius for a moment but did not linger on this one for long as his eyes turned to the other Wave King. Black. Just like with Zalan, as soon as Cain gave the command, the branches released the early Wave King. There was nothing but absolute terror in the Wave King as he saw the branches releasing him, to the point that he was not even able to make a move as Cain grabbed him by the neck. Cain's ego wave invaded the Wave King, and the fear within this one was so immense that he could put the man into hypnosis without a problem. It was only then that he turned toward Farius, using his ego wave to monitor the man's heart rate and brainwaves. While the most effective path would have been to hypnotize Farius as well, Cain was not confident in his ability to forcefully compel a middle Wave King, and he could not afford to suffer a backlash. Instead of hypnotizing Farius, Cain planned to monitor this one's vitals to detect any lies and would use Timothy and the early Wave King to fill in the blanks. Answer my question honestly and thoroughly, or else you will end up like him. Farius knew he needed to maintain a strong front if he wanted to survive, but the fear was too much. The idea of lying faded from his mind when he saw the other two being hypnotized since they might uncover his farce. Is this the real secret vault of the Azure royal family? Yes. This is the vault the elders and even the king used to collect their shady belongings. Cain was able to relax, knowing they were in the right place. After all, Timothy might have lied from the beginning, and this place was solely a secret prison and nothing more. Most likely, the reason why Timothy brought Oshus here, despite intending to kill this one from the beginning, was because they could take care of him without drawing attention from the outside. Are there any more people beyond the metal gate? Will they be alerted of our arrival? Farius immediately shook his head, but Cain's eyes began to lose their light, becoming emotionless to the point that it terrified the middle Wave King. I am telling the truth. There is an apotheosis realm battle puppet, but only an elder can activate it, so unless they are alerted, it will not act. Cain's eyes narrowed, and he glanced at the early Wave King, who subtly nodded. That was excellent news since even if he and Crane, working together, could face an apotheosis realm master, it would take all their strength and might alert people. Open the gate and let us enter the secret vault. Shortly after Cain uttered those words, Farius felt the jamming signal disappear, allowing him to use his AI chip to command the metal gates. The first thought that crossed his mind was to contact the outside world so the Azure royal family's elders could come to rescue them. But the fear in his heart was too much, and he ended up just following Cain's command. Cain saw the metal gate split above and beneath them, allowing them to carry on to the secret vault as well as the path back to the surface. He was not worried about Farius trying to communicate with the outside world since he could have easily intercepted those signals. Before marching down, Cain used his ego wave to knock out the bloody Zalan and sent this one into his space ring. Farius saw that, and a glimmer of hope appeared in his heart. Since the man in the red helmet did not kill Zalan, there might be a way out. Crane disassembled the wooden cage but maintained the branches that held Farius in place. Cain went down with Timothy and the early Wave King by his side, while Crane brought Farius with him. It did not take long for the five to reach the other end of the hole, and what they saw was a massive black metallic room with 12 small metal pillars emerging from the ground. In the back, there was a 5-meter-tall humanoid entity with 12 eyes and 6 arms. Solemn expressions appeared in Cain and Crane as they saw it since it was formidable. Luckily for the duo, it was inactive. There was no wealth or anything of the sort visible to the eye in the metallic room other than the 12 small metal pillars. However, Cain was not surprised since it would not make sense for a sea of cultivation treasures to just be lying around. Cain's eyes focused on the pillars, and as he expected, each contained a pocket dimension capable of holding life inside. These are the special space treasures where each Azure Elder stored their questionable belongings, right? Farius immediately nodded. Which one is used by the Azure King? Farius froze as he heard that question. If the belongings of an elder were to be stolen, he would be in serious trouble, but if those belonging to the king vanished, then there was no way he would survive. However, as soon as Cain turned to him, the fear in the middle wave king overcame his rational mind, and he immediately pointed to one black pillar on the far left. It did not seem any different than the others, which made sense after all. Why would the Azure King want his pillar drawing more attention than needed? I cannot open them. Only the owners can. I swear I am telling the truth. Farius shouted as he was terrified that Cain would demand he open access to the storage dimension inside the pillar. Luckily for Farius, Cain never expected this one to open the storage dimension. After all, it would not make sense for a guard to have access to all of them. Cain walked to the storage dimension of the Azure King and placed his hand over it. He did not attempt to use his ego wave to invade the artifact since he was sure that he would not be able to do so. Cain's ego wave was formidable, especially for someone so young, but the defenses of this place surely must be able to hold off the ego wave of someone at the second realm of the ego eternal path of power. Fortunately, Cain had access to another type of force field. It could not cover as much distance as his ego wave or have control of the environment and his body, but when it came to scanning, it was an entire level ahead. Apex, can you silently access this pillar using the AI chip module? Cain immediately heard the voice of the system spirit in his mind. I can try by enhancing the hacking and scan force field tools and fusing them, but I will have to consume your destiny force to do it. Go ahead. While Cain understood the importance of his destiny force, he had amassed an immense amount, more than enough to evolve the modules when needed, so he did not hesitate to use them now. Apex immediately went ahead, enhancing the AI chip module with destiny force before attempting to hack the storage dimension. Crane glanced at Cain as he put his hand on the pillar. He knew accessing the storage dimension should be impossible since the security of this place should be too much for even Apotheosis realm masters. Still, Cain had a way of making the impossible possible. In any case, Crane remained silent, watching over Farius. He just had to follow Cain's commands, and everything would be fine. Cain calmly waited for over 5 minutes until he heard Apex's voice in his mind. There is good news and bad news. I can use the AI chip module to force your way into the storage dimension, but that would take time and alert the person in control. Cain frowned upon hearing that. If the Azure King were to realize his presence, that man would march into this vault and kill him, so while he wanted access to the storage dimension, it seemed he could not do it now. By the way, during the scan, I detected strong spatial fluctuations inside the storage dimension, matching those of a teleportation formation. Cain's eyes widened at Apex's words, and he couldn't help but smile. He had come here in the first place for the intercontinental teleportation formation, and it seemed that, just like he expected, it was stored in the secret vault of the Azure royal family. I can relay this information to the 4th Imperial Prince. It will be enough to conduct thorough research on the Azure royal family. Cain silently nodded to himself as he managed to complete one of his targets, but there was something even more important, at least for Hema, the whereabouts of the missing people. Fortunately, he had individuals of very high rank in the Azure royal family under his control right now. He removed his hand from the dark pillar and walked toward Farius. Time had done little to calm the fear in the Middle Wave King's heart, and he was even more afraid now, imagining that Cain would be furious at not being able to access the storage dimension. Do you have any information about the sudden disappearance of millions around the sector? 100,000 recently vanished for the Azure state alone, yet not only did the Azure royal family not report it, they attempted to cover it up. Farius was confused by the question since he did not understand what was happening. The fact that the 2 men with helmets invaded the secret vault made sense if they wanted to steal, but now the one in red was asking about people disappearing. His first instinct was to lie, but he couldn't help but glance at the hypnotized Wave King by his side. Kane immediately noticed that, and instead of continuing to question Farius, he turned to the other man since it seemed that this one was involved. Speak. As one might expect from a hypnotized man, the early Wave King immediately answered Kane's question. Over the last 3 years, I have been part of a group tasked to kidnap people all over the Prometheus sector. We have done it proportionally across each of the 81 states in order not to call attention to our domains, but in the last few months, the Azure Council commanded us to focus solely on the Azure state. Kane and Crane's eyes widened as they heard that. The Azure royal family was not just involved in the disappearances. They were the main perpetrators of the act, being solely responsible. Why? I don't know. We just had to kidnap children from slums, orphanages, and the like. People whose disappearance would have the least impact on society. We took out entire families for the purpose of concealment. Kane's fists clenched as he heard that. He had already hypothesized that the targets were children. What did you do with them? Wait, I can explain. Farius, who had remained silent, shouted as he heard Kane make that question, the fear evident in his eyes. The Wave King remembered the fate of Zalin upon Kane finding out about the man's perversions and knew that the answer to that question would be dire. Unfortunately for Farius, before he could say anything further, the branches paralyzing his body also closed his mouth, and then the hypnotized Wave King answered. The children were handed over to one of the elders. The adults were only taken so no one would inquire about the children, so we disposed of all of them. Kane and Crane were shocked upon hearing that. Not only were the children taken, but the people of the Azure royal family had also killed millions of men and women. Once again, Kane's eyes grew devoid of emotion, the default state when his heart was so full of killing intent and rage that he could hardly control them. He took a deep breath as he asked another question. What can you tell me about the Elder? His name is Gorius Azure, head of the Azure Department of Research and Investigation. He is a 4-star Saint genetic coder. Kane's eyes widened as he heard those words. He remembered the unique formulas that Salomon Azure used during the genetic tournament and the events in Sahara City. Azure Royal Family. The organization. Kidnapping hundreds of thousands of children. Genetic experiments. His mind began to connect the dots, and he could not help but tremble as he realized what must have happened to all those children. All the pieces were arranged in Kane's mind as he realized the true purpose of the Intercontinental Teleportation Formation. Secretly holding Intercontinental Teleportation Formation was a grave crime, and it did not make much sense for the Azure royal family to risk it. While moving through continents was hard, a divine ascension cultivator could do it with enough effort and safety, not to mention that due to their status, the Azure royal family could ask to use the ones in control by the imperial court. Therefore, it did not make sense for the Azure royal family to possess an intercontinental teleportation formation just to reach another continent. Still, things changed if the goal of the formation was not just to go to another continent but to escape from the wrath of the imperial court. If you have enough power, there were many crimes the imperial court would be willing to turn a blind eye to, but working for the organization was something they could never forget. Kane took a deep breath as he processed all that information and realized how deep the connection between the Azure royal family and the organization was. Even for him, it was hard to calm down when he understood that the organization was the puppeteer of the bloodline of a former emperor of the Godslayer humankind. The red light in his eyes burned with incredible might as he regained control of his emotions. Exposing the Azure royal family was important, but there was something even more crucial. Kane's eyes glowed with determination as he glanced at Farius. If you can tell me the exact location where Elder Gorius took the children, I will let you live. Farius's eyes glimmered with hope as he heard those words, and he immediately began to nod. If it weren't for the branch covering his mouth, he would have already started shouting. Kane only stared at the Middle Wave King briefly before his eyes grew emotionless while the red light in them burst with killing intent. Your heart squeezed when I asked that question, which led me to believe you don't know. Farius's eyes widened as he heard that, and he attempted to speak with all his might, trying to convince Cain otherwise, but the young man was not in the mood to listen to him. Before he could do anything, the branches pierced into his body, making him tremble in pain while at the same time injecting a powerful drug that left him unconscious. Crane retracted the branches as Cain sent Farius to the same space ring that held the bloody Zalan. There was nothing but killing intent in Cain's heart for these people, but he could not do it right now. After all, the death of a guard would not go unnoticed, especially in a place like this. Cain controlled one of the daggers to make an incision in Timothy's head, as he intended to leave this place in the same way he came, inside the brain of a member of the Azure royal family. Timothy did nothing to resist as he had already lost control of his body and mind, and the only train of thought he had was to obey Cain's command. Once the incision was done, Cain turned to the hypnotized early wave king, and his eyes burst with red light. In 30 minutes, blow your head off. It was impossible to erase the fact that he and Crane came to this place, so the best path was to erase any evidence of their presence, and that meant killing everybody who saw them. Cain was not a ruthless murderer, but when it came to the Azure royal family, a force capable of killing millions of humans and kidnapping children for experimenting, he had no reservations about them. The early wave king did not make a gesture and remained silent, as there was nothing he could do other than obey the command given. He would die, and the one who commanded it did not even bother to learn his name. That was a truly pitiful death. Cain and Crane entered the space ring, which silently pierced into Timothy's brain before a burst of golden flame closed the wound. The gates to the exterior were open, so the alderman had no problem leaving the secret vault. Cain's ego wave allowed him to see what Timothy did, and as they passed through the clandestine prison, an annoyed expression appeared on his face. He wanted to save those people but lacked the authority to open the gates, and there was no way he could force his way through. In the end, Cain could only sigh and had to admit that his strength was simply not enough. He would report everything to the 4th Imperial Prince and attempt to breach this place as fast as possible, but there was a good chance that these prisoners would be either mobilized or killed once the Azure royal family learned there was a break-in. Timothy was able to exit the prison, and the Azure force field detected nothing. It was powerful but not enough to perceive the presence of people inside a space ring in the brain of someone. Once the alderman exited the prison, he flew up the stairs and reached the dungeon's exit quickly. Timothy had initially walked to give Farius and the others time to lay the trap for Oshus. The alderman reached the dungeon's exit and activated the matrix, emerging from the statue in the empty room back in the Azure castle. Cain could not help but sigh as he saw they finally left that place. There is still danger since I am sure the Azure castle is monitored, but even if something goes wrong now, we should be able to escape without much problem. Cain was not a fan of fairy tales since he found them so predictable, which was why he did not detect the irony in the fact that as soon as that thought crossed his mind, an alarm went off in the Azure castle. RMMMMMMM. The alarm went off, and it echoed across the entire Azure castle. Timothy showed nothing since Cain controlled his every action, but the young man and Crane inside the space ring looked at each other with shock and dread. Cain and Crane did not understand what was happening. They had been very careful, making sure to cover their presence. However, even if they were discovered, why wait until they left the dungeon? It would have made much more sense to attack them while they were inside the dungeon since it would have been easier to get rid of the evidence. Rumble. Before the duo could understand what was happening, they felt the ground beneath their feet trembling, and through Timothy's AI chip, they heard a message. All people at the Wave Champion and Wave Warrior ranks must evacuate into the Azure Castle. Cultivators at the Wave King level must form a defensive formation around the perimeters. This is a command from the Azure Royal Council. Cain frowned as he heard that command, and it became clear that the alarm was not related to him, Crane, or the events in the dungeons and secret vault. It was related to the tremor that kept growing stronger. Timothy was a Wave Champion, so he should have waited inside the Azure Castle, but Cain needed to know what was happening. No matter how he felt about the Azure royal family, they were powerful, so something that would force them to evacuate must be extremely dangerous. A boom. As soon as Timothy emerged from the azure cast, he heard a powerful explosion in the distance. The alderman turned to the origin, and what he saw left Cain and Crane shocked. The alderman saw what could only be described as a sphere of dark golden energy the size of a mountain. It was located on the periphery of the azure state, near the northwest. A boom. Another explosion emerged from the sphere of dark golden revolving energy. A boom. The explosions seemed to have a pattern, as the sphere would shirk before unleashing a powerful blast, growing larger and stronger the next second. Boom. It happened again and again, and the blasts were too much for the outer walls of the azure state as cracks had already formed in them. If left unchecked, the walls will fall, allowing the energy blast to reach the population, and hundreds of thousands will die. Cain could discern the power of the revolving sphere of dark golden energy and knew it was an existential threat to the entire azure state. They needed to act fast, or else it would result in countless deaths, but as he looked around him, it was clear that the Wave Kings of the Azure royal family would not risk their lives. The energy level of the sphere was beyond that of a Wave King, and the blast at the epicenter carried more than enough power to endanger their lives. Cain knew that none of the Wave Kings would risk their lives for the common people of the Azure state. Apotheosis Realm Masters were the only ones who could intervene in such a powerful phenomenon safely, but for some reason, all of them were gone. Whatever those Apotheosis Realm Masters were doing, Cain doubted they would suddenly return to the state to save the commoners. They might appear once the Azure Castle was in danger, but by then, millions would have perished. Damn it! Cain shouted in his mind as he commanded Timothy to leave the Azure Castle and march toward the sphere of dark golden energy. The old alderman did as he was told, using all his strength to rise into the sky as he flashed out of the Azure Castle at full speed. Alderman Timothy, what are you doing? The Wave Kings guarding the periphery of the castle shouted as they saw the old Wave champion marching toward the sphere of energy. None was willing to risk their lives by going near the sphere of energy, so they just watched as this one vanished in the distance. If the old man wanted to kill himself, they would not join him. Timothy, of course, did not care about those Wave Kings as he was under the control of Cain. As soon as he moved far enough away from the sight of the people of the Azure royal family, he entered a small alley, where his head exploded into pieces, allowing Cain and Crane to emerge. The duo donned their helmets to cover their identities as they nodded to each other and silently made their way to the city's walls, getting near the roiling sphere of dark golden energy. Help! Save me! Screams of pain, fear, and desperation surrounded the duo as the energy blasts emerging from the phenomenon were about to break through the walls, killing the people in the zone. Boom! The sphere of energy compressed again before unleashing another blast, growing stronger and finally breaking apart a piece of the wall on the periphery of the Azure state. Terror, absolute and overwhelming, appeared in the eyes of the people watching, for without the wall, the next energy blast would reach them directly, and none would survive. A young woman looked at the sphere of dark golden energy as she held her daughter in her arms. When she saw the sphere compressing again, she knew that the next blast would be the end for them, and tears fell from her eyes as she hugged her child. Boom! Another energy blast emerged, but just as this one was about to reach the population, giant trees emerged from the ground, sealing the hole in the wall and saving the people from the blast. Shock and awe appeared in the eyes of those who were ready to face death just a moment ago as a man with a black helmet created a wall made of giant trees that saved all of them. And their awe only grew mightier as another man with a red helmet, bathed in golden fire and wielding a red saber in his hand, dashed toward the sphere. There is a dense amount of energy in a chaotic state. However, the core of the sphere seems to be hollow, and it is where the energy source of the phenomenon is located. Cain's eyes were full of resolution as he focused on the core of the phenomenon after the Absolute Life Form Systems report. As long as he destroyed it, the phenomenon would disperse, and everybody would live. It was extremely dangerous, but if Cain did nothing, millions would die, so he did not have a choice. Cain's blood wing flapped at a shocking speed as he pushed himself to the limit, triggering third gear. His velocity was beyond impressive, but there was a significant problem. The sphere of energy was generating a strong gravitational field and emitting powerful radiation. Resisting the gravitational field took every ounce of Kane's strength, and he could feel the radiation burning his skin and muscles. If not for the radiance of life overcoming the damage, just getting near would have been deadly. A boom! Kane had not even reached the edge of the sphere of dark golden energy when it shrunk and unleashed a new energy blast, sending him flying away and crashing against the tree wall formed by Crane. Cough! Kane couldn't help but cough up blood as enduring the power of the energy blast was too much, even for someone like him with a body as resilient as a golden wave artifact. The rate of the energy blasts increased, and Kane had not even regained control over his body when a new one emerged. A boom! Kane's eyes widened as he saw the energy blast was about to reach him. Luckily, a wooden cocoon formed above his body, protecting him. Crane had acted just in time to save Kane from the energy blast, but he couldn't help but clench his teeth as the next one nearly shattered his tree wall, and he was forced to use all his energy to enhance the defense. "My lord, I will not be able to stop the blast for long." Kane heard Crane's voice in his mind as he caught his breath. The energy blasts were too strong, but that was not even the main problem. Now that he could perceive the phenomenon's power better, Kane knew he lacked the strength to reach its core by force. A boom! Another blast emerged from the dark golden sphere, almost blowing the tree walls to pieces, pushing Kane's mind to the limit as it was just a matter of time before Crane could no longer hold, and hundreds of thousands perished. "My lord," once again, Kane heard Crane's voice in his mind and understood just how dire the situation was. The red light in his eyes grew stronger as he took a deep breath and unleashed his ego wave, enveloping the exterior of the phenomenon with it. Kane's mind relaxed as he activated the flow. His senses would not be enough to find a way in, but he hoped that the unique technique that allowed him to perceive the vibrations and patterns of all things would help him. Boom! The sphere shrank again before unleashing another blast, this time so powerful that it nearly sent the tree wall flying away. "Ah!" Crane shouted as he made his essence wave burst with more and more power, using all he had to keep the tree wall in place. His body trembled due to the immense pressure he was enduring, and he knew he wouldn't last long. Luckily for the middle-aged man and everyone else in the Azure State, Kane's eyes opened as there was a decisive light in them. Using the flow, he found a way into the sphere of dark golden energy. Right after a blast, in which it releases its chaotic energy, its structure grows unstable before growing larger again. It is less than a fraction of a second, but I could reach its core and destroy its origin. Kane adopted a sprint position inside the tree wall and took a deep breath as his heartbeat grew stronger, entering third gear and pushing it with even greater strength as his astral wave and blood energy focused on his legs. "Crane, when I give the signal, open the cocoon." Crane didn't know what Kane's plan was, but he trusted the young man and nodded as he once again made his essence wave explode with power, reinforcing the tree wall and ready to open the wooden cocoon as soon as Kane gave the command. The sphere of revolving dark golden energy once again shrank before unleashing an even more potent blast in all directions. A boom! Now, the blast had just reached the tree wall when Crane heard the command, and he immediately opened the wooden cocoon. A boom! Another burst echoed, making the tree wall tremble, but this was not due to the sphere of dark golden energy, but the young man that blasted forward with so much speed that he was invisible even to a wave king. Kane's eyes were full of determination as he pierced through the energy shell of the revolving sphere and, just as the absolute life form system told him, the core of the phenomenon was safe. It was like the eye of a hurricane. Everything around was being obliterated, but this place was safe. Kane did not have time to relax as the sphere would not take long to destroy the Azure State, so he had to act fast and immediately took out Slaughter. Kane's eyes glowed with a powerful red light full of determination as he looked for his target. However, his entire body trembled with shock and horror once he saw the phenomenon's origin. Sob, sob. A child's cry echoed inside the core of the revolving sphere of energy less than 5 meters away from Cain. The little boy was in a fetal position, crying, and it was not hard to see the genetic damage, as over half of his body was badly mutated, with tumors all over him. Cain's body couldn't stop trembling as his mind processed what was happening. Apex. Where is the core of the phenomenon? Cain's subconscious already knew the answer but could not accept it, so he asked the system spirit to scan the place, hoping he was wrong. Ah, you are seeing it. The core of the phenomenon that is about to destroy the Azure state and kill millions of people is no other than that small child. The golden humanoid inside the soul dimension could feel how Cain's soul was in a state of complete upheaval as this one came to the realization of what he needed to do. No, there must be another way. Cain's mind was in such disarray that he uttered those words aloud, drawing the attention of the little boy who looked in his direction. There were metal pipes embedded in his head, making it clear that the level of experimentation done on him was beyond just genetic. Cain stared into the little boy's eyes and could see the pain and fear in this one, as he could not stop crying. It hurts. I escaped. I don't know what is happening. The little body cried as he spoke with Cain but did not move a muscle, clearly terrified and traumatized by whatever had happened to him. Cain clenched his fists as he heard those words, and his eyes burned with determination as he stored slaughter. He approached the little boy, kneeling to look at this one directly into his eyes. It is okay. You don't need to worry about that anymore, but you need to stop this, or a lot of people will be harmed. I can't. I don't know what is happening. The little boy cried even harder as the fear in his heart and the pain he endured only kept growing. It is okay. I will fix it. Cain attempted to calm down the little boy as he spoke with Apex. There must be a way to help him. What about the genetic coder module? We could suppress his genetic mutation and take care of the rest later. Cain had already used the genetic coder module to save people's lives, and this time should not be different. However, as he noticed that Apex was not answering immediately, a bad feeling made his heart clench. Cain, I have already analyzed the boy with the AI chip module. Whatever they did to him made him evolve to the apotheosis realm but riddled his body and brain with genetic flaws that had already started a chain reaction. The metal pipes inside his brain must have been to help his mind endure the mental burden of such a massive energy pool, but they are not useful anymore. He will die, but before that, he will release all the energy in his body, triggering an explosion that will destroy the entire Azure state and everybody in it. No, there must be another way. Cain could not accept what he was hearing. He was willing to march into an impossible battle and stood proud even in the face of an attack from a Titan, but what Apex told him to do was simply too much. Apex could feel the state of Cain's soul growing increasingly unstable, but he did not blame the boy since, even for someone like him, it was simply an impossible choice. If the genetic coder module had evolved into the next realm, there might be a chance, but right now, there is nothing you can do. Cain's mind raced as his brain thought faster and faster, trying to seek a way through this, but time was not on his side. My lord, I will not be able to hold on for much longer. Crane's voice reached Cain through their AI chips, and he understood that in just a matter of seconds, the revolving sphere of energy would overcome the tree wall and kill hundreds of thousands. Damn it. God damn it. Why it must be like this? Cain shouted, unleashing all the rage, hatred, and frustration that flooded his soul and heart before finally taking a deep breath and taking out his red helmet. All the rage and hatred in Cain's eyes faded, leaving only peace as he took the little boy's head in his hands. As the boy saw those serene red eyes, he felt all the pain and fear vanishing, and he finally stopped crying. What is your name? Aslan. The boy uttered that word while looking at Cain's red eyes. Aslan, you are dying, and you are releasing all the energy in your body right now, which will kill millions. The boy heard Cain's voice and showed a determination and resolution that Cain would never forget as he uttered the following words. It is okay. Do it. Cain's eyes burned with red light stronger than ever before in his life as he channeled the sundering concept into his index finger and touched the little boy's forehead. Boom! A blast had just erupted from the sphere of revolving energy, nearly obliterating the tree wall to pieces, and Crane burned the last iota of his energy to keep it in place. Crane couldn't regulate his breathing as he felt he would pass out at any second, but the late Wave King clenched his teeth as he focused on the revolving sphere, waiting for the next blast. Just as Crane prepared for the explosion that would shatter his wall to pieces and send him flying away, potentially killing millions of others, the sphere of revolving energy froze, only to disperse the next second as someone slowly descended to the ground. "My lord!" Crane couldn't help but shout as he saw the sphere vanishing and Cain descending to the ground. "We are safe. It's over. We are alive." People shouted in happiness as they realized the phenomenon was gone and they would survive. They couldn't help but hug their family with tears in their eyes. Crane was just as excited as the others, but his smile froze as his perception showed that Cain had a small body in his arms. Boom! However, Crane didn't even have time to process what he saw as a giant pillar of azure lightning falling from the sky with more power than a nuclear bomb, landing straight on Cain. Boom! The lightning pillar was nothing short of formidable, with a power surpassing almost every weapon from the old world. All its destructive might was compressed in a less than 10-meter radius, showing the attacker flawless control over the spell. Crane and everyone else in the Azure State was shocked and speechless as they saw a pillar of azure lightning fall from the sky with a power even greater than the sphere of revolving energy. Many of them could not help but think that if the lightning pillar had appeared before, they would not have needed to rely on the help of the masked duo. People then turned to the sky only to see a young man in a sky-blue robe and a white crown on his head calmly descending. He had short black hair and appeared no more than 20 years old, with azure eyes and a small sword in his right hand. Not only was his appearance formidable, but the young man unleashed an aura that seemed to cover the sky and expand without an end. The Azure King. Crane's eyes widened as he realized the identity of the man. The newcomer was none other than the leader of the Azure royal family, a divine ascension master, a true powerhouse of the world. Although not all divine ascension masters had the right to call themselves titans, each and every one of them had the power to unleash the might of a nuclear weapon with a single strike. Despite the immense difference between their powers, Crane could not help but clench his fists and stare at this one with rage. That lightning strike was more than powerful enough to vaporize an apotheosis realm master, so despite the lingering lightning clouding his sight, there was no way Cain was still alive. The young man in the sky glanced at the lightning flooding the earth before turning toward Crane, locking eyes with him. "You have done a good service by protecting the infrastructure of the Azure State. If you are willing to resume your identity as a member of the underworld, I would gladly take you in." Crane felt a crushing pressure along with those words and knew what would happen if he said no, but there was no fear in his eyes as he looked at the Azure King with loathing and disdain. "As if I would ever align myself with a coward that killed my friend." While it was true that Crane's relationship with Cain started as one of a servant, it evolved into something much deeper, one of mutual respect and friendship. While Crane did not want to die, he was willing to do it if it meant keeping his honor. The Azure King stared at Crane with no emotion and simply nodded as Azure Lightning charged his sword again. While he would have liked to have a future Apotheosis Realm Master in his ranks, the Azure King would not waste his time trying to change Crane's mind. For a divine ascension master like the Azure King, it would only take a swing of his sword to kill a Wave King, no matter how strong they are. He raised his sword, and while they were thousands of meters apart, it did not matter. Boom! Just as the Azure King was about to end Crane's life, a red force field blasted into the sky, dispersing the azure lightning on the ground. It was so powerful that it managed to rise all the way to the highest heaven of the Gaia continent. The Azure King and Crane were both shocked and taken by surprise by the blast, and they could see that right in the center of it was Cain holding the body of the young boy. Both of them were intact despite the ground around them having been crystallized by the lightning. Cain's eyes were empty, but the red light in them was growing more powerful, enhancing the pillar of ego wave that continued rising into the sky. That was the external manifestation of what was happening right now in the deepest corner of Cain's soul sea. Crack. Apex watched with horror as a massive crack formed in the gate. The enormous gate covered by chains of dark purple flames and black-white lightning inside Cain's soul sea already had a small crack on the right side from when Beelze perished, allowing the emergence of a personality other than Cain's. Yet, this time, the crack formed on the left side, and what emerged was pure energy and chaotic emotions, lacking any form of order or ego. A chaos. Apex couldn't help but tremble as he uttered that word and saw the burst of red energy flooding into Cain's soul sea, fusing into the sun seed and evolving his ego wave to an outrageously powerful level. Back in the outer world, the Azure King's shock escalated as his eyes managed to discern the invisible shield around Cain. It was made using ego wave to solidify air particles into a force field, even more durable than platinum wave artifacts. However, for someone's willpower to achieve this, it must have reached a stage far beyond mind over wave. This 17-year-old boy has reached mind over matter. The Azure King could not believe what his eyes were showing him, as it was simply impossible. Manipulating matter with willpower was the third realm of the ego eternal path of power, and no matter how much of a prodigy one was, reaching it before turning 18 was utterly impossible by any standard. Although the Azure King did not understand what was happening or how Cain had achieved such incredible power, one thing was clear in his mind. He could not allow the boy to live. Burning with killing intent, the Azure King's eyes glowed with golden light. He was ready to slay Cain, but first, he would end the life of the young man's assistant. Unfortunately for the Azure King, just as he turned his attention back to Crane, he saw the middle-aged man merge into a small tree before his presence vanished. Wood law teleportation. Damn it. The shock of Cain's power distracted the Azure King long enough for Crane to use his trump card, merging into one of the trees and teleporting using the vegetal life of the area. Crane was no coward, but he understood that the only outcome of staying behind would be his death. So, he chose to flee and seek help. A wise decision that Cain would have completely supported. Although the Azure King was annoyed, there was no fear in his eyes regarding the fact that the middle-aged man could reveal what had happened here, as if he knew that no information could escape his domain. It will take time to find him. First, I will kill the boy, and then I will take care of the witnesses. The Azure King managed to calm his mind as he charged his sword with Azure Lightning. Cain's willpower was surprising. But even an ego wave at the third realm was insufficient to bridge the gap between their powers. Cain's ego wave was dozens of times stronger than before, but using it to enhance his astral wave would cause his body to explode from the excessive energy. Moreover, attacking by manipulating matter might be enough against an apotheosis realm master but would not suffice against a divine ascension cultivator. Azure Lightning Tempest. The Azure King summoned a storm of ethereal blue lightning bolts that struck from above, all aimed directly at Cain's barrier. Cain's eyes remained empty as he seemed not to notice the barrage of Azure lightning bolts. He continued to stare at the corpse in his hands as the red force field emanating from him grew stronger and stronger. A frown formed on the Azure King's face as he saw how the red ego wave became increasingly powerful, constantly reinforcing the shield. His golden ego wave burst with power, enhancing the strength of his spells and the speed at which the bolts were fired. Crack. A large crack appeared in the shield protecting Cain, allowing a stream of Azure lightning to reach him. While the shield immediately healed, the power of the lightning still scorched Cain's body. Cain's mind did not seem to register the pain of his seared skin, but he was not the only one affected. The lightning also reached Aslan's corpse, which immediately vaporized. As the boy's form transformed into ash and slipped from his hands, Cain's entire body began to tremble, and he immediately turned to the figure in the sky responsible for it. Immediately, his ego wave began to fuse with his astral wave, causing the latter to grow immensely powerful. When the Azure King felt Cain's gaze upon him, a sense of dread assailed him. But as he saw the ego wave fuse into the astral wave, a mocking smile appeared on his face. HMPH, what is the point of all that talent if you are just a foolish child? The Azure King was ready to witness Cain's body explode, as it should not have been able to contain such an immense amount of energy. But then, something shocking happened. The immense pillar of ego wave fully fused with the astral wave, but instead of coursing through Cain's body, it began to solidify on the outside, forming muscle fibers. Transforming your wave into something else was nothing impressive since any wave warrior could do it, but what Cain did was something completely different. Cain's ego wave fused into his astral wave and began to solidify that energy, generating a qualitative change in its nature, something that the Azure King had never seen before. Dread filled the Azure King's eyes as he saw the dark purple muscle fibers covering Cain's body, increasing his height to 4 meters and transforming him into a humanoid monster. The only part visible of Cain were his eyes, bursting with more and more red light. Once the last layer of astral wave muscles had covered Cain's body, he unleashed a red sonic scream that spread for hundreds of kilometers. Ordinary people immediately fainted and fell to the ground, as did wave warriors and wave champions. That sonic cry did not carry sound waves, instead, it was Cain's ego wave mutated into a sonic attack. Those with weak willpower simply fainted as their minds attempted to protect them. However, the wave kings in the Azure Castle were not so fortunate, and all screamed in pain as they clutched their heads, feeling as if their skulls were being cracked open. Their willpower was strong enough to keep them conscious, but the clash left them severely wounded. The Azure King felt his mind trembling and blood leaking from his ears. Thanks to his cultivation, it only took a moment to regain control, but when his focus returned, utter dread filled him as the dark purple monster was right in front of him. Despite his appearance, the Azure King was an old monster that had lived for over 1,000 years and had survived countless life and death scenarios. Yet, the golden light in his eyes quivered as he faced the red light in the monster's eyes. There was no rational thought in those eyes, only a sea of rage and murderous intent that kept growing stronger and determined the Azure King as its target. The golden light in the Azure King's eyes finally stabilized as he clenched his teeth and tightened his grip on his sword. He flashed back at a shocking speed, creating distance between him and Cain before swinging his sword. Azure Rupture Shield. The Azure King condensed his energy into the sword, causing a rupture in the very fabric of space. These cuts formed a net in front of him that should hold against any attack, damaging anything that came into contact with it. Using a defensive move against a 17-year-old felt humiliating, but the Azure King focused on his next move. The shield will buy me some time to strike back with strength. That thought was short-lived as the Azure King watched Cain's dark purple arm pierce through the net. There were deep cuts in the astral wave muscles, but they managed to resist before landing squarely into the chest of the Divine Ascension cultivator. The Azure King couldn't suppress a cry of agony as Cain's punch landed squarely on his chest with force surpassing a nuclear blast. Despite his incredible resilience from his cultivation stage and auxiliary techniques, the Azure King was still fundamentally an essence cultivator, and his body was not designed to endure a melee battle of this level. Crack. Though the Azure Cosmic Net managed to diminish the kinetic force behind Cain's fist, it still caused his ribs to crack, forcing the Azure King to spew blood as he hurtled uncontrollably across the sky. A boom. Before the Azure King could regain control of his body, an explosive sonic boom resounded, and in the next instant, the dark purple monster with red eyes appeared above him. What? The Azure King couldn't believe the speed of this monster. He barely had time to think before Cain clasped his hands together, forming a hammer-like shape, and struck his chest again. A boom. The impact of Cain's strike sent the Azure King crashing into the ground at such velocity that it generated a blast, destroying everything within several kilometers. Fortunately for the citizens of the Azure State, the battle had been pushed into the cicada forest, sparing thousands from becoming collateral damage. A boom. The cataclysmic sonic boom echoed across the sky once again. This time, the Azure King managed to perceive the cause. Cain had created a solid surface in the sky by compressing air particles, allowing him to leap toward his target with the full might of his monstrous body. It followed the same principles behind airwalk but was executed on a far grander scale. Usually, those at the Wave King level and above no longer use airwalk since they can levitate, creating their own gravitational field due to the massive energy pool in their bodies. However, Cain hadn't reached that level. Despite his monstrous appearance, Cain's battle awareness was acute. He not only managed to devise a way to compensate for his lack of speed in the sky but also created a method that allowed him to move even faster than the Azure King. The Azure King's brain could process all this in a fraction of a second. Still, his immediate concern was surviving the onslaught of the dark purple monster charging toward him with energy and momentum matching a nuclear weapon from the old world. A burst of golden light ignited in the Azure King's eyes as he finally shook off his shock, treating this as a fight to the death and unleashing every ounce of power within his evolution core and law. Azure Thunder Domain. These words left the Azure King's mouth as a massive force field of azure lightning flooded the surroundings for hundreds of kilometers. A boom! Cain collided with the ground the next second, although his entire body was covered in muscles made of astral wave, rendering his facial features indiscernible. His eyes were still visible, and he frowned upon realizing that the Azure King had vanished just before his landing. However, Cain immediately looked up to the sky and saw the Azure King's body materializing, surrounded by arcs of azure lightning. The brute might of an astral wave cultivator was incredible, capable of mimicking the power of a nuclear weapon with their fists. But one must never underestimate the power of essence wave cultivators, as the power of the laws allows them to perform what can only be described as magic. Unlike the fear or dread seen before, the Azure King's eyes were now calm as he held his sword to the side and adopted a strange battle stance. Cain showed no concern for the Azure King's stance and simply kicked the ground beneath his feet, shattering it as he shot into the sky at a shocking speed. Cain's lunging speed was so immense that the Azure King could barely keep up with his eyes, but the man had not reached his level without facing physically stronger opponents in the past. Infinity Blade Ballet. The Azure King uttered those words as his body seemed to phase between flesh and lightning, allowing his reflexes to reach a shocking level. They were high enough to move to the side at the last second, dodging Cain's lunge before sending a sword strike to the left side of the monster and sending this one flying away. Cain regained control of his body immediately and showed no concern for the scorched dark purple muscle left by that strike as he marched again toward the Azure King, this time with even greater speed. The Azure King saw the minor damage his attack caused and how new astral wave muscles replaced the wounded ones almost instantly, but he did not lose focus. He once again dodged the charge of the dark purple monster and struck with his sword. Cain hurtled through the air due to the lightning strike, but he simply ignored it, generating a new platform of solidified air particles, and flashed toward the Azure King again. There was a constant clash in the sky between a dark purple flash and a small azure figure. The Azure King constantly dodged the blows of Cain, and while he was doing minor damage to the mass of dark purple muscles, he knew that no matter how much energy Cain had, it could not be endless. In less than 1 second, Cain had marched toward the Azure King over 10,000 times but failed to land a single blow. Clearly, the combination of the Azure Thunder Domain and Infinity Blade Ballet allowed the Azure King's power to evolve to a whole new level, capable of facing the dark purple monster. The power-up of the Azure King was a perfect example of the might that the laws could allow you to achieve, granting the power to face opponents that were faster and stronger than you. As the battle carried on, the Azure King closed his eyes. That was not a display of arrogance or disdain toward his opponent, but the fact he was now focusing all his power on the next strike. Once again, Cain flashed toward the Azure King, and this one managed to dodge the blow, but this time, he did not respond with a simple strike from his sword. The azure lightning in the weapon exploded before being immediately compressed into the sword's edge. Azure Heart Detonation. Azure Heart Detonation. The Azure King unleashed nearly a quarter of the energy in his evolution core in the next attack before using his law to contain it and direct it into a single blast, focusing the destructive force solely on the intended target. BOOM. From the Azure King's sword, a cannon of azure lightning emerged with power that even the most potent nuclear weapons of the old world would have had difficulty matching. Cain took the blast head-on, and his body was propelled into the ground at a shocking speed. Even after crashing, the attack did not lose its strength, pushing him deeper and deeper into the ground as it attempted to destroy his body and soul. It took around 5 seconds for the energy cannon to lose its momentum before finally dispersing, showing a hole in the ground that extended for nearly several kilometers, and everything around it was crystallized due to its immense power. The Azure King's face was pale, and he had a hard time regulating his breathing as that last attack put his sacred organ under immense stress, but he still smiled as he saw the monster's body in the hole. Cain's armor of astral wave muscles had suffered immense damage, as the left side had been vaporized, and the damage was so much that it managed to reach his real body, destroying his left arm as well. However, despite the damage and pain of losing an extremity, Cain's eyes showed nothing more than pure and chaotic wrath as his ego wave fused with the astral wave, regenerating the armor. The Azure King saw how the dark purple monster seemed to go back to his complete form but was not disheartened. He had managed to harm Cain's body, which was not as easy to fix, so as long as he could carry on, he would be the winner. Of course, the Azure King stayed focused as the battle was far from over and prepared to receive the monster's onslaught, but something odd happened. The dark purple monster did not blindly march as before and instead kept looking at the Azure King. There was still pure and chaotic wrath in his eyes, but now something else appeared in them, something much more profound. A bad feeling assaulted the Azure King as he saw those eyes, since he felt they could see deep inside his body, all the way into his energy pool and mind. It was a terrifying feeling that all the people who had faced the flow could relate to. Although the Azure King knew the best path was to keep countering the lunges of the dark purple monster, the pressure of those eyes was too much, and he made his energy again, flooding the sky. Stellar Sword. The Azure King's sword melted into streams of lightning that flooded the sky, forging hundreds of copies, but it did not end there. The weapon began to mutate, generating the illusion of celestial bodies of immense power. Cain saw how the Azure King prepared his spell, but he did not march forward, only allowing his sight to encompass the entire sky. Facing an enraged monster was challenging as it came at you despite the damage it could endure, firing suicidal attacks. Still, the Azure King would much prefer that than to face an enemy that could keep their composure in the face of one of his most powerful attacks. Die! The Azure King shouted as he waved his hand, sending the sword strikes toward the dark purple monster. The sword strikes mimicked the paths of comets and meteors, combining the power of the law with the stellar imagery to bring forth a barrage of cosmic energy-infused sword strikes from above. The Azure King showed a cold smile as he expected to see the barrage of sword strikes resembling the fall of meteorites blasting the dark purple monster, but what happened next was so shocking that it twisted his view of reality. Cain bent his knees and put both hands forward, and his entire body seemed to achieve a state of pure tranquility. Just as the first meteorite-like sword strike was about to impact him, he sent his right palm forward, touching the surface of the spells and then changing its trajectory, sending it flying far away. Boom! The sword strike unleashed a massive blast dozens of kilometers away from Cain, and that was just the beginning, as he did the same with every single one of the heavenly body illusions falling from the sky. BOOM. BOOM. The Azure King was stupefied as he saw his sword strikes landing everywhere but where they were supposed to, and he could not understand how a monster whose eyes were full of chaotic rage could perform such a display of supernatural technique. Cain showed nothing in reaction to the Azure King as he kept using the power of the flow to deviate every single spell coming at him. In his current form, He could shift and counter more than just physical strikes. He could do the same with energy. That feat was enough to put the flow in a classification above every single technique in Gaia, and who could say that was its final form? Boom. Cain deviated the last sword strike away, and only then did his eyes focus again on the Azure King, making him tremble. The Azure King thought he had seen all Cain could unleash, but he just realized he was fighting a creature that grew more powerful as they fought. Cain bent his knees as he enhanced the strength in his legs, preparing to march forward, to which the Azure King responded by immediately reforming his sword in his hand and adopting the stance of Infinity Blade Ballet. The Azure King's eyes widened as he saw the even higher speed that the dark purple monster could unleash, but he was able to dodge the punch aimed at his head and prepared to release a counter strike with his sword bathed in lightning. However, just as the Azure King was about to wave his sword, his heart froze as he saw the dark purple monster focusing on him. The shocking part was that the monster had been looking at that point in space before he even reached it, essentially predicting where he would be before he even moved. Before the Azure King could even fire his strike, Cain pivoted his entire body. The dark purple monster used his revolving force to land a ferocious kick in the Azure King's chest, sending him flying away while puking blood. The Azure King's eyes widened as he felt not only his ribs shatter but also that the kick managed to collapse one of his lungs. It took all his strength to regain control of his body before Cain could unleash an onslaught that would end him. Cosmic Lightning Mirage. Just as Cain was about to reach the Azure King, the latter activated a new spell, merging into the Azure Lightning domain before hundreds of copies of him appeared in all directions. Cain's eyes narrowed as he saw those copies, and not even his mighty Third Realm Ego Wave could perceive the real one. The hundreds of Azure Kings did not remain steady as they waved their swords, unleashing hundreds of sword strikes. Since the sword strikes came from every direction simultaneously, not even with the power of the flow could Cain deviate their course, so he simply began to dodge them as his eyes went through the copies. Among those hundreds of copies was the real Azure King, and while the power of the dark purple monster terrified him, he was also confident in the power of his cosmic lightning mirage since he had managed even to trick gods with this spell. A boom! Cain flashed toward one of the incarnations, dodging the lightning sword strikes and blasting it to pieces before immediately flashing to another. Since it seemed he could not find the real one, he would shatter all of them. In theory, that was a good focus since it should take a lot of energy to reforge every single one of those incarnations, but there was one factor that the dark purple monster did not seem to take into consideration. The Azure King's heart grew calm as he saw that behavior since he could always reform the incarnations as their energy would not fade from his lightning domain. Cain kept destroying incarnations, and while he managed to dodge most of the sword strikes, some still landed on his body, scorching his astral wave muscles, but he seemed not to care as he just kept flashing from one direction to the other, carrying on with his onslaught. The more incarnations Cain destroyed, the more at ease was the Azure King since he believed he would be able to hide long enough, but that train of thought did not last for long. Cain had just destroyed one incarnation, and his eyes aimed at one in the distance as he bent his knees, seemingly ready to march toward this one, but he suddenly made a sharp turn toward the opposite direction. That filled the Azure King's heart with dread as the monster appeared before his actual body. His mind could not process what was happening and how a monster that seemed only to feel rage and wrath could perform such a flawless battle scheme. The Azure King attempted to run away, but the dark purple monster grabbed his right arm before sending a ferocious blow to his head. The strength behind that blow was immense, and the Azure King channeled most of his essence wave at the point of impact, making it act like a cushion. A boom! The Azure King's fast thinking and reaction with his essence wave saved his head from blowing up, but the punch still sent him flying away most of his body, except for his right arm, which was torn off. Pure agony appeared in the Azure King's face as losing an arm was not only incredibly painful but would also have a severe impact on his cultivation. The body of a divine ascension cultivator was a treasure of the laws, and fixing it was incredibly challenging. However, the Azure King did not have time to think about that, as Cain had already appeared above his body and tackled him, sending both to the ground at a shocking speed. Boom! The Azure King felt how his body nearly split apart due to the massively powerful tackle of the dark purple monster, and that was just the beginning of his torment as Cain stood above him before unleashing a barrage of punches. A boom! A boom! A boom! Blast after blast landed on the Azure King, breaking his bones and perforating his organs. The damage was growing deadly, but the mighty divine ascension cultivator could do nothing as the dark purple monster totally overpowered him. The difference between their power was not great in a battle in the sky, but in a melee battle in the sky, the Azure King was defenseless against the dark purple monster. It took less than 10 seconds for the Azure King to become nothing more than a bloody pulp, and his life force was waning due to the severe damage to his vital organs. Cain's rage and killing intent burst as he saw the enemy in that state, and he clasped his hands as he gathered all his strength in the next blow. The Azure King's eyes still worked, and a sense of utter fear and dread filled his heart as he knew that the next attack would end his life. A boom! A resounding blast echoed across the cicada forest, but it was not Cain's fists landing on the Azure King's head. Actually, it was the dark purple monster that was sent flying away, breaking the ground on his path for several kilometers before regaining control over his body. Cain's eyes immediately focused on the one that saved the Azure King, and the killing intent in his eyes burst as he saw a flayed man with powerful blood energy coursing through his body. Oh, it seems that even in that form, you are able to recognize me. The one who managed to send Cain flying away and save the Azure King was the Dark King, who nearly caused the fall of the Blood Sea. The Blood King. The Blood King's eyes were calm as he stared at Cain. The fact that this young man, only 17 years old, managed to achieve such incredible power from one moment to the next might be shocking for everybody, but not for him. When the Void King ordered him to end Cain's life, he did not take the mission lightly. Although the Blood King might seem wild, there was no way someone could reach the peak of the underworld and take one of the 10 thrones of the organization without an incredibly powerful mind, intellect, and wisdom. Using all the resources of the organization at his disposal, the Blood King conducted deep research on Cain's life. The first weeks of his life were a mystery due to the fact he was an orphan baby taken from a battlefield by his father. After that, Cain's life was very average, even mediocre. While he was hardworking, he lacked any talent, so he was bullied in school. However, everything changed after a special day in the forest near the slums of his original home. Cain had taken the life of a schoolmate who had attempted to kill him, and from that day on, he underwent a massive change in his destiny. Not only did he awaken a lineage, but his entire aura and nature experienced an impressive boost as if he was someone new, or at least older. The more the Blood King investigated, the more he came to the conclusion that Cain Lorifer was just like him. I haven't met a fellow rebirther in a very long time. I wonder if you would like to tell me your name since I would like to know the person I am going to kill. The Azure King could not hide his shock when he heard the term rebirther. They were individuals who had honed unique and incredibly powerful abilities that allowed them to restart their lives from a young age while retaining their insight about their cultivation path. Of course, such a technique was not flawless and had several shortcomings, but that was something people of such low power and status as the Azure King would not know. As for Cain, those words meant nothing to him, and the only thought in his mind was to kill that man covered in blood energy. R-O-A-R-R-R-R-R-R. The dark purple monster unleashed a new sonic scream that carried the full might of his ego wave, and while it almost made the Azure King pass out, it did not affect the Blood King. It seems that something went wrong, and raw and chaotic emotions overflow your mind without any sense of order. How odd, but I guess it doesn't matter since you will die regardless. The Blood King was eerily calm as he stared at Cain before opening his palm, sending a burst of blood energy into the Azure King, helping this one stabilize his condition and life force. Thank you, my lord. The mighty Azure King, leader of the Azure royal family that held the bloodline of a former emperor of the Godslayer humankind, bowed to a member of the underworld. That was a crime that would have the entire family butchered to pieces if people of the imperial court were to find out. Take care of the evidence, and then reinforce the black box. Your battle with Cain nearly broke it, and I cannot allow any leak. A sharp golden light appeared in the eyes of the Azure King as he nodded and flashed toward the Azure State. Cain's gaze turned to the Azure King, and his eyes widened. Even while his mind was in a state of pure madness and chaos, his ego wave allowed him to perceive the killing intent in the Azure King as this one near the area of the Azure State where he and Crane stopped the revolving dark golden sphere of energy. The murderous wrath in Cain's eyes exploded as the ego wave he unleashed grew even more potent, and he flashed toward the Azure King at full speed. Boom mmm. Unfortunately for Cain, the Blood King intercepted his path and connected a blow on his chest that sent him crashing into the ground. Cain immediately stood up, but his chest had a deep indentation. A single blow from the Blood King did nearly as much damage as the most potent strike from the Azure King, making clear just how massive the difference between their powers was. Since that was the case, Cain should solely focus on the Blood King, or else he might lose his life, but that rational thinking did not enter his mind, and the only train of thought right now was to kill the Azure King before this one could reach the Azure State. The dark purple monster flashed again toward the Azure King, but the Blood King intercepted his path just like before. Yet, things were different this time. Cain's eyes glowed with a meaningful light as he used the flow to predict the attack of the Blood King and dodge it before sending a blow of his own. The Blood King's eyes narrowed as he saw how Cain dodged his right hook before countering it with a kick to his face. However, unlike the Azure King, who was powerless before those types of counters, the Blood King reinforced his right hand with blood energy, allowing him to catch the leg before sending a new blow to the dark purple monster's chest. Cain's figure once again plummeted into the ground, and that blow to the chest not only managed to damage his astral wave muscles but generated a shock wave that reached his real body. HMPH, do you really think that technique that could predict movements by perceiving the movement of muscles, tendons, and energy pools was unstoppable? There was a cold light in the Blood King's eyes as he uttered those words. He still remembered how that technique was the one that helped Cain win the Blood Champion tournament, which was the first step in the collapse of his plans for the Blood Sea. You cannot counter a strike when you are sending one, and I can simply use my greater power and technique to stop your limbs and send my own blow. Although the Blood King made it sound easy, the truth was that the level of skill and constitution needed to perform that feat was something even titans and gods would find hard to master. Cain did not care about the words of the Blood King, but all of a sudden, his eyes widened as he saw a flash of light in the distance. A boom! Cain's eyes widened as he saw the blast of light, followed by a massive explosion. His ego wave was strong enough to monitor the Azure State, and his entire body began to tremble as he realized that every life he had saved by making an impossible choice was now gone, erased from the face of the world. However, things were far from ending as the Azure King immediately flashed to the northwest of the Cicada Forest after taking care of the witnesses in the Azure State. Cain immediately focused his ego wave on that place and perceived an artificial mountain and, deep beneath it, a laboratory. That was where the people of the Azure royal family took children like Aslan to undergo all sorts of experiments. Ah! Another roar of rage and willpower emerged from the dark purple monster as his killing intent toward the Azure King exploded, and he flashed toward him with all his power. HMPH, are you forgetting about me? Unfortunately for Cain, before he could reach the Azure King, the Blood King appeared before him and sent a ferocious kick that pulled him back. Cain's eyes, overwhelmed with killing intent, focused on the Blood King, and a meaningful light appeared in them. As I assumed, your mind and soul might be full of chaotic rage, severing rational thought, but that doesn't affect your battle awareness. That is why you can use unique techniques and even perform battle schemes. Unlike the Azure King, who could not figure out the key behind Cain's battle style during their entire fight, it only took a few short exchanges for the Blood King to decipher everything. Clearly, it was not just their raw power that put the Blood King and Azure King in different leagues. Cain showed nothing to the words of the Blood King and just attacked him with pure killing intent, determined to erase him before going after the Azure King. The red light in his eyes kept growing more potent as the amount of ego wave he unleashed increased. The Blood King saw how Cain sent a fist to his head, and he raised his left forearm, intending to use it as a shield. He was ready to fire a punch with his right hand as soon as Cain's fist made contact. A boom! A massive shock wave echoed for thousands of kilometers, and the Blood King's eyes widened as he felt the dark purple monster's punch land on his left forearm. The blow had simply too much power, and he was not able to maintain his stance in the sky, being sent flying away the next second. Immediately after sending the Blood King flying away, Cain turned to the Azure King in the distance, and his killing intent burst as he flashed after the man. The Azure King trembled with fear as he saw how the Blood King was sent flying away, and the dark purple monster approached at a simply breathtaking speed. However, just as Cain was about to reach him, the Blood King caught up. Burning rage appeared in the dark purple monster's eyes as he saw the Blood King instantly regain control over his body and again intercept him, being forced to respond. A boom! The Blood King's eyes were cold as he smiled and received that strike head-on, generating an even greater shockwave. So, you can redistribute your astral wave muscles at the same speed as if it was pure energy. Impressive, but so can I. Cain's rage was unyielding as he began to strike with all his power at the Blood King, but this one stood his ground, exchanging blow for blow. Since the Blood King could no longer simply block Cain's strikes, this one should have been able to use the flow to predict his enemy's movements, but it was not so simple. The Blood King could keep his muscles in a state of excitation, making it impossible for Cain to predict any movement from them. Clearly, the Blood King had spent a long time preparing to counter the technique that frustrated his plans in the Blood Sea. A boom! A massive shock wave echoed across the sky, unleashing gales stronger than those of a nuclear weapon, as the dark purple monster landed a hook on the Blood King's jaw. However, the Blood King was able to twist his neck to reduce the damage his body took before sending a knee strike right into Cain's abdomen. Cain's body contorted due to the damage it took, but he stood firm as he connected an elbow strike on the Blood King's chin. The fight carried on like that, with both firing punches, kicks, elbows, and knee strikes, landing blows with the power of nuclear weapons. Anyone seeing their battle from a distance would realize that both used a very similar martial style, and that was because they were using the Bloodflow Fury, a battle style honed by the Patriarch of the Blood Sea, capable of incredible might. Cain's eyes burned with more and more red light as a sense of urgency appeared in them. He needed to push away the Blood King if he wanted any chance of stopping the Azure King. The Blood King seemed to notice the urgency in the dark purple humanoid's eyes, which only made his smile grow even more sinister. He suddenly dodged one of Cain's blows and managed to rotate around him, appearing on his back before grabbing him. Cain's eyes widened as he felt the strong hug from the Blood King and used all his strength to try to break out, but it was not so simple. Ha ha ha, you will miss the show if you keep struggling. Cain's eyes widened as he heard the voice of the Blood King, and his eyes turned to the distance as a new flash of light appeared along with an explosion, as the artificial mountain and everything beneath it vaporized from the world. The explosion was deafening, but to Cain, all he could hear was silence as he realized what that explosion meant. All the children were gone. The Azure King got rid of them to erase any evidence of his involvement with the organization. Apex could see all that happened, and while many thoughts were crossing his mind right now, all that took a second place as he turned to the gate and saw the crack growing larger, reaching a full centimeter. A centimeter might not seem much, but a small crack in the right place could tear a dam down, unleashing an unstoppable wave of destruction. Ah! Cain unleashed a new willpower scream, and this time, the Blood King could not help but frown since even he felt pain in his head. However, that was not the most critical part, as he saw how the muscles were beginning to tremble, and he immediately flashed away. The Blood King moved just in time to avoid the red force field that emerged from Kane's body, one that was even stronger than the one unleashed at the beginning of the battle against the Azure King. In the distance, the Azure King had fallen to the ground as the sonic scream made him black out for an instant. Had he been closer, the damage he would have taken could have been much worse. Suddenly, the Azure King's eyes widened as he turned to the Azure Castle, and shock appeared in his eyes as all the Wave Kings had fallen to the ground with their eyes open, but there was no longer light in them. The Azure royal family's Wave Kings had managed to endure the initial sonic attacks of the dark purple monster, but this one was too strong and proved deadly for them. While their hearts still worked, their ego waves had shattered into pieces, destroying their minds. Killing Wave Kings thousands of kilometers away with a sonic attack, that is the realm of titans and gods. As that thought crossed the Azure King's mind, he could not help but tremble as two red eyes focused on him. Azure King. Burn. The red light in Kane's eyes was overflowing as he saw the massive pit where the laboratory used to be and focused on the Azure King in the distance. Those were the first words that Kane uttered from the moment of his transformation, and they carried a massive effect as his body began to transform. As the fear in the Azure King grew, he heard the sound of bones cracking. He turned around, focusing on the dark purple monster. Shock appeared in his eyes as he saw bone spikes emerging from his elbows and knees, along with bone shells on his hands and feet, all while his muscles grew even stronger. What have I done? That thought appeared in the Azure King's mind as he realized he had enraged a monster with the might of a titan. What are you waiting for? Do as I told you. Luckily for the Azure King, before he could fall into desperation, the voice of the Blood King echoed inside his mind. Right, there is a Dark King on my side. They are capable of killing even titans. A new sense of courage appeared in the Azure King as he nodded to the Blood King before flashing to a corner of the cicada forest surrounding the Azure State. The dark purple monster saw the Azure King vanishing in the distance but did not chase and instead turned to the part of the Azure State that was destroyed by lightning and then turned to the Azure Castle. Azure Royal Family. Burn. The bone armor only grew more ominous as Kane uttered those words, and the ego wave emerging from his eyes grew even stronger as he focused on the Blood King. The Blood King's face was solemn as he stared at Kane and felt the burst in power from this one. It was clear to him that the more profound the hatred and rage, the stronger Kane's willpower would be, but there was something else. Even now that he is speaking, I can sense his intelligence and ego growing weaker. Whatever power he uses, it is too much for his ego and willpower to endure for much longer. If Apex could hear the thought of the Blood King, he would have to compliment the battle awareness of the man since this one was right. Kane's alter ego kept taking the power emerging from the left crack in the gate, but it could not endure for long. The golden humanoid knew he had to do something to stop it, but it was not so simple. The first time he managed to push back the power of the Red King was because Kane instinctively rejected it, and the crack was much smaller, but things were different now. Kane was lost in the sea of rage and killing intent, and he was willing to burn his very soul and will in order to kill the enemy. Losing himself in that wrath was the only way his young mind could cope with what he was forced to do to stop the revolving sphere of energy from killing millions. The dark purple monster stared at the Blood King for a moment as his killing intent burst, igniting the red light from his eyes ablaze. Human. Burn. For the first time since the battle started, actual dread appeared in the Blood King's face as he saw Kane's willpower set ablaze. However, he did not have time to think since the monster immediately appeared before him, sending a ferocious punch toward his face. That strike was nearly 3 times stronger than the attack Kane had unleashed before, but that was just the beginning since his new ego wave allowed him to concentrate all that power to a granular level, transforming a single punch into a kinetic cannon whose full strength was compressed into a radius of less than 15 centimeters. Boom! An explosion appeared in the sky, but this one was different from the others since cracks emerged around it. There was no physical structure around the strike, so it did not make sense for cracks to appear. If a titan or gods were to see that, Even they would have adopted a solemn expression and could not hide the fear in their hearts, since that strike had the power to break space. Put in simple terms, that blow had so much power that the physical plane of ether could not fully endure it. The Blood King was sent flying away while blood leaked from his mouth. He was lucky that was all the damage he took, since, had he not made his blood energy explode and put his arms up for defense, the injuries would have been much worse. What the hell? His power rose again, and this time, reached the level of a true titan. The Blood King could not hide his shock as he realized that Kane's physical might manage to reach the true peak of ether, but he did not have time to wonder about it as he saw how space above him broke to pieces and a figure emerged from it. Force teleportation. The shock in the Blood King only kept growing as the dark purple monster managed to teleport above him and then sent a ferocious downward kick. He managed to use his arm again to block the kick but felt his bones cracking under the strike as his inner organs trembled, and he plummeted to the ground. A boom. Kane's flaming eyes focused on the crater that made everything tremble and the earth split apart before flashing down. This time, he did not teleport as he intended to enhance his momentum to crash into the ground with more power than an H-bomb could trigger. Do not look down on a king. However, before Kane could reach the ground, he heard that shout full of rage as a pillar of golden force emerged, along with a draconic figure bathed in blood lightning. The dark purple monster and the humanoid blood dragon clashed in the sky, generating cracks in space for thousands of meters, splitting apart everything in their range. Boom! The kinetic blast made the earth and sky tremble as both figures flashed in opposite directions before regaining control over their bodies nearly at the same time. Kane's eyes focused on the humanoid blood dragon, and his eyes narrowed as he saw the burning golden flame in his eyes. Clearly, the humanoid dragon was none other than the Blood King, who was unleashing his full power. The Blood King's face contorted in rage as a flash of pain assaulted him. My ego eternal matrix had not completely adjusted, but you forced me to use it, hindering my healing. For that, I will make you pay. Kane's killing intent only exploded as the Blood King grew stronger, and he showed no hesitation as he flashed toward this one. The Blood King did not show any fear either as he dashed toward Kane, ready to kill him by any means necessary. A boom. A boom. A boom. A boom. Blasts that shattered space filled the sky of the cicada forest as Kane and the Blood King unleashed an explosive might released by H-bombs with every single full power attack of their bodies. Had this battle carried on in the old world, it would have desolated the planet, ending all life. Kane received a kick to the face that nearly ripped off his head, but he managed to endure. He grabbed the tails of the Blood King and spun with all his strength before sending him crashing into a mountain. Boom! The mountain and everything in a radius of hundreds of kilometers were obliterated. Luckily for the people in the Azure State, it seemed that neither the dark purple monster nor the humanoid dragon wanted to bring their fight into that area. Kane took a step forward, forcefully shattering space and appearing right in the crater the next instant, but just as he did, his eyes widened since a beam of red energy appeared the next second, landing directly on his chest. Blood Dragon Breath. The voice of the Blood King echoed as the energy cannon sent the dark purple humanoid into the sky at a shocking speed. While the dark purple muscles managed to endure, the power still reached Kane's true body and burned his skin and muscles. Normally, that would have put the young man in agonizing pain, but right now, Kane's mind could only process rage, so as he regained control over his body, he focused on the Blood King and flashed to him as the muscles of Astra Wave reforged. The Blood King's breathing was rough as the headache only kept worsening since his ego eternal matrix was having difficulty enduring the pressure and could not stabilize. Still, he clenched his teeth and flashed toward the dark purple monster. The clash between the dark purple monster and the humanoid blood dragon carried on in the sky, shattering space and unleashing so much energy that a cataclysmic storm formed above them, filling the surroundings with lightning bolts of immense power. It was a truly fantastic fight, one whose sight could inspire legends for thousands of years, and while the Blood King was formidable, The dark purple monster just kept growing stronger, as if the ego wave he unleashed had no limit at all. Such a sight would make one think that Cain would be the victor, but if you could see inside his soul sea, you would notice how the alter ego was about to shatter due to the torrent of energy emerging from the gate and coursing through it. Apex clenched his fists as he saw all that, and he knew it was just a matter of time before Cain's willpower and ego would collapse. As he saw the end coming near, a decisive light appeared in the golden humanoid. "Cain, hear my voice." Apex's voice reached every corner of the soul sea, but there was no response. However, he did not worry since he knew the boy would hear it. "There is a path you can take. A path where the pain you feel right now will never again harm you. A path where there is only determination and focus. A path where everything will follow your might." Apex's voice froze for a moment as he spoke, but the determination in his eyes only grew as he carried on. "I am talking about the path of order. I am talking about the path of order." Those words had a fundamental effect on Cain's soul sea. The burst of energy coming from the left side of the gate trembled as it could no longer forcefully flood into Cain's soul sea. In the other world, Cain's eyes trembled for a moment, and the wild rage and wrath burning in his eyes began to wane. Luckily, that change did not affect his battle awareness, and he kept fighting against the blood humanoid dragon with all his power. The Blood King's battle awareness was not any less impressive than Cain's, and he would have normally detected that change. However, right now, he felt like his mind would split apart due to the immense burden on his ego eternal matrix, so he could only focus on the fight against the dark purple monster. Apex saw his voice's effect on Cain, and a complicated expression appeared as he saw how ready the young boy was to accept the path of order. But he could not give himself the luxury of thinking about the future when Cain's mind was about to collapse, so he carried on. "The path of order is a way to see not only yourself but the world around you. You are now the center of all things, the core of causality, the master of destiny, and the overlord of every emotion your heart and soul can ignite." Once again, the tremor of Cain's soul sea became even more powerful, and the resilience against the energy coming from the massive gate grew more potent. The golden humanoid showed a smile and immediately began to interact with the gate, trying to use its power to stop the flow of energy coming from it. Now that Cain was finally putting up resistance, Apex could push back against the torrent of energy full of chaotic emotions. Others might need decades, centuries, or even millennia to embrace order, but you are different. Order has been in your soul from the moment you were born, and the only thing you need to harness its power is to remember your past life. Allow your mind to rise above the pain and hatred, becoming the king of your destiny. Those words were the final push Cain's soul sea needed, and the young man understood what he needed to do. Back in the real world, his eyes began to glow with a meaningful light as he sent a punch to the Blood King and pulled back, putting distance between the two. The Blood King did not immediately pursue, as there was a flash of confusion in his eyes. Despite his battle awareness, the dark purple monster was still full of rage and had never stopped their battle, so the sudden change made him think of a trap. The dark purple monster stood silent for a few seconds before he extended his right hand and manipulated the blood and energy he and the Blood King had spread across the sky during their fight, gathering it in front of him. The confusion in the Blood King only grew stronger as he saw how his blood and that of Cain fused along with a torrent of red ego wave, giving birth to what could only be described as a red metallic mask. What is that? Although the mask was impressive and a divine treasure to Wave King and even Apotheosis Realm Masters, it meant nothing to Titans and gods and could not influence their battle in any sense. The dark purple monster put the mask on, immediately covering his entire face, leaving only his eyes visible. It seemed like a simple action, but its effect on Cain's soul sea was transcendental. His soul sea, which could not stop trembling, suddenly froze before bursting with overwhelming power, completely severing the entrance of the energy coming from the gate. Apex did not lose that opportunity, and his power burst as he covered the crack in the gate with the chains of dark purple flames and black-white lightning. Cain's entire body trembled for a second as the madness and rage in his eyes faded, replaced by clarity and consciousness. A flash of confusion appeared in those eyes, but it immediately faded as he focused on the blood humanoid dragon before flashing toward it with all his power. The Blood King was shocked to see the marked change in Kane's eyes and how all notions of wrath and rage faded, only to be replaced by what he could only describe as a sense of absolute certainty. However, he did not have time to think about it as Kane flashed toward him with all his power, reigniting their cataclysmic battle. Although Kane unleashed a wild barrage against the Blood King, not unlike his previous maddened and chaotic state, the truth was that he was in complete control of his mind and was communicating with Apex as the battle carried on. "Apex, what is happening? Why has no one from the capital come despite the might of this battle?" There were hundreds, if not thousands, of questions in Kane's mind, but the main concern was to survive this ordeal. He felt how his mind and body had reached what could only be described as a godly level, but there was one fatal problem. Before, everything had been like a dream, and he only knew that a new power had flooded his soul, granting him the might to nearly kill the Azure King and face the Blood King. But once he regained consciousness, the source of energy that kept his mind and body at that level began to fade. He felt how his astral wave muscles began to lose their endurance and his speed of thought and cognitive abilities waning with every second. While he could now face the Blood Dragon humanoid, he would return to being a simple wave champion in less than 5 minutes. Not to mention that, while it may not look that way on the outside, his actual body had suffered what could only be described as near fatal damage. If Kane wanted to survive, he had to act fast, or everything would be lost. If Kane wanted to survive, he had to be fast, or everything would be lost. The danger he faced right now was even greater than when the High Blood Elder aimed to take his life. Apex couldn't help but narrow his eyes as he realized the focus and calm that Kane projected, even as his life was on the line. Even for someone like the System Spirit, the effect of the Path of Order on a life form was transcendental. However, the Golden Humanoid understood the severity of the situation and immediately offered a reply to Kane. He had also noticed the oddness of the situation since, despite the distance to the Silver City, hundreds of explosions with the power of H-bombs should not go unnoticed. "I have surveyed the surroundings and transmissions using the scan force field, and I can only assume we are inside some concealment force field. It must be capable of covering the Azure State and the cicada forest around it, projecting an illusion to the outside world that everything is fine. If my conjecture is right, its name should be Black Box, which the Blood King commanded the Azure King to reinforce." Kane's eyes narrowed as he heard those words, but he did not lose focus on the battle. He dodged one of the blows from the Blood King before striking with his left elbow's bone spike, piercing it into the enemy's shoulder, just to send a headbutt the next second. The Blood King's eyes trembled as the head strike made the pain in his mind even greater, sending him crashing into the ground. Kane immediately flashed toward the Blood King, increasing the momentum of his body as his right knee aimed forward, intending to impale the blood humanoid dragon with the bone spike in it. At the same time, he carried on with his conversation with Apex. "That concealment force field. It must be the reason there were no Apotheosis Realm Masters in the Azure Castle." Kane's train of thought paused for an instant as a flash of coldness appeared in his eyes. "I was the target of the Black Box. There was no way that over a dozen Apotheosis Realm Masters would have been ready to perform that formation spell at all times, so they should have arranged it not too long before Kane's arrival. They knew he would come and had the spell in place to silently kill him, making sure no one on the outside would find out or could come to save him." Kane's mind immediately made a list of the people who could have been part of the scheme, but he pushed those thoughts away for the moment since he had bigger fish to fry. Boom! A resounding explosion made the cicada forest tremble as Kane's knee landed on the ground, but the Blood King managed to move at the last second, sending a kick that sent him flying away, breaking the ground in his path. Kane immediately regained control over his body as his eyes focused on the Blood King and flashed forward. Boom! 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 Dozens of explosions occurred as Kane and the Blood King exchanged blows, triggering massive earthquakes and shattering space around them. "Apex, what are my chances of breaking out of the Black Box?" Kane had already spread his ego wave in all directions, In its current state, Kane's ego wave could extend over 30,000 kilometers, which would have been enough to cover over 70% of the old world's circumference and more than enough to reach the Silver City located to the north. However, no matter how much Kane pushed his ego wave forward, it only detected the forest. So, he hoped that the scan force field could perceive something else. Your transformation did not enhance the AI chip module. Even now, it can only detect a slight disturbance in electromagnetic fields. A formation of this level is not something you can simply escape by moving in a straight line, since it must also be folding space around us. Apex's words made Kane frown, since that meant asking for help was not an option, and neither was escaping. He saw the damage on the Blood King, but he knew that the one who would break first was him. Right now, he already felt the weakening of his power and had to make a decision. I guess I only have one path left. As he flashed forward, Kane's eyes glowed with resolution, meeting the Blood King's punch with his own. It was not the first time that the Blood King's fist had clashed with one of Kane's, but a sense of shock assaulted him as, instead of an overwhelming force, he saw how most of Kane's astral wave muscles spread toward him. Before the Blood King could react, the astral wave muscles had already encompassed his entire body, trapping him inside a dark purple sphere. Kane had lost nearly all his astral wave's muscles, but his eyes only glowed with resolution as he sent the sphere into the sky before spreading his ego wave into the surroundings. Ah! Along with that roar, Kane's willpower raised hundreds of mountains from the ground before sending them toward the dark purple sphere in the sky. It only took him 5 seconds to form what could only be described as an artificial moon. Rumble. Despite the majesty of the structure, it took less than 1 second for it to start trembling as cracks formed all over it and bursts of blood energy emerged. Clearly, the Blood King would not just let Kane trap him. Kane had used most of the power he had left, forming that cage, and in his current condition, he would have a hard time facing the Azure King, much less a Dark King of the organization. He knew the artificial moon would not hold the Blood King long, but he only needed a little time. Immediately after sealing the Blood King, Kane turned toward the Azure State and flashed to this one at full speed. He could no longer break space and forcefully teleport, but it did not matter as the distance to the Azure State was short. It took but a second for Kane to reach the Azure State and even less for him to appear above the Azure Castle. He immediately located the secret dimension that held the clandestine prison of the Azure royal family, and the resolution of his eyes grew stronger. Although Kane had lost most of his power by this point, he was still strong enough to forcefully break into the secret dimension, so he just flashed forward, shattering the ground to pieces, and appeared in front of the massive metallic gate. A boom! Kane could use the system to try and hack the gate's formation, but he did not have time for that, so he just clenched his fists and punched forward, battering the gate open and flashing to the other extreme of the clandestine prison. The first time Kane appeared in this place, his mind immediately went to the people in those cages. He now had the power to break them open, but that would endanger his life, so the calculation did not even compute in his mind. A boom! With another punch, Kane shattered the metal gate at the other end of the clandestine prison, giving him access to the hole that led to the sacred vault of the Azure royal family. The alarm had triggered the metal gates that sealed the way, but Kane just carried on with his path of destruction, breaking everything apart. It took but a moment for Kane to reach the sacred vault of the Azure royal family, and his eyes immediately went to the storage dimension of the Azure King. There was no one in this place but the early wave champion that Kane had hypnotized. Kane had commanded the man to kill himself after 30 minutes, but this one was still alive. It was not that the man had managed to resist the compulsion, but the fact that everything that happened since Kane left this place had transpired in less than 30 minutes. For Kane, the man's life had no importance, and he just focused on the storage dimension. His ego wave had yet to lose the power to manipulate matter. Still, if he were to use it to open the storage dimension with a teleportation formation inside, there was a good chance that the dimension would collapse. Apex. A yes. Since just forcing his way into the storage dimension was not wise, Kane had to hack the formation matrix to gain access to it, and for that, he needed the power of the AI chip module. Apex was ready and immediately used the full power of the absolute life form system to hack into the storage dimension. Cain noticed how his destiny force was reduced to a shocking speed, but none of that mattered. He could always get more destiny force but could not buy a second life. Seconds passed, and Cain's ego wave grew weaker and weaker. His eyes were calm, but it was impossible to hide the small trace of anxiety in them since every second counted. Boom! Finally, after nearly a minute, the absolute life form system managed to hack the storage dimension of the Azure King, granting Cain access to this one. Just as Cain smiled, he saw how the underground dimension began to tremble. Rumblee. The tremor did not emerge from the dimension, but due to an explosion far away. Cain knew it could only have one reason. The Blood King managed to break free of the artificial moon. Cain did not hesitate for a second before accessing the storage dimension, appearing the next second in the sky of a large field full of grass. Luckily for Cain, he did not have to look hard for the intercontinental teleportation formation. There was no way to hide the massive formation the size of a small city in the center of the storage dimension. He immediately flashed toward it, and before even putting a foot on it, he had already triggered it using his ego wave. Cain's eyes grew sharp as he saw the formation glowing, but just as he was about to reach it, he heard space shattering. Crack! The Blood King forced his way into the dimension, and his eyes widened as he saw the massive teleportation formation and Cain flashing toward this one. His first instinct was to destroy the formation, but it was not so simple. An intercontinental teleportation formation had an immense amount of space energy, and destroying it would trigger a blast that would consume the entire dimension, endangering his life, so the Blood King could not break it unless he wanted to die alongside Cain. "You will not escape," the Blood King shouted as he flashed toward Cain at full speed, shortening the distance in a fraction of a second. Cain saw the blood humanoid dragon appear behind him and immediately turned around, using his power to defend against the attack. He had lost most of his power, so the palm strike from the Blood King managed to reach his real body beyond the small layer of astral wave muscles. Cain's eyes widened as he felt a force reach his heart and was about to shatter it, but even in that situation, he did not lose focus. He gathered the last of his ego wave in his right hand and generated a cannon of kinetic energy that sent the Blood King into the sky and pushed his body strength into the intercontinental teleportation formation. The Blood King immediately regained control over his body. Still, just as he intended to flash toward Cain and finish the job, this one vanished in the light of the intercontinental teleportation formation. However, while Cain's body vanished, a small sphere of re-ego wave remained behind, only to explode the next second, unleashing a sonic wave that pierced out of the dimension and spread across the entire Azure state and its surroundings. "I will return, and when I do, you and everything you hold dear will burn. I swear it on my name as the Scarlet King." Cain's previous sonic attack had knocked out or killed most of the people, leaving only a very few conscious to hear his message, but it did not matter since they were the ones for whom it was intended. The Azure King and the Apotheosis Realm Masters that put the black box in place heard those words clearly, and a sense of utter dread filled their souls as the name Scarlet King was branded in their minds. The Blood King also heard it, but unlike the others, the only sentiment in his heart was rage, pure and unrestrained. He wanted to unleash a rampage that would burn everything, but before he could do that, his eyes narrowed as he looked to the sky and felt the disturbance in space. The black box was impressive, but it was not flawless. The battle between Cain and the Blood King pushed it to the limit, and the triggering of an intercontinental teleportation formation was the straw that broke the camel's back. "Damn it!" the Blood King shouted before using a space ring on his hand that covered his figure and shadows, vanishing from the place. End of Book 5. The Awakening of a New King. Book 6. In the Skin of the Enemy. In the sky, a man with short black hair and blue eyes gazed into the distance at an extensive mountain range, and he was not alone. By his side stood a bald man in a golden robe. Both of them were powerful, with the first being at the peak of the food chain in the entire world. They watched the storm of multicolored flames forming in the sky in solemn silence. Amazing. It has reached 81 kilometers. A true 9x9 ego destruction tribulation. Luther's face could not hide his awe and admiration as he observed the multicolored flames in the sky. There was also a sense of dread since he knew that if he were to get close to those flames, his mind would shatter in a matter of seconds. That boy has always been rash, but this is over the top. He should have prepared for a little more time. The collapsing lightning Duke's eyes were sharp as he gazed at the multicolored flame in the sky. While he could resist it, that was because his willpower had already surpassed the peak of the third realm, while the man at the mountain peak was still in the second realm. The danger of a 9x9 ego destruction tribulation is something even the first lightning collapsing pillar took 2 years to prepare for. Luther heard the words of the collapsing lightning Duke and could not help but sigh. There is nothing we could have done. After finding out about the military criminal's report, he already decided his path, and not even your highness could convince him otherwise. The collapsing lightning Duke glanced at Luther before staring at the mountain on which the man had decided to take his tribulation. It was none other than Blade Mountain. B-O-M-M-M-M-M-M-M-M-M-M. Before the duo could say another word, a torrent of multicolored flames fell from the firestorm in the sky with the momentum and power of lightning, drowning the man's figure and Blade Mountain's peak. Despite the flames having a power capable of drawing caution from even titans and gods, there was no damage whatsoever to the ground or earth. The reason for that was that the flames did not target the body but the mind and ego, with a power capable of shattering the very essence of oneself. No other humans were in the area, and all wave beasts had run away at the first sign of the ego destruction tribulation, as their instincts told them just how dangerous they were. The collapsing lightning Duke focused on the man receiving the full power of that multicolored firestorm, and as he saw the killing intent and resolution in his eyes, a small smile of approval appeared on his face. At the same time, his own ego wave had already spread for hundreds of kilometers around, and with a single wave of his hand, he would unleash a torrent of dark lightning that could shatter space. If anyone tried to interrupt the man's evolution, no matter who they were or their background, the collapsing lightning Duke would incinerate their souls to ashes with his black lightning. Boom MMM. BOOMMMMMMMMMMMMM. BOOMMMMMMMMMMMMMM. The blast of multicolored fire continued falling with overwhelming force from the sky, bathing the mountain and everything around them. Vegetal life survived since they lacked will or ego, but small insects and the fauna immediately froze. Their bodies might still work, but there was no longer a mind that could operate it. The collapsing lightning Duke and Luther watched silently as the multicolored firestorm kept striking the man on the mountain peak until it suddenly began to contract, reducing its size. The duo knew this was the most dangerous time, but they could do nothing other than wait. Finally, all the power left in the multicolored firestorm descended from the sky, covering the entire Blade Mountain range, extending for thousands of kilometers. The collapsing lightning Duke saw how the flames spread everywhere, including their direction, and he immediately raised his right hand, generating a white force field that protected him and Luther from the tribulation's power. A flash of pain assaulted the titans since, while he could resist the flames, he still felt like they were burning his mind. Luckily, they did not remain for long and soon vanished, leaving an intact land but without any form of sentient life in it. The collapsing lightning Duke and Luther immediately focused on the mountain peak and saw how the man was not moving. Just as a flash of concern appeared in the duo's hearts, a monstrous blue force field emerged from the man's brain, with so much power that it crushed the Blade Mountain's peak. The blue force field was so potent that it could alter matter, meaning that the person at the mountain's peak had reached the third realm of the ego eternal path of power, mind over matter. The man stood up and clenched his fists before staring at the collapsing lightning Duke. Ashish. At an overwhelming speed, the man flashed toward the collapsing lightning Duke, appearing in front of him before coalescing all the power of his body and mind into his right fist. Boom. A deafening shockwave appeared in the sky as the man fired his fist, which landed straight in the collapsing Lightning Duke's palm. The collapsing Lightning Duke smiled as he felt the fist's power and how it carried a rotational force that seemed to want to destroy the bones and muscles inside his right arm. As he saw the eyes of the man that attacked and noticed how there was a tiny blue ember at their center, his smile only widened. The one that attacked was none other than Zarok, and after the clash, he pulled his arm back and stared straight into the eyes of the collapsing Lightning Duke with pure and unrestrained killing intent. The collapsing Lightning Duke focused on Zarek's eyes, and after a moment, a serious expression appeared on his face as he nodded. Complete your first tribulation of the Apotheosis realm with a flawless mark, and I will give you your chance to kill the Azure King. Zarok stared at the collapsing Lightning Duke for a moment before nodding, turning around, and vanishing in the distance. Luther saw Zarok vanish in the distance before turning toward the collapsing Lightning Duke. My lord, killing the Azure King would incite the wrath of the Imperial Court. HMPH, so what if they grow furious? If they think that we will not do anything after they attack one of our brothers, then they are sorely mistaken. The collapsing Lightning Duke's eyes brimmed with killing intent as a fierce expression appeared on his face as he looked toward the Prometheus sector. Azure family. A young woman stood in the center of a storm atop a massive sea of blood. Her face was extraordinarily beautiful, but right now, it twisted due to the immense wrath in her heart. Shira's eyes burned with killing intent as torrents of blood energy coursed through her body, pushing her flesh, blood, and energy to the next level. She was currently in the midst of her evolution to the Wave King realm, and the storm of blood around her was a phenomenon due to the response of the law of blood to her evolution. In the distance, the Blood Duke and Bloodless Number 1 stared at the woman with a complicated expression. They couldn't help but worry as she didn't hide her desire to kill one of the families that carried the bloodline of a former emperor. Unfortunately for the duo, they could do nothing about it since Shira had experienced a transcendental change over the last couple of months. At first, it started slowly, but it didn't take long for everybody to notice the metamorphosis in the young woman. Shira's entire body, sacred organs, and energy pool had experienced an incredible transformation, with her talent skyrocketing along with her battle power. Not only did her essence wave experience a qualitative change, but her lineage also evolved to the point that it was even more pure than the Blood Duke's. That was not all. She also experienced what could only be described as a godly enhancement in one of the most critical aspects of the essence evolution path of power: the perception of the laws. The law of blood had enhanced her body to the point of runes appearing on her bones, a feat that even Apotheosis realm masters would have difficulty achieving. No matter how much effort the Blood Duke and Bloodless Number 1 put into finding the cause, it was futile. How could they have known that the vessel that the Blood Astral Beast created inside Shira's body to help its reincarnation was reabsorbed by the woman's body due to the lack of a soul? In the end, the Blood Duke and Bloodless Number 1 could only take it as a divine stroke of luck and put their total effort and resources of the Blood Sea at Shira's disposal to help her grow stronger. Due to her current talent and power, the Blood Duke and Bloodless Number 1 could no longer control Shira. But the duo did not think that was a problem until now, since it was clear that the woman would not rest until drowning the entire Azure state in blood. What should we do? The Blood Duke spoke as he observed Shira's state and sensed the killing intent in her heart. What can we do? She will not stop. If we try to persuade her, she will leave. Besides, many in the Blood Sea consider that boy our hero. Bloodless Number 1 spoke solemnly, and the intent behind the word hero made it clear that he was among those who saw Cain as the savior of the Blood Sea. The Blood Duke also noticed the killing intent in Bloodless Number 1 and couldn't help but sigh. He was a titan and could kill the Azure King, but it was not as simple as starting a battle in the Prometheus sector. When her battle power reaches the Divine Ascension realm, I will help her exact her revenge, but until then, she must endure it. Bloodless Number 1 stared at the Blood Duke for a moment before softly nodding. She will accept. Jonathan's eyes were resolute as he entered the chamber of the patriarch of the Aegon family. He walked until 5 meters away from the patriarch before performing a slight bow. "My lord, you commanded my presence." The patriarch of the Aegon family stared at Jonathan for a few seconds before speaking. "I have heard you are particularly keen on taking assassination contracts against the Azure royal family." Jonathan was not surprised, as he knew that was why he was summoned. He showed nothing but coldness as he nodded. "That is correct. There are plenty of assassination contracts against them, and I personally carried them out. You know that going overboard like that could incite the wrath of the imperial court, right?" The patriarch focused on Jonathan and saw how committed the man remained, clearly not intending to stop his actions. After a few seconds, a smile appeared on the patriarch's face. Jonathan spread out the new executive command. "Members of the Aegon family will no longer touch any member of the Azure family in the Prometheus sector." Jonathan was surprised when he heard that, and just as a flash of irritation appeared in his eyes, the patriarch spoke again. "However, they must also kill all members of the Azure family outside the Prometheus sector. Of course, the weak and the children are exempt from the killing list." The patriarch of the Aegon family's smile turned cold and murderous as he uttered those words. He did not have the time to worry about the imperial court with the organization on his back, but that did not mean he would just let the Azure family go untouched. "My lord." Jonathan was shocked by that order, but he saw how the patriarch only shrugged his shoulders. "They will not do anything if I act outside the Prometheus sector. They might get angry, but the Golden Emperor will not bother with us." Jonathan showed a smile full of killing intent as he intended to lead the killings, but he was not so lucky. "You will not go killing. I need you for something else. The boy's fate is unknown, but no matter what, I want my daughter's corpse back. You will form a team and search for it. I don't care how much it costs or how hard you must work. Bring her back." The patriarch's eyes were resolute, and Jonathan immediately nodded as he would put his soul and heart into it. A young man was running across a forest. There was blood all over his body, and he was missing his right arm. His face was pale, and he was doing all in his power to hide his aura. He looked into the distance and could only see trees, making a sense of rage and frustration fill his heart as he continued walking forward until he reached a large mountain. The young man silently entered one of the caverns. A boom! Unfortunately for the young boy, before he could even catch his breath, the cavern he attempted to hide was blown to pieces, with him landing in the distance. It took all his strength to stand up, but he was barely able to rise before puking a mouthful of blood. "I must admit, you surely are resilient to have endured for so long, but this is the end of the road, boy." The young man raised his eyes from the ground and saw 3 figures in the sky. They were all members of the Inferno demon race, with the one at the lead holding a Hell clan and the other 2 the Abyssal clan. This was not a fight between races, since the young man on the ground was also a member of the Inferno demon race, in fact, part of the Hell clan. "Zarius, you traitor!" The young man shouted at one of the members of the Abyssal clan in the back, but this one only showed a mocking smile. "Please, Lord Cain, don't get mad at me. I am just taking the smart path." HMPH, who would have thought that a member of the Abyssal clan would have so little honor? When the man named Zarius heard those words, a flash of rage appeared in his eyes, and he flashed toward the young boy, appearing in front of him before sending a kick. Cain was just a level 9 wave warrior, so there was no way he could fight against a wave king, much less in his state, so the kick destroyed every bone in his chest before sending him crashing into a tree dozens of meters away. "Stop playing around. There is no reason to make this harder than it needs to be. End the boy's life fast." The leader of the trio spoke with a cold voice, and there was evident anger in his eyes. Zarius could have easily ended the boy's life with that kick but did not, as he wanted to torture him, something the member of the Hell clan was not going to allow. Zarius glanced at the member of the Hell clan and did not dare to say a word before clenching his fist. Even if Cain was 100 meters away, he could effortlessly kill him with a single punch from this distance. Cain's light was already fading from his eyes as the kick had destroyed several of his vital organs. Even if Zarius did not attack, he would die in minutes, so there was nothing he could do. Rumble. However, just as Cain thought everything was over, the ground began to tremble with so much force that the earth split apart. Cain was not the only one shocked, since the other 3 members of the Inferno Demon clan were also surprised, and they immediately turned to the mountain by their side as it began to glow with hundreds of giant runes appearing on it. The level of the formation engraved in the mountain was too high for the trio, and they only understood its goal when they felt a massive disturbance in space and saw how a portal appeared above them. The trio turned to the portal as they adopted battle stances, since they did not know what kind of monster would emerge from it, and just as they prepared for the battle of their life, what came out from the portal was a bloody thing. Shock and confusion appeared on the trio as they saw the bloody corpse falling from the sky and plummeting into the ground just for the portal to close the next second. Stay focused. It could be a ruse. Do not lower your guards. The member of the Hell clan shouted as he unleashed his ego wave in all directions, but he found nothing other than the bloody corpse. He could not understand why someone would send a corpse through what he could only describe as the most extraordinary teleportation formation he had seen in his life. Orphan, should we check the corpse? It might have something of value. Orphan, the member of the Hell clan, heard his friend utter those words and thought for a moment before staring at Zarius. Zarius, pick up the corpse and inspect it. Zarius frowned as he heard that command, but there was nothing he could do but obey the duo, and he walked toward the bloody corpse. The blood did not matter to him as greed appeared in his heart. Oh, members of the Inferno Demon race, am I in Atlas? Just as Zarius was about to put his hand over the bloody corpse, he and the other 2 in the sky heard a voice in their minds. Not only were they shocked by realizing that someone managed to reach into their minds, but terror appeared the next second as they lost control over their bodies. What is happening? Orphan shouted with terror. He could still speak, but someone had taken control of their minds, bodies, and energy. Although the man knew of hypnosis masters, he had never faced something like this. The Wave King from the Hell clan looked around, trying to find the culprit, as did the other 2, but the only thing they could see was Cain and the bloody corpse. Wait. Orphan's eyes widened as he focused on the bloody corpse, and the next second, the voice returned. Ha ha ha, not bad. That was fast. Yes, I am the one in control right now. You can refer to me as the Scarlet King. Ha ha ha, not bad. That was fast. Yes, I am the one in control right now. You can refer to me as the Scarlet King. There was terror in the trio's eyes. They could think but could not act or do anything other than what the Scarlet King allowed. Zarius saw with dread how his body moved without his control and took the bloody body in his hand, raising it from the ground. There was no skin on the body, as it seemed all was burned, and a red mask hindered their view of the man's face, but they could clearly see his eyes glowing with red light. Who among you is the one with the highest status? When the trio heard that question, a single thought crossed their minds. The Scarlet King might want to make a deal with the one with the highest background, so it was in their best interest to name themselves. Unfortunately, the power invading their minds forced them to act based on instinct, erasing any form of deception, and the trio immediately pointed their fingers at the dying young man in the distance. Oh, interesting. Zarius's body once again moved on its own, bringing the Scarlet King to the bloody young man. He was not alone, since Orphan and the other Wave King also began to move, with the duo attacking the mountain with all their power, wrecking it to pieces. While it was the way back, it was also a gate for the Blood King or Azure family to come through. Right now, the Scarlet King was in no condition to fight powerful enemies, so it was best to destroy this end of the intercontinental teleportation formation. Cain was still conscious and heard the duo approaching. His body was already shutting down, but he wanted to endure so he could see how that ominous entity killed the trio. He used all his strength to raise his eyes, looking straight into the eyes of the Scarlet King. Every organ in your body is shutting down, and you are about to die. Cain attempted to speak, but only blood came out. Your trachea and esophagus are gone. Don't worry, we can speak through our thoughts. Once again, the voice of the Scarlet King echoed inside his mind, and Cain felt the telepathic link. Will you save me? The damage to your organs is too much, and I am using all my strength only to stop myself from dying. However, even if I could, I would not do it since all those who saw me would have to die." The answer from the Scarlet King was instantaneous, making a weak smile appear on the dying boy. "I see." The Scarlet King's eyes narrowed as he saw the frustration in the young boy's eyes. It was one he had seen many times before in the mirror when he was young. "Tell me, boy, have you ever heard of a Faustian contract?" A meaningful light appeared in Cain's eyes as he heard those words. He had read many tales, including those of other races, but he did not think he would listen to one of humankind on his deathbed. "You want to buy my soul? Kind of. I will eat it, gaining all your memories. It is a new technique, so I might fail if you put up resistance. Allow me to consume your soul, and I will kill everybody who has wronged you and also make sure those you care about are protected to the best of my abilities. No matter your race, the soul was the most precious part of your existence, and as long as it remained, maybe you could reincarnate." While it might sound like a fairy tale, they lived in a world where the impossible could happen. Before, Cain would have never accepted such a deal, but right now, the hatred for the people who plotted against him and the fear for his family brought a new sense of determination to his soul. "I accept." "Then it is a deal." As soon as they finished their pact, the red helmet covering the Scarlet King's head split in the middle, revealing a third eye with sharp teeth instead of eyelids. "Gluttony's eye." The Scarlet King's voice seemed to resonate in Cain's eyes as tendrils emerged from the third eye, piercing into his brain. A sense of immense agony assaulted Cain, but he clenched his teeth and did not fight back, allowing the tendrils to do their mission. The red light in the Scarlet King's eyes glowed with more and more power as he pushed himself to the limit. Gluttony's eye was a unique skill that the Scarlet King had learned during his travel through the teleportation formation. How he learned it was similar to how he mastered the flow. It emerged from his past life's memories. It took all the Scarlet King's effort and concentration, but in the end, he extracted the sky-blue electromagnetic force field from Cain's brain, his soul. The red tendrils brought Cain's soul into the third eye, where this one began to consume it ravenously, and immediately, a stream of information flooded the Scarlet King's mind as he learned everything from the young man. His name was Cain. Ha ha ha, what a small world. The Scarlet King silently laughed at the similarity between his and the young Inferno demon's name but did not overthink it as he assimilated all. Luckily for him, Cain was young, so there was not too much information, and he could incorporate all those memories in less than an hour. After that was over, the Scarlet King turned to the mountain and, seeing the level of destruction in it and being sure that it could not work anymore, he silently nodded before sending another command to Orphan and the Wave King of the Abyssal clan. "Collect as many king beasts as possible in an hour and bring them to me. Prefer those with a high level of blood vitality." After that command, the duo did not say a word and followed the command, vanishing into the forest. After that, Zarius stomped on the ground, forming a large basin and putting the bloody body of the Scarlet King in it. Zarius did not wait a second before waving his hand, filling the basin with all the resources in his space ring. The Scarlet King sent those he could not directly consume into the Devourer dimension, before manipulating the others like wave crystals with his ego wave. After emptying every resource and treasure he had spent his life collecting, Zarius's eyes twitched as he cut his forearms, making streams of his blood fill the basin. His body only had a few liters of blood, but as it fell into the basin, he consumed his energy and life force to make more, generating a constant stream that filled the basin in less than 30 minutes. Zarius fell to the ground beside the basin, and his heartbeat and vital signs were weak. His vitality as a Wave King kept him alive, but his life force had suffered dramatically due to the depletion of his blood. Shortly after that, Orphan and the Abyssal clan's Wave King returned with the corpses of several king beasts. The duo made holes in the beasts before draining their blood into the basin, only for the desiccated corpses to be embraced by a red force field and vanish the next second. The blood had not even filled the basin before it began to diminish at an alarming rate, and the duo went back to their mission, collecting more corpses of king beasts and draining their blood into the basin. Xerius remained on the edge, vigilant to any newcomer that could stomp around. Days passed, and the basin continued draining and being refilled as its life force grew more and more powerful. Finally, after a month, Orphan and the other two Wave Kings froze and adopted a silent stance. The blood drained faster and faster until nothing remained, leaving only a young man with an extremely well-defined body and a red metallic mask covering his face. The Scarlet King's eyes radiated with red light as he clenched his fist and assessed the state of his body and inner organs. Using the blood essence of over 1,000 king beasts, the radiance of life, and the energy and vitality granted by the Gluttony module, the Scarlet King was able to heal nearly all of his wounds. Still, one organ could not recover, at least not entirely. The battle with the Blood King had left him severely wounded, but the worst injury was the one he took right before entering the intercontinental teleportation formation, the palm strike that managed to reach his rebirth heart. Even at this moment, there were several deep lacerations on the Scarlet King's rebirth heart. The only reason he could stand without a problem was his constant use of Radiance of Life while simultaneously transmuting his astral wave into a stabilizing substance. The combination of those two abilities allowed the Scarlet King's heart to work fine, even during a battle, but it also carried a severe problem since, for all intents and purposes, the sacred organ was crippled. If the Scarlet King attempted to revolve his astral wave, his heart would suffer greatly and could cause his death. In essence, the Scarlet King's astral path of power, for which he had always strived for perfection and gone through over a dozen life and death trials in order to reach a flawless foundation, was now useless. Such a realization could break the mind of anyone, even great powerhouses who had lived a life of hardship, but it only slightly bothered the Scarlet King. System. How long will it take for my Radiance of Life to heal my astral rebirth heart? Just as Radiance of Life had the power to heal Crane's evolution core, it could do the same for Kane. But the answer he got was not a good one. The damage that Vessel's rebirth heart endured was much more significant than Crane's evolution core. Right now, Radiance of Life can only keep the sacred organ stable. According to calculations done through the AI chip module, after Vessel's ego wave evolves to the third realm, it would take the Radiance of Life 30 years to heal the sacred organ completely. For anyone else, the notion that only 30 years would be needed to heal the crippling injury of a sacred organ would be thrilling. But for the Scarlet King, it was unacceptable. He could not wait that long, and a flash of determination appeared in his eyes as he turned to Kane's corpse. Since the astral rebirth path of power is no longer useful to me, I might as well give it up and embrace my new identity to the fullest. There was no hesitation in the Scarlet King's mind as he decided to give up on the astral rebirth path of power and embark on the essence evolution path of power. By the time his astral rebirth heart fully healed, he would be 50 and could not just waste his potential waiting. So, he would instead embark on the essence evolution path of power. It might sound rushed since there was always the chance of some miracle drug that could assist him, yet, he could not count on that since if such a thing existed, they were in the hands of great titans, people that he could no longer interact with. In the beginning, when the Scarlet King saw the members of the Inferno demon race, he thought he was in Atlas, the continent located north of Gaia. That was the best possible option since it meant he could just make his way back home, as the Atlas continent and Gaia continent were connected. Unfortunately, after gaining the sum of Kane's life knowledge, the Scarlet King realized that he was not in the Atlas continent but the Kronos continent. The Kronos continent was the home of the Atrox Immortus race and was located on the other side of the Endless Ocean. The only way that the Scarlet King could return to the Gaia continent now was by either becoming a divine ascension cultivator or through another intercontinental teleportation formation. Neither of those choices seemed possible in the near future. Without hesitation, the Scarlet King opened his hand, extracting a Tier 1 biogenetic chamber from his space ring. He then stripped Kane's body naked and sent the corpse into the chamber. With nothing but absolute peace in his eyes, the Scarlet King used the Tier 1 biogenetic chamber to obtain a perfect copy of Kane's genome and extract from the corpse the material needed to engrave it into someone else. Orphan and the other two Wave Kings from the Abyssal clan could still think and see, so their eyes widened as they saw Kane's body dissolve inside the biogenetic chamber, only for the man in the mask to enter it the next second. The body with well-defined muscles began to change, becoming more slender and with skin of red color as horn emerged from his head. After an hour, the Scarlet King emerged from the Tier 1 biogenetic chamber. He softly nodded as he realized that his appearance and genetic sequence were nearly identical to Kane's. Someone would have to dissect him and go through his genome to find any significant difference between them. Of course, the body and genes were one aspect, since anyone with powerful perception could detect the difference between Kane's willpower, which had not even reached the first realm, and the Scarlet King's, which had already evolved into the apotheosis realm. Luckily, the red metallic mask he created was not just for looks, its primary purpose was concealment. The Scarlet King's eyes glowed for a moment as the mask fused with his flesh, vanishing from sight. The Scarlet King stored the Tier 1 biogenetic chamber and wore Kane's clothes before walking to the trio with a smile. "So, what do you think? Don't I look great?" No words came from Orphan and the other two, but the shock and dread in their eyes made it clear just how terrified they were of the man in front of them. His behavior made it clear that all life in his eyes was meaningless. The Scarlet King did not show any concern for the trio's fear and plight, for one simple fact. The same fact that allowed him to devour Kane's soul without any sense of guilt or shemia. They were not part of his life matrix. A life form that follows the path of order doesn't feel fear or dread. They could see the greatest horrors of the universe, and it would not shake their hearts. They could even see the loss of their entire race and keep complete control over their hearts and soul. That would make many think that order was the same as being a psychopath, someone without feeling, but they could not be more wrong. Those who embrace order have complete control over their emotions and the relationships they form. Only those they deemed worthy would become part of their life matrix, capable of igniting any type of emotion. However, even after becoming part of one's life matrix, it did not mean they could break the one that follows order, since the bond could be easily erased. For the Scarlet King, Kane and the trio were nothing inconsequential aspects of dust, and whatever they thought or felt was meaningless. The Scarlet King turned to Xarius, the Wave King, who was part of Kane's escort and betrayed the young man. "Ask me questions in a random order related to Kane's personal life." Xarius did not have a choice other than to comply with the command and immediately began to speak. "The name of Kane's mother? Severia Jogern. Favorite food? Roasted wildebeest. Heat or cold? Neither and both. There is no consensus." Xarius continued to ask questions related to Kane's life, and the Scarlet King could answer them with flawless precision. The interrogatory continued for a while, and the Scarlet King was satisfied as he could relay all the knowledge related to Kane. Knowledge was just one part of someone's identity, since their demeanor and behavior could say much more about them. Still, the Scarlet King already had a way to explain any change in Kane's nature and personality, so he did not worry about it. Right now, not even Kane's mother could differentiate between the two. But there was one final aspect to handle: Kane's cultivation. The Inferno Demon Youth was a level 9 wave warrior of the Essence Evolution Path of Power. However, the Scarlet King was ready to handle that immediately. He took a deep breath and adopted a meditative stance before taking out a high-quality wave crystal and sending dozens of treasures into his Devourer dimension. Finally, he focused on the only Wave King of the Essence Evolution Path of Power among the trio, Orphan. Orphan's eyes shook with fear, but he could do nothing but walk in front of the Scarlet King. His hand moved on its own, generating a deep cut on his lower abdomen, one so deep that it was visible, a small organ glowing with sky-blue light. Immediately, Orphan's body trembled since he had his evolution core exposed, but things were about to get worse. He took one of the high-quality wave crystals and began to revolve their energy inside his body, transforming the life wave into essence wave at a shocking speed. As the evolution core of the Wave King generated essence wave, the Scarlet King used his ego wave to take control of the energy and bring it to him. The Scarlet King was using the essence wave of a Wave King as food for his own wave warrior's essence wave. Even though he needed to purify it, losing over 95% of its quantity. The 5% that remained was much faster than him, directly transforming the life wave into essence wave. That, along with the energy coming from the gluttony module, was more than enough to saturate the energy needs of the Scarlet King. Zarius and the other Wave King of the Abyssal clan remained motionless as they watched their surroundings. There was nothing but terror in their hearts as they saw how the monster was devouring the life energy from Orphan, and there was no doubt in their hearts that their fates would not be better. The Wave Warrior rank was nearly identical in both the Astral Rebirth Path of Power and the Essence Evolution Path of Power, with both focusing on the development of meridians that emerged from the sacred organ and made a complete circuit, going through the organs, bones, muscles, and skin until reaching the exterior, then branching into a new set of meridians that connected the energy from the outside into the sacred organ. Of course, to train the Essence Evolution Path of Power, the Scarlet King needed a cultivation technique. While he could take the one from Orphan, he had an even better one inside his heart as the Sonic Blade Fusion technique bordered both paths of power. It took Cain over 3 months to reach level 3 of the Astral Rebirth Path of Power, but now, in just 1 week, he had already reached that level in the Essence Evolution Path of Power. Of course, that overwhelming speed had to do with the fact that right now, he had a much more powerful lineage and that the resources were overwhelmingly better. The Scarlet King smiled as he felt how the new meridians designed for Essence Wave had already emerged from his evolution core and spread into his organs, but it was at this point that a new element came into play. As the amount of Essence Wave inside his body grew larger and purer, the Scarlet King's mind and soul were able to start harmonizing with the cosmic forces of the world, the laws. Powerful resources and great lineage can only take you so far. Just like the Astral Rebirth Path of Power had marrow washing, the Essence Evolution Path of Power also had a component that played a crucial role in how far you could go. For the Astral Rebirth Path of Power, the foundation was paramount, and that presented itself in the form of marrow washing in the Wave Warrior rank and blood rebirth in the Wave Champion. However, for the Essence Evolution Path of Power, the defining factor in their path was perception, especially their perception of the laws. The laws are the matrix of the world, the invisible network of cosmic forces that allowed the existence of reality, enabling fire to burn and ice to cool down. While Astral Rebirth cultivators did not have to worry about them, they were the core of the Essence Evolution Path of Power. Understanding the laws not only allowed you to summon their power to enhance your battle might but also allowed the refinement of your essence wave and talent. As one would expect for a saint cultivation technique like the Sonic Blade Fusion technique, it had insight into the law of sound. The Scarlet King could use it to refine his power and enhance his might, but while the insights in the cultivation technique were formidable and would grant great battle power, he had an even better option. 3 days after reaching the 3rd level of the Essence Evolution Path of Power, the Scarlet King's body trembled as he reached the 4th level, but that was not the most impressive thing. A smile appeared on the Scarlet King's face as he made a small cut on his palm. A sky blue energy focused on the cut, and the next second, drops of blood emerged from it and rose into the air before morphing into all sorts of objects, including a sharp blade, only to return to his hand the next second and close the wounds. Absolute and utter shock and terror appeared in the eyes of Orphan and the other two when they saw that, as they could not believe what they saw. A man at the 4th level of the Essence Evolution Path of Power was able to deploy control over the law of blood. Orphan was the most shocked of all. Mastery over a law contained the ranks of basic understanding and law fragmentation, with each divided into low, medium, deep, and extreme. As a Wave King of the Essence Evolution Path of Power, he had a much better grasp of the laws and could say with certainty that the Scarlet King's mastery over the law of blood surpassed the low basic understanding. As a reference, that was the same as an Astral Rebirth cultivator with a marrow washing percentage of over 50%. Although for the trio, the only explanation was that they were in front of an ancient monster, the truth was that the law of blood had already soaked the Scarlet King's soul sea after consuming the astral blood beast's soul core. While the Scarlet King would have needed to focus and meditate for an extended period of time over the law of sound from the Sonic Blade Fusion technique, He only needed to focus on the flow of his blood, and the insight of the law of blood left behind by the astral blood beast's soul force would do the rest. Weeks went by as the Scarlet King continued developing his meridians, going through the essence evolution path of power levels and improving his mastery over the law of blood. There was constant feedback between the quality of his essence wave and law mastery. The more powerful and purer his essence wave was, the greater his perception of the phenomena and laws, and when those improved, they would refine his energy pool and help it grow stronger and purer. Finally, 3 months after starting his training, the Scarlet King's body trembled, and a red light flooded the surroundings. This was not his ego wave but a phenomenon produced by his law of blood reaching the extreme basic understanding. Orphan and the other 2 wave kings saw the sudden reaction of the law of blood, and by the fact that they even felt their blood reacting in a metallic taste in the air, they understood just how high the monster's evolution was. Hopelessness flooded their souls as they understood that leaving this place alive was nothing but a dream.